Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, will we see what if Harry Potter's bond with Tonks awakened his ultimate power. Here is short summary. A bond with Tonks unlocks Harry's hidden potential, setting him on the path to become the most powerful wizard alive. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. As Harry hefted his trunk off the trolley and into the boot, he noticed that the car leaned heavily to one side. Laughter welled up in his mind as Harry figured out the cause of the lopsided vehicle. I wonder how often the car will try to make right turns on its own. Hedwig would be riding inside with Harry. That situation was not debatable. She deserved better, but an owl in a cage was abnormal enough. No need to push it by releasing her in front of the evening commuters. Harry closed the boot and slid into the back seat. Dudley, taking up nearly 2/3 of the backseat alone, tried to distance himself from Harry as much as possible but failed miserably in his efforts. Vernon barely flinched at the quiet hoot Hedwig made when the car was backed out of the space, abruptly still listing to the right. Harry watched Vernon carefully, keeping his humorous observations to himself. The next 2 hours would set the terms for the summer. Vernon looked straight ahead as he aimed the auto through the congested streets. He was still white-faced. He hadn't come to terms with the warning yet. He hadn't made his decision to listen to it or fight it. Harry decided it was a very volatile situation as far as his uncle was concerned. Shifting his eyes left led him to Aunt Petunia sitting straight-backed in her seat. She only looked backwards quickly enough to reassure herself that Dudley was the same beached whale he always was and hadn't been changed by any of Harry's magic. She paid Harry no mind as far as he could tell, but something somehow was different all the same. Dudley kept his maw fixedly pointed out the window. He never turned his head nor asked any questions. Harry was reminded of a saying he'd heard once. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Only in this situation it would be, see no Harry, hear no Harry, speak no Harry. This I can handle, Harry said to himself. I can live with this. Silence would be good for a summer. It didn't last long. About every half hour, Harry noticed that Vernon was changing colors. At first it seemed like the twins might have slipped him something, but an hour into the ride home, Harry knew it was a normal Vernon reaction coming out. His face was a shade of white, then normal color followed by a pinkish red. Only one color remained and they had less than 20 minutes left to the trip. Same pinkish red, Harry noted as they pulled into the driveway of number 4, Privet Drive. I might just make it to bed before he snaps. The car was switched off, the boot was popped, and the Dursleys exited the car as swiftly as possible. Harry slid out of his seat and closed the door. The lock snapped closed and the interior light was extinguished, letting him take note of the darkening sky. Harry went to the rear of the car and pulled his trunk out of the boot before closing it sharply. He gripped Hedwig's cage in his left hand and the trunk in his right and headed towards the front door. Well, let's get this over with, Harry closed the front door with his foot while balancing his weight carefully on the remaining foot. The Dursleys were in the living room, judging by the lights that were on in the house. A faint bluish flicker and the noise droning on from the room most likely to house Dudley when he was awake was proof enough. So far, so good. Harry set his trunk down and quickly carried Hedwig up to his room. He opened the window, glad that it hadn't been nailed shut, and opened the door to the cage, telling Hedwig to help herself. He returned to the entryway and grabbed his trunk, planning on repeating his quick escape from his relatives. Unfortunately, he felt a presence behind him. It wasn't the same feeling he got around Voldemort or the Death Eaters. It was similar to slipping on black ice and catching yourself rather than the empty feeling of being halfway to the ground after your feet leave the earth. Harry spun around smoothly and was met by Vernon's hand on his throat, lifting him slightly off the floor. An errant thought ran through his mind. Things were too good to be true. Thought that was funny, didn't you, boy? Vernon hissed, spraying spittle on Harry. Thought your freaky friends could scare me, Had a good laugh you did. Well, now it is time to pay up, boy. Vernon swung a fist into Harry's gut at that moment. Harry doubled over as the air was pushed from his body by the force of the blow. Things went white and a burning sensation flared in his lungs. Things were definitely not going well this summer. Another swing and Harry saw stars in addition to his white, hazy vision. Letting his instincts take over, Harry kicked out his foot and caught Vernon in a very advantageous spot. He felt himself being dropped and ended up striking his head on the banister and collapsed into his trunk on the floor. Neither object moved enough to save Harry from additional injuries. Bloody hell. Another, normal, summer at the Dursleys, but I have my list of things to achieve and I'm not going to fail. I can't. Harry regained his vision and footing before Vernon could gather himself for another attack. Harry fingered his wand as he looked at the Dursleys and scowled. The poster family for pathetic muggles according to Voldemort, Harry thought. This is not going to happen. I'm better than this. I've had enough abuse in my life and I'm not going to let these people continue it. Not this time, Uncle, Harry said coldly. I will not be beaten by you or anyone. I have had enough of the pain. Harry noticed the vision in his left eye take on a slightly reddish tint. With a sigh and a swipe of his hand, Harry found blood running down his face. Always bleeding. I'm tired of this. Vernon regained his footing and stood in front of his wife and child. The purple color had finally found its way onto his face. The bulging vein in his forehead was pumping away. His fists were clenched and he was ready to throttle Harry. He made to charge but paused when he saw the look on Harry's face. It was one of resolute defiance. The smeared blood added to the look, too. This boy wasn't scared. He wasn't cowering. He was standing on his own feet, relaxed, accepting, and waiting. Think this is over, boy. Vernon snarled, trying to change the feel of the situation. I will beat the magic out of you this time. I doubt that very much, Tubby, said a voice from the doorway. Harry spun around with wand in hand, as he was prepared to fight Vernon, training it on the new target. He paused for a second, slowly recognizing the spiky red hair and heart-shaped face of the clumsy Auror before turning the wand back on Vernon. Tonks, Harry said pleasantly, not showing any effect of the current situation. Nice of you to stop by. Care for some tea, maybe some Dursley abuse while it steeps. Thanks for your offer, Harry, Tonks said cheerily. But I think the ministry might frown on that, considering. I won't say a word, Tonks, Harry returned. I was just thinking of what. Curse to use myself. Surely, there are laws permitting me to save myself from assault by animal life. At least one law that says I can protect myself from them. Harry commented casually, tilting his wand in Vernon's direction. Maybe one or two, Harry, Tonks smiled as she took in the situation. I have a few laws that I could enforce right now as well. I saw you attack Harry, Muggle. Apparently our warning did little to impress upon you the seriousness of, oh, to hell with the legal crap. Listen, you fecking tub of lard. I should curse your whole family to within an inch of their lives for hurting Harry. I might just do it anyway. But if you touch him again I will hurt you. I will hurt you really badly. Dumbledore will not, came a squeak from Aunt Petunia. Dumbledore won't know about it, horsey, snapped Tonks, her eyes blazing in the dim light of the entranceway. I am an Auror, Scotland Yard to you, and do you think anybody would bother after they heard what you did to Harry? He is a nothing of a boy, Vernon yelled for the first time. He is nothing but a piece of. He is 10 times the man you could ever hope to become, Dursley, Tonks replied forcefully. Harry is the kind of man everyone wants as their son or son-in-law, but you are too blind to see it, bastard. Harry kept his wand pointed at Vernon, but looked at Tonks. This was the first time, ever, anyone had stood up for him inside the walls of number 4. He thought about what he could do to salvage the whole night from Vernon yelling at him or worse once Tonks left. According to Dumbledore, a small nugget of anger burned in him as he remembered what happened in his office. He had to stay here. He was protected here. He needed to think about that. How could it still work? Voldemort used his blood when he came back. Movement brought reality to the forefront and pushed the wondering to the rear. Tonks moved to the side of Harry. She looked sideways and saw the blood trickling from his head. His hair was becoming matted down from the liquid. His eyes were glaring at the muggles. His wand was steady and ready to strike. He handled things better than most. He knew who he was and how to take care of himself one way or another at least. Harry, Tonks prompted, did you lose consciousness? Nope, just fog and stars, Harry answered. No big deal. I've had worse from falling down. At least your sense of humor isn't damaged, Tonks quipped. Now, stupid Muggle family, that is you by the way, you are on official notice. If I hear or see anything like this again, you will all spend some time in Azkaban. That is our prison if you didn't know. You assaulted your nephew, who happens to be Harry Potter no less. For that, you would get no leniency from our courts. Now, I am going to take Harry upstairs and heal his cuts and make sure you leave him alone. Any problems with that? I will not have a trollop like you in my house, Vernon yelled again. Harry stepped forward and in front of Tonks. Watch your words, uncle. She happens to be my friend and I will defend her or her honor if need be. Thank you, Harry, Tonks said playfully. I appreciate the offer, but this pillock here isn't that big of a deal to me. I have been called worse. Doesn't matter, Harry said quietly, while staring his uncle down. He won't make the same mistake again, will you, Vernon? I will not let him threaten me anymore. I will not let him threaten my friends. I will not be threatened anymore by anyone. I will take control of my life right now. I will fight the fights that need fighting. I have lived by determination so far and I will keep it up. You will not beat me, Voldemort. I will not be beaten. I start my war right now. Start small, then go big. Vernon Dursley was mad, very mad. He wanted to kill his worthless nephew. He wanted to crush him like he should have when he was a little brat. Now though, he stared down two wands being held by a trampy little floozy and that same nephew. The only thing stopping him, really, was the look in the boy's eyes. It was different than before. It was dangerous. The kind of look you see before a dog attacks. It was unsettling at the very least. Something had changed in the last year. The boy was not sad, scared, or depressed this time. He was sharp. He was menacing. He was intimidating, frightfully intimidating. The night had gone terribly wrong and it had all started when they had seen Harry. This is still my house, Vernon tried to change the subject. It was his house, they were guests, right. I will speak as I wish in my own house. As he finished his words, he saw a flash of faint light flare around his nephew. Oh shite, can this get any worse? Tonks felt a burst of magic. It was unfocused, but it was there. She looked at Harry and saw his aura. It was greenish blue and it had ripples flowing through it. An aura from a 15-year-old kid. Most people never managed a visible aura at any time during their life, let alone at 15. She had to rethink her opinion of Harry. Kid didn't fit any longer. He had been through too much for that. He had a visible aura and it was still showing. Your house or not, you will watch your mouth, uncle, Harry said sternly. You know nothing about her and you will not speak about her like that. Now, I am going up to my room. Hopefully, we can move past what happened here tonight. I assure you I will remember it though. Tonks. Harry returned his wand to his back pocket and grabbed his trunk. He started up the stairs to his room. One foot in front of the other. Keep your eyes open. Fight the gray cloud. Stay strong or this will all be for nothing. One lesson I learned from Voldemort. Always make a grand entrance or exit as it keeps the cattle impressed. Tonks felt more than saw Harry turn and make his way up the stairs. She also felt his aura flicker, badly. She looked the Dursleys up and down. Have a pleasant night, Muggles, she said with an air of intimidation, to her words and hurried up the stairs after Harry. She found him at the top staggering slightly with the fingertips of his empty hand running along the wall. He stepped into his room stiffly and released his trunk as quickly as he could, letting it drop to the floor with a thud that rattled the contents of the small room. He took one more step before roughly falling onto his dilapidated bed. Tonks entered the room and closed the door. Bloody hell, he passed out. He must have got a harder hit than I thought. Well, first aid training, here we go. With a few flicks of her wand, she healed the cut on his head and reduced the swelling of the knot at the base of his skull. She discovered he had a slight concussion, but it was minor and would heal by itself. She remembered hearing from Moony that Harry hated hospitals. Something he shared with his father, according to the stories. Probably some macho thing. Harry didn't move from the place where he collapsed. Tonks found herself in an odd position. Harry Potter was unconscious in front of her, and she was supposed to be on guard duty protecting the house. I protect Harry, not the house. Definitely not the Muggles. Mind made up, she levitated him into the air, rolled him over, and lightly set him on the bed properly. She removed his shoes, noting that they desperately needed to be replaced. As she looked him over, she saw that all of his clothes needed replacing as well. How could Harry Potter wear clothes like these? They are even worse than what can be found at the Goodwill. He is Harry. Fecking Potter for Merlin's sake, and he looks like a street rat. He has money, I know the Potters were a wealthy family. Doesn't he care? Doesn't he know about his financial situation? Doesn't he? King Dursleys, no doubt, Tonks said venomously. They're the real reason. She looked around the room. It was tiny and cramped. Just her presence seemed to make the room bulge at the seams. She didn't want to know what it would look like if someone decided to add more furniture. The best way to protect you is to watch you. The greatest danger you have are from the people downstairs, Harry. The Death Eaters are secondary, at best, for now. I will stay until the morning, then I will see what can be done. Tonks's eyes searched Harry's form as she tried to decide what to do in the morning about everything that had happened. Don't bother, came a muffled reply. No one cares. I am out of sight here and everyone figures I am safe from Voldemort. There aren't any other dangers, right? Harry had lifted his head slightly and a smirk was visible. Dumbledore just wants his weapon and the Order just wants me to be quiet and leave them alone. I am a mushroom as far as most are concerned. Keep me in the dark and the bullshit coming. Harry wavered for a moment before continuing. No more, Tonks. I need to be ready. Can you help me? Sirius died because I didn't know things. Sirius died because I couldn't do things right. Sirius died because of me. Harry. Tonks couldn't believe what Harry was saying. He wasn't completely with it at the moment. He was saying things that he normally wouldn't or shouldn't, but he knew things most didn't. Sirius died because he got cocky. He taunted Bellatrix and she beat him. If you learn anything from that terrible night, learn never to hesitate in a fight. Fight it to the end and be done with it. Gloat, taunt, sulk, and cry later. Worry about things after the fact, never during. I have seen too many people die from getting that process mixed up. Now, what do you mean about a weapon? The weapon against Voldemort, Harry said, oblivious to Tonks's slight jump at the name. Keep me alive so I can kill the bastard later. No one ever bothered to ask if I care about winning. There's only so much a person can take before they give up. Tonks was beside herself, not only by what Harry said, which was nearly earth-shattering if it were true, but how he said it. The matter-of-fact way he spoke of Voldemort and death really unnerved her. Do you care about winning? Yep, Harry said, groggily forcing the words out. I have to, but you're the first to ask me. If I fail, everyone dies. Everyone I care about will be killed. I can't lose. I made myself a promise to win. I can't afford to lose. Sleepy, night. Tonks watched as Harry fell asleep. She had learned more in the few minutes listening to Harry ramble on than she had in all of the Order meetings over the last year. He had said some things that made sense. Actually, all of it made sense really. She had heard the term, weapon, before but nothing specific about what it was. She had never heard of anyone, other than Moony, talk about Harry as a person or his feelings. Molly was different though, she reflected. Molly wanted to coddle him. Wrap him in cotton and stick him away in a closet for safekeeping so he wouldn't get hurt. Oh, Harry, Tonks mourned, what has happened to you? What is going to happen? She looked around the room thinking what she could do. Many things came to mind, some good, some bad, some just not appropriate to think. I will help you, Harry. That is my promise to you. I will help you somehow. Tonks covered Harry in a blanket and conjured herself a chair and pillow. She tried to get comfortable over the next 10 minutes but failed. Huffing, she stood up and vanished the chair. Well, what the hell? She expanded the bed and lay down next to Harry. She covered herself with the blanket and settled in for the next 8 hours before she would be relieved. She set her wand to wake her up a few minutes early. As she began to drift off, Harry rolled over slightly and wrapped an arm around her. She stilled for a second, not knowing what to do. Harry's grip tightened and she found that she couldn't get away unless she really tried. Harry sighed lightly and breathed deeply once. She waited for him to wake up. Surely he isn't used to this. Well, Harry Potter has probably had half of Hogwarts by now. Probably used to a female sleeping in his bed. Maybe he is still hurting from the injuries. But Harry didn't wake up, and Tonks fell asleep thinking a variety of things. She made a mental list of things to do the next day. Talking to her boss was one of them, Dumbledore was another. She knew the wards would be triggered if anyone else entered the property. She was linked to the wards so she felt safe falling asleep. After all, Harry was right next to her. She would know if anything happened. A vibration caused Tonks to wake up. She found herself staring into the eyes of Hedwig, who was sitting on the headboard. Tonks could swear that the owl was giving her a look of thanks. Hedwig ruffled her feathers and looked behind Tonks at what must be Harry. The look on the bird's face changed. She seemed concerned. Tonks thought to herself that she must still be groggy from sleep. Owls don't show emotion like that. They are birds for Merlin's sake. She realized that Harry's hand had moved slightly during the night and was cupping her east. She felt safe and warm inside along with the uncertainty of the situation. Try as she might, she could only think that their bodies fitted together well. Taking a chance, Tonks turned over slowly and finally managed to face a sleeping Harry. His dark hair was sticking up in all directions, adding to his youthful appearance. His face was more relaxed than she could ever remember seeing it. He seemed to realize that his previous arrangement had been disturbed. He gripped her sides and pulled her closer to him. Tonks just watched and waited. She still had 10 minutes to get downstairs and outside before she was relieved. Harry's mouth was open slightly and he breathed just a little bit through it. Tonks couldn't help but think how cute it was. This was a side of Harry that she had never seen. She wondered how many people had seen it. Probably every Gryffindor female within 2 years of him, and a few Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs too. Oh, to be in school again. Tonks waited a few more minutes and slowly slid out of Harry's tight grip. Quidditch hands. She moved to the door and stepped into the hallway. She looked back once before closing the door. Walking down the stairs, she heard a noise coming from the kitchen. She made her way down the rest of the stairs, nearly falling down the last 5 steps, and entered the sterile room she remembered from the year before. Petunia was beginning to get the food ready for breakfast. Tonks cleared her throat softly, causing Petunia to turn abruptly and drop an egg on the floor. The yolk broke and ran with the white into a small pool mixed with broken shell. "I will not forget what happened last night, woman," Tonks said in her most authoritative voice. "You have allowed Harry to be abused his entire life. You have no idea what some people would do to you if they knew that." "What do you mean?" Petunia said, snottily trying to hide her fear of the witch. "He has had a roof over his head and that is more than he deserves. Say that in front of a few people, and you will not live the day." "Petunia," Tonks said, controlling her anger. Petunia seemed to deflate. A flash of guilt washed over her face. Her imaginary life seemed to fall down around her. He looks so much like him. He is a constant reminder of her, too. Those eyes. They never let you go. Harry is his own person, Tonks explained. He is the son of Lily and James. I've heard many things about the both of them, but I know things about Harry. You should consider yourself privileged to have him here. Many would do anything to have Harry Potter stay with them for the summer. From what I have seen, your family is not worth the effort Harry seems to put into you." "What do you mean?" Petunia asked, truly confused and looking slighted. "Harry could go anywhere he wanted in our world and have a loving home to stay in with a loving family all too willing to share. He has friends willing to fight for him. He has people willing to kill for him. The thing is, he doesn't realize what people will do for him. People who get close to him will follow him anywhere. He has that ability." "Lily had that ability," Petunia said softly after a few seconds of thought. "She always was the center of attention. She, I don't know, held people somehow. Was that her ma magic doing that? Never met her, so I don't know. Most likely it was just the way she was." "Do you know anything about Harry's life at school?" "No," Petunia said. "We don't know anything other than the nightmares he had last summer. He would scream and wake everyone up though. If you saw and went through what he did, you would too," Tonks said angrily. She decided to diffuse her frustration by asking the woman a question instead of hexing her. "You never asked him about it." "Even if I did, he wouldn't tell me anything anyway. Those things are not to be spoken of here. He knows that." "You should find out," Tonks countered, losing her patience in the process. "He has done so much. He has made such a difference in our world. You might learn something if you took the time. He would never tell me." Petunia looked lost. "I've given him no reason to trust me. If an owl shows up with a paper, would you read it?" "One of your papers?" Petunia asked. "Moving pictures and all." "Yep. I could probably get you a book that would be more accurate, though. Our papers are just like yours, 30% truth, 20% half-truths, and 50% rubbish." Harry has had his share of rubbish, bloody gits. But he has kept on. He has been in your papers. Has Harry Potter been in the papers? Tonks couldn't believe they were this out of touch. You really have no clue, do you? How could I make a comparison? Tony Blair would have less coverage than Harry. Harry, alone, can sell out whole printings. He goes for weeks on the front page. Hates every moment of it from what I can tell. I will send you a book if I find one that is accurate. Will you read it if I did? Petunia took a moment to think it over. She thought and seemed to decide but was apprehensive in her response. Yes, I will read it. I will have to keep it hidden from Vernon, but I will read it. If he is as popular as you say. He is a hero, champion, winner, athlete, and hottie all rolled into one. Petunia gave Tonks a disapproving look on the last comment. She also seemed to maintain a level of skepticism about the rest of what was said. Well, I must go since my replacement is nearly here. We are watching Harry, so don't think you can go back to the way things were before, after I leave. Leave him alone for today. I will be back tonight and we might be able to work out a tentative truce. Tonks watched Petunia look down at the floor and saw the egg drying on the floor. Tonks waved her wand at the egg and it disappeared without a trace. Petunia let out a slight squeak, but did nothing else. Handy thing magic. Tonks turned and left the kitchen. She breezed out the front door and went to her guard position. She was there for less than a minute when someone came up behind her. Dung, you are terrible at stealth, Tonks said, jokingly. I couldn't hear you, but the smell gave you away long before that was possible. Sup, Tonksy, slurred Dung. I am what I am. Yeah, and drunk, but who's complaining, Tonks replied. You messed up last time, Dung. Do it again, and even Dumbledore won't be able to save you. Watch the muggles carefully. Our warning didn't do much good. Don't be afraid to hurt the fat one if need be. Why, fat one? Either, I am not particular. I will be back at 6. Tonks disapparated to the ministry, leaving Dung to put on his invisibility cloak and settle in for a long day. Tonks entered the atrium with a crack and headed past the guard station. The ministry was quiet this early in the morning. Only a few night shift people and early risers were about. The lift was as slow as always to arrive. It dinged and Tonks entered and pressed the button. It rattled and descended into the depths of the ministry. She was lost in thoughts about what she was about to do. Could this be the way to help? Could this help at all? Could this ruin whatever plans had already been made? It didn't matter. Harry asked for help and he never did that from what Tonks knew. Sure, he was delirious, but it was sincere. She would figure out the rest later. He needed help against you-know-who and she could give that. She knew people who could help a lot. She was still lost in thought when the lift dinged and called out the floor, Level 9, Department of Mysteries. Tonks exited the lift and walked down the hallway. She stopped halfway and turned to the left. She drew her wand, tapped the wall in a specific pattern, and spoke a set of words. A door appeared and Tonks opened and entered the newly created doorway. It was now or never. Harry woke up feeling rested for the first time in as long as he could remember. He reached for his glasses and found them in a different place than he would usually put them at Privet Drive. As he turned his head to put the glasses on, a pain sparked across his head. Ah, what the hell happened? Harry thought for a bit and began to remember Vernon attacking him. He hit his head, there was blood, Tonks was there, and then darkness. He searched the room for anything else that was out of the ordinary. The same old furniture was there. Hedwig was in her cage with her head tucked under her wing. His trunk was at the foot of his bed. Wait a minute, the trunk's a lot smaller than the bed. That isn't right. Harry looked at the bed and noticed there was more of it to either side of him. The bed was bigger. The Dursleys didn't do this. They would be more likely to get a smaller bed. It must have been Tonks. Harry looked around again. No note from the ministry was waiting, so at least they could tell that Harry didn't do the enlargement charm, unlike the hover charm before his second year. Harry pulled himself out of bed and sat up, fighting off the bout of dizziness that washed over him. The room swirled a little bit but righted itself quickly enough. No quick movements for the day, I guess. I hope the Dursleys stay away until this passes. After a quick wash up, Harry dumped his dirty clothes in his room with his enlarged bed and made his way carefully downstairs. The steps were a little difficult to navigate, but nowhere near as bad as the night before. At the bottom landing, Harry listened for the Dursleys. Hearing nothing, Harry advanced into the living room, scanning for relatives. He found nothing but the usual pillows, couch, chair, and obnoxious wallpaper. The clock on the mantel told him it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I hope Tonks didn't kill them. That would be tragic. Harry couldn't think of why he had been left alone for the day. He had never been allowed to sleep in. It was a workday, so that explained the absence of his uncle. Dudley was most likely out terrorizing the neighborhood kids or worse. That left his aunt. She had to be out shopping or something. She wouldn't leave him alone this long. There was work to be done for sure. Harry crept to the kitchen door and listened for a minute. The only sound he could hear was the sound of an occasional page being turned. His aunt read every now and then, but it was usually circulars or the tabloids. A book was something she hardly ever read. Deciding it was time to test the waters and hopefully begin a different summer holiday, Harry opened the kitchen door and entered the very clean room. He saw his aunt sitting at the table with her back to the doorway, hunched over a book. He could tell that she hadn't moved since lunch, because the dishes from lunch were still sitting on the table. Some food remained on the table, and Harry figured now was his chance to see if things were going to be different. Mustering his Gryffindor courage, Harry began the short trip to the table and sat opposite his aunt. She failed to notice him at first, but it was obvious when she did see him. She grabbed a creased bit of paper from the side of the table and quickly covered the book she was reading with it. Harry saw a few emotions on her face, the most prominent being fear. Fear of what? Harry didn't know. Another was apprehension, and the third was one Harry had never seen when she looked at him. The best he could figure the emotion was pride. "Good afternoon," came the forced form of greeting from Aunt Petunia. "Help yourself to whatever you would like that is on the table. I advise you to be scarce when your uncle returns at 6. Dudley will be home later." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said automatically. She had made the first move, and it was positive, or at least neutral. Knowing when the others should arrive would help him avoid the inevitable confrontation that was sure to follow. Tonks must have talked to Petunia before she left last night. That has to be the reason she is being nice to me right now. I will clean off the table before I eat then. Harry was met with a raised eyebrow that could rival Snape's. "No need. Just take what you want, but I'd prefer to be alone in the kitchen." "Okay." Harry figured that the request was more than favorable compared to what he had been expecting to get. He grabbed food, keeping a careful watch for the slightest hint that he had taken too much. His aunt's eyes followed his fluid moments as he piled the leftovers onto a plate. Harry had taken bread, ham, cheese, crisps, an apple, and a glass of juice. He ran out of room on his plate before he received any indication from his aunt to stop. First meeting, success. Harry didn't know if this was the quiet before the storm or if this was for real. He decided he should take it as a victory and retreat to safer waters to watch the reaction. He nodded respectfully to his aunt and left the kitchen and hurried up the stairs to his room. Only when the door closed did he think he was safe to eat more food than he had ever had inside number 4. Lunch was eaten quickly and the plate left clean except for the apple core. Harry looked around the room trying to figure out if he was still asleep. Nothing so far today had made any sense. His aunt had never been violent towards him, but she'd always been the most hurtful. The coldness and lack of caring from her had been more scarring than the belt or punches from Vernon or Dudley. As his aunt, his blood, she was supposed to be the most loving person towards him. She had never been nice to him. She had never shown any warmth. Something had changed with her and he didn't know what it was or what had caused it. He needed to talk to Tonks to figure out what she had done or said to them after he passed out. Family issues aside, Harry needed to begin working on his summer plans. He was staying alive by being in this house. Staying here is enough effort on that. Protecting my mind on the other hand needs a lot more effort. I need a book that can help with that and I need it now. Something to ask Tonks if she comes back. Taking control of my life, well I guess I am starting that one. The events of last night were evidence enough of that. Information will be a hard one to work on. Dumbledore will not tell me anything unless he has to, and even then it will be too late to do any good. Keeping others safe means I have to be able to help them. I have to be able to protect them. Staying here won't do that. I have to be out there either guarding them or stopping Voldemort from attacking them. Both of those options beep and are even harder to accomplish. My guards won't let me leave and Voldemort is not likely to take it easy on me. The Death Eaters will be after me worse than before since I basically got some of them arrested. Learning is another thing entirely. Books only go so far and I learn better by doing. That will be the hardest thing to do this summer. I can't practice since I'll be expelled immediately if I do. Or will I? Dumbledore can't expel me. I am the only person that can kill Voldemort. If I am expelled, it would be that much easier to kill me. Dumbledore can't let his weapon be killed that easily. He would do everything he could to prevent it. That means I am in a position of control. He needs me, the whole wizarding world needs me whether they know it or not. I am marked whether or not people know I can kill Voldemort. He and all of his lackeys are after me even without knowing I am the key. So I would go from the top of the list to what, higher on the list. Ha ha ha, whatever. It's my life, not theirs. It is my future, not Dumbledore's. I will do this one my way unless I find a better way and people willing to let me participate in it. I have little choice since I am in this to win or die. Shitty options, but those are the only ones I've got. So, I keep working the relatives angle and I start my fight on my own terms for my own ends. Life and a reason to live it. Harry unpacked his trunk as much as he dared. He kept the important items and some food under the loose floorboard and his school things in the trunk. Harry started reading a book of curses he had. Later, he looked around and found the shadows getting longer. Harry figured his uncle would be home soon and prepared for that meeting. He knew it wouldn't go as well as the one with his aunt. Tonks left the lift feeling better than she did when she went in. Her meeting with her boss had gone well considering she hadn't got an answer at the end of the meeting. She was on her way to Diagon Alley now to find a book for that hateful muggle. Maybe Petunia could be saved, but she doubted it. With a crack, Nymphadora Tonks appeared in Diagon Alley. One thing that stood out was that everyone who was in the alley was looking over their shoulders waiting for the next attack. Those that remembered the last time were the most nervous of the bunch. She passed her fellow Aurors who had been stationed in the alley since the Ministry had been forced to admit you-know-who had returned. Fudge was only hanging onto his job because he had greased the wheels of government for years prior. Tonks was convinced that, with a little push, Fudge could be tossed out on his head. If Dumbledore had asked for his resignation publicly, the Wizengamot would have supported the request and Fudge would be gone. The best she could figure was that Dumbledore could manage Fudge and control how things were handled. His control had waned for a few years, but now Fudge knew his job rested in the hands of the headmaster. So much for separation of powers, Tonks thought. She continued to flourish and blots and entered the bookstore. It was mostly empty, but a few people were about browsing the shelves. They acted much in the same way as those in Diagon Alley by looking over their shoulders and jumping at the least bit noise. Tonks found the section for biographies after nearly scaring two people out of their socks. She located the Harry Potter shelf easily enough since there was a display for it. The recent vindication of the boy who lived had put him back on top of the popularity list. She remembered hearing Remus and Sirius talk about some of these books. Apparently her cousin had taken an interest in them. Knowing his sense of humor, Sirius had most likely planned to read them and use them to embarrass Harry when he could. Now, Tonks was trying to remember which one had been the most accurate. She found one written by FLD and thought that rang a bell. The title, Harry Potter, Not a Fantasy Story, sounded like the one. She flipped through it and read a bit about this first year of life. The book was really vague about his years with the Dursleys since it only took up one chapter. Every year of school had at least 2 chapters dedicated to it and the book stopped after Harry's 4th year. Tonks figured that was good enough. She doubted that it would do any good, but she had to try for Harry's sake. She bought the book and went to post office to send the book to Petunia. At the very least, the owl would remind Petunia that Tonks was still out there and returning soon enough. She left the post office and prepared herself for her visit to Hogwarts. Dumbledore was an imposing person and even worse when he was in his office. She knew he wouldn't go to headquarters for a few days and this issue needed to be resolved fast. With another crack, Tonks was at the gates to Hogwarts. The imposing castle sat on the hill up the path. Tonks took a deep breath and began the long walk to the confrontation she had been dreading since last night. Her mind wandered to what Harry had done and what he had said. This was important and she was not going to leave without doing what needed to be done. The trip had taken less time than she'd planned and she soon found herself standing in front of the oak doors. With a steadying breath, Tonks opened the door and entered the school. She walked up the stairs hearing her every step echo off the walls. She made her way to the office stairwell. Halfway there she heard a cackle and Peeves appeared in her way. "Oh, me sees an oldie," Peeves said delighted. "You had best not forget your knickers this time, Nymphy. Peevesy remembers the good things. Watch it you ghost wannabe. I know how to exorcise spirits like you. Give me a reason not to. Oh, you were never any fun. Only funny looking when the boys would ask you to change into someone else. Peeves remembers how you used to cry." Peeves floated away as a spell ricocheted off the wall where he had been moments before. Tonks tried to calm herself, but she was mad, upset, and full of self-loathing. That King Ghost had to bring that up, didn't he? He had to remind me of how I was then. What I did. Next time, I won't hesitate to kill him for good. She gathered her wits trying to calm herself because she knew that Dumbledore would probe her mind. He would do what he needed to do to find out everything. He only needed to know certain things and she was determined to see that he learned only what he had to know. Tonks arrived at the entryway and sent a message to Dumbledore using the spell he had devised. A silvery bolt shot from her wand and went through the wall. A few seconds later, the gargoyle moved aside and Tonks was riding the stairs upwards. The office door came into view and Tonks hesitated before stepping forward. She cleared her mind and shielded her thoughts. She stepped forward and the door opened of its own accord. Tonks entered the circular office to find Dumbledore sitting at his desk looking at a silvery device that wasn't spinning properly. A box was next to the desk and inside were pieces of damaged bits of silver. Dumbledore was concentrating on his wand movements and she could feel the magic at work. The device shuddered and spun slowly until it popped and the spinning stopped. Seconds later the device fell apart and clattered to the desk and floor. The old man sighed and smiled slightly. "Nymphadora," he began, "for future reference I would advise you to avoid angering Harry Potter to the point that he destroys anything that you enjoy. Unlike most people, when he breaks something it stays broken. I must say that I have not been able to repair a few of my more complicated trinkets. I assure you I have tried and failed every time with this one. The others are in much the same condition." Pushing aside the pieces of the object, Dumbledore said, "Now enough rambling about my excessive bits of junk. You would not be here if it wasn't important. You would never risk a meeting with Peeves for a trivial matter." "Yes, Albus, it is important." Tonks sighed inwardly. She didn't understand how he could know what had just happened with Peeves. "I was at Harry's when they returned. The uncle tried to kill Harry once he got in the house. I must ask that Harry be moved for his own safety." "Was Harry injured?" Albus seemed more interested in Harry's condition and not the reason Tonks was before him. "If I wasn't there, you would have a fat muggle to dispose of and Harry Potter's death to explain. Harry is resting now, but he was hurt badly enough that I had to use some healing spells. Now, what are we going to do about this? What did you do to the Dursleys?" "Not as much as I wanted," Tonks said, getting angry. "I should have killed the uncle, but I didn't. Harry got to him first. You were lucky that he didn't use any magic to protect himself. Isn't Harry on a short list when it comes to underage magic?" "Yes, he has received a warning or two, but right now I believe the minister has more important things to deal with that don't involve reminding the public that Mr. Potter was right and he was wrong. All in all, Harry is in a much safer position with the ministry in mind. So, what are your plans on handling the situation? You have taken care of the injuries and warned the Dursleys again?" Albus asked, hinting that the situation was resolved. "They were warned, but I doubt the uncle learns that fast." "Is that all you plan to do?" "I consider the matter closed, Nymphadora. If any further abuse occurs, I will look into the matter personally." "Is there anything else you wished to discuss?" Tonks couldn't believe it. A student, an important student, was being abused by the people that Albus placed him with and he was doing nothing. "You consider the matter closed? How can you consider the abuse of Harry Potter closed? It has occurred for years. Ever since you put him there he has been abused one way or another. How can you? If you look at the bigger picture, Ms. Tonks, you will see that Harry has turned out to be a wonderful person. He only has one more summer with them after this and then he will have no reason to return there again. Have you been getting enough sleep lately? Working all night and then being awake during the day as well can place a dramatic toll on the body." I am fine, Albus, but Harry isn't. I find it hard to believe that you plan to do nothing about what happened and what has been happening. At the very least, the Order should be made aware of. I believe us knowing is enough for now. If others learn of this, then there is a greater chance Voldemort will find out. We must limit the number of people who know what. Do you understand, Nymphadora? Do not call me by that name, sir. You know I hate it. Tonks paused, and controlled her mind again. I will be leaving now, sir. I have a few things to take care of before I get back to Harry's. Will I be able to switch schedules with Dung the day after tomorrow? I believe the switch might work better for both of us. Dumbledore hesitated and Tonks felt a light probing at her mind. She held steady and found Dumbledore looking puzzled. Yes, I believe the switch would make better sense, but has your work schedule changed? That was the original reason you were put on nights. Yes, I have been reassigned to nights, Tonks said. This will work out better for everyone. Very well, I will make the change on Wednesday. Please tell Mundungus that he will need to alter his busy social calendar. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at his own joke. I will handle guard duty on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning then. Thank you for your time, sir. Tonks turned and left the office. She couldn't believe what had been said. He didn't even flinch when he learned what had happened. He either knew beforehand or he didn't care. Either way, Harry had been right. He said no one would care and the one who should care most, didn't. Tonks hurried down the steps and out of the castle. Her plan made even more sense now that she had confirmed the truth. Checking her watch told her that she had a couple hours left before she had to get to Harry's before the uncle made it home. She knew he wouldn't have learned just from one night. Leaving the grounds at a quickened pace allowed Tonks to apparate away earlier. She appeared in the ministry for the second time that day. With her plan coming together and her chances of abandoning it fading, Tonks went in search of Kingsley. He needed to know where she would be or at least a good enough excuse preventing him from asking about her. Harry sat in his room reading about dangerous curses that were almost banned by the ministry. Stab, slash, twist, pull, flick. Ew, that is a nasty one. Liquefy the eyes, how can that be legal? Harry flipped the page and checked the legal section of the spell. Oh, there is a counter curse and a potion to repair it. But it would work in a fight since they can't see until they are treated. The bone-breaking hex looks effective too. Ooh, bone exploding looks really bad. It could kill if you hit them in the right place. A few places actually, but this is war, right? I am literally fighting for my life. Harry looked up and found Hedwig watching him. Sorry girl, I might be losing my mind since I am talking to myself. Hedwig ruffled her feathers and stuck her beak in the air. Sorry, Hedwig, I didn't mean anything by it. I was talking to you, okay. You're the only one who has stuck by me from the beginning no matter what anyone has said. Hedwig calmed down and seemed to relax. Harry returned to his book memorizing what he could. As page after page flipped by, Harry found spells that he could use to protect himself and others. A few showed strong promise for serious situations like another ministry debacle or a graveyard scenario. I wish I knew some of these then. Things may have been different. People might still be alive enjoying their lives or making mine better. I will not let you down, Sirius. The hours slipped by peacefully in the house with the only conflict occurring in Harry's mind. The battle between his morals and ideals and the reality of his life was a difficult one for Harry to come to terms with. To survive, I may need to stoop to their level. To live, I'll probably have to kill. The turmoil gave Harry cause to reassess many of the things he had seen and done. Alternatives reared their ugly heads at many stages, revealing better and worse outcomes. Shaking the images from his head, he said, "What did Tonks say? Never hesitate in a fight and worry about things afterward." Harry sighed as he realized that was the only way to win a real fight. The Death Eaters never hesitated. Voldemort never hesitated. Neither ever showed regret for their actions. The process of attempting to learn the spells and the mental justification for actually using them continued until his stomach gave a rumble, breaking his concentration in turmoil. Harry marked his page, closed the book, and stood up. He didn't want to test his luck again since the last time was far too positive of an experience. He contemplated his choices, but always came back to his decision to take control of his life. His relatives would not stop him from enjoying his summer. He needed food and they were not going to stop him from eating either. A choice made, Harry opened his door and headed downstairs slowly while remaining determined on controlling his life. When he opened the kitchen door, he found his aunt sitting in the same place as before. The dishes had been cleaned away, but there she sat reading the same book. Harry watched her for a few minutes, seeing her subtlety shake her head a few times and tilt it from side to side as if trying to figure something out. Choosing to announce his presence, Harry cleared his throat, causing Petunia to jump. She turned to look at him and covered the book with the paper again. What startled Harry the most was the look of horror on her face. Not sure how to handle the situation, Harry held his ground and stared at her with a scowl growing on his face. She is going to snap at me. I knew it wouldn't last. Harry, she said, pausing to correct her voice that cracked. Help yourself to whatever you want from the pantry and fridge. Vernon is bringing takeaway for us. You know he won't let you touch it, so get what you can now and be off before he gets here. Thank you, Harry said, trying to understand what had happened to his aunt. Not what I expected. Maybe it's the Imperious curse. Maybe Tonks threatened Dudley's life if she was mean to me. Harry quickly got some cold chicken out of the refrigerator and put it on a plate. He poured himself some juice as well, since it had been a while since his last drink. Thoughts still rolling through his head distracted him enough that when he opened the pantry and reached in, he bumped a glass jar that held the rare preserves his aunt would make once a year. Without breaking his thought process, Harry instinctively snatched the jar out of the air as it fell. He returned it to its shelf and found the crisps he was after. Petunia had just finished reading about a Quidditch match Harry had played a few years ago. She doubted that her nephew could play any sport and read the section with a skeptical eye. He was always so skinny and weak-looking. He would get killed during a sport even for fun, let alone one for real. After giving him permission to eat, she watched him move about the kitchen. She noticed that he didn't display any of the awkwardness that teenagers often had. His movements were smooth and precise. When the jar fell, Petunia almost yelled at him, but she stopped herself when his hand shot out and grabbed it instantly. She couldn't believe he could do that. The description of his sport was vague, because it was meant for a reader who already knew the basics. But Petunia had figured out that speed and precision were keys for the seeker position, and she just saw him use those skills. Petunia debated with herself, but she had to be sure. She saw her empty teacup sitting on the table. With a quick and very un-Petunia-like thought, she said Harry's name and threw it into the air near him. She watched Harry spin around on his feet and capture her eyes with his. The green held her for only a second, then darted away and returned to hers. She saw his hand reach out and save the cup from a loud, disastrous landing. Harry's stare was all-consuming. He held her where she was sitting. She saw him place the cup on the counter while he seemed to be figuring her out like a cat would before striking a mouse. Only when he asked what was going on did she feel the gaze lessen. I wanted to see it for myself, that's all, she said. Is that what you do? You catch things. That is what your sport's about. Harry didn't know what to think. She had just asked him about Quidditch. A wizard sport was being talked about in this house by her own choice. Harry scanned the room quickly, looking for anything out of place and focusing on the only thing, the book that his aunt was hiding from him. The paper looked like the parchment flourish and blots used to wrap their books when they were sent by Owl. Harry saw a bit of twine sticking out of the book too. Something was wrong, and it involved that book. It was the only thing that made sense. Harry took 2 steps toward the table. Petunia looked down at the paper and slid her chair backwards slightly, making a scraping sound on the floor. Harry pulled the paper away and found a moving picture of himself looking up. A scowl appeared on his face. This was not a good situation. How did you get this book? He wanted the truth, and he was going to get it. Why? Petunia asked with a smirk. Is it all a lie? Did you get someone to write all this as a joke? I didn't even know this book existed, Harry snapped. But you haven't answered my question. I sent it, Harry, was Tonks's cheery answer as she entered the room. I bought it and sent it here for her to read. She wanted to know. Tonks paused. Well, she was somewhat interested, she amended after Harry gave her a look of disbelief. It looks like she's been reading it too. Why not let her finish it? She might treat you better if she knew the truth. I highly doubt anything written about me, especially in a book, will be accurate. No one knows the real truth of any of it except me and a few others who were there. Only one article has been accurate, and Hermione more or less wrote it. This is most likely just more lies about me, either to make me better or worse than I really am. Harry stared down both of the women in the room. He wanted to leave and vent his anger. Why can't I be a normal person? Did you really lose all the bones in your arm? Petunia asked tentatively, not truly recognizing the anger Harry was trying to contain. What? Harry couldn't believe she had asked that question. In second year. A nod. Yeah. Idiot teacher tried to mend the bones, but he vanished them instead. Hurts to regrow them and the potion tastes dreadful. At least they got that right, but what about the real stuff? Really messed it up, I am sure. They always do. Dementors, a lot of them, just like last summer. Third year, which time? Harry felt like he was in some twisted dream where everything was the opposite of reality. At the end of school, I guess. Petunia seemed more inquisitive than judgmental for the first time in her life. They were trying to kill Sirius. Harry paused and fought off the sad thoughts that tried to overtake him. I guess they were trying to kill me too, but they'd almost got his soul. So I used my Patronus and saved us. There were only about 100 of them. It wasn't like someone was shooting spells at me or anything. That was the next year. Harry went quiet, dealing with his dark thoughts and emotions. 100 of them. Tonks knew a little bit about the incident, but she didn't know the details. How in the name of Merlin did you fight off 100 Dementors? Most people can't fight off one, let alone multiples. He fought off 2 was it, last summer, and saved my Dudley, Petunia defended, much to Harry's shock. Is more than one really that much of a difference? You have no idea of the difference when there are more of them. Tonks was openly gaping at Harry. I've been tested against 2 of them, and I barely made it. If there had been 3, I would have needed to be rescued. It was part of my final phase to graduate from the Auror Academy. I did what needed to be done, Harry said quietly. I always have. I've never had a choice in the matter, really. Have to stay alive, right? Tonks was getting depressed listening to the casual way Harry talked about deadly situations. Harry, how many times has your life been in imminent danger? Ha ha ha, Harry couldn't help but laugh. Define imminent danger, please. Voldemort I will give you, but falling from a broom or flying away from a dragon would be a matter of opinion, wouldn't it? Any time your life could have ended by the action of others, and dragons count. Tonks couldn't help but be surprised as Harry grew very serious and started thinking. He ran out of fingers quickly. I'd say at least 20 times, but I am probably missing some or counting them differently than you would. That's as good as I can guess without having Hermione here to add them up. She would know better than I would actually. Yet you're still here, Tonks smiled, trying to cover up her awe. Anyway, I figured your aunt might like to read a little bit about you. I've heard that this was the most accurate book about you. Is a basilisk real? Questioned Petunia. Yep, dirty great snake too. I got lucky that time thanks to Fox. Well, I'd best get out of here before Uncle Vernon shows up. I would like to talk to you, Tonks. I'll be with you shortly, Harry, Tonks answered. I have a few things to discuss with your aunt. Go on, I'll be fine. Harry gathered his food and left the kitchen, giving a sharp glare to Tonks as he left. He went up to his room and started eating while waiting impatiently for her to come up. Tonks looked at the book and Petunia. I'm glad you started reading that. I see you've paid attention to it. I guess it is somewhat factual since Harry didn't make much mention of things being wrong. I'm not sure I can believe much of it. It's all so unnatural. How can all these things happen to him? How can these things happen at a school? Hogwarts is a different kind of school, no doubt. But it's the best we have here. The thing is, Harry is the difference. He's not like anyone else. He is Harry Potter. He's been a celebrity since he was 1 year old, and his celebrity status is only increasing. There's nothing he can do about it either, since he's only being himself. Think on that, why don't you? Just being Harry, and he is more famous than anyone else. Every witch and wizard in the world knows his name. Keep reading that book and then think about the boy who grew up here. They are the same person. Now, I have someone waiting to yell at me for giving you that book. I'd best not put this off any longer. Keep that, man, under control, or last night will look like a party compared to the next time. Tonks turned and left the kitchen, steeling herself for the coming storm. Harry was going to be mad. The door opened and Harry turned on the spot. His eyes blazed with a fire that could set the room alight. Tonks entered the room and closed the door. She waved her wand and cast a silencing charm. She knows what's coming. She knows, and she's going to take it because she knows what she did was wrong. What in the bloody hell do you think you are doing giving that woman a book about me? Harry said, biting off the ends of his words. What did you hope to accomplish, huh? Why the F.K. would you do that? Tell me. I had a discussion with her this morning when I left and she seemed interested. Huh, not likely, Harry quipped. She only wants information to use against me. They'll probably put out an advertisement offering me to Voldemort for a few quid. Wait, till Vernon gets wind of this. He'll jump at the chance to be rid of me and make a little money on the side. Besides, you had no right to do it. This is my sentence. Every summer I am locked away here until Dumbledore sees fit to release me. Now, you're trying to make it worse. Do you hate me that much? Harry, I don't hate you, quite the opposite. I'm trying to help, and I think it's working. She seemed intrigued. And has she yelled at you or been mean yet? Not yet. Tonks looked victorious. Give her time, she'll sweep in and get you when you aren't expecting it. That's her way, you know. Oh wait, you don't know, do you? I do, 'cause this is where I grew up. I know how things work around here. I don't need your help fixing things. I had my own plan for that. Tonks's patience was running out. She could take a little bit of dressing down, but this was getting irritating. And just what were you going to do? Do magic and get expelled? Can't happen, Harry said definitively. Dumbledore wouldn't let it happen. He can't let it happen. If I am expelled, he loses and Voldemort wins. As I said, never happen. You're sure of that, aren't you? Yep, one of the few things I am sure of. I don't know who I can trust, but I do know that I can't be expelled. He would lose control over me. He couldn't monitor me as closely as he wants. I would be free and he can't have that. Did the same thing to Sirius and look what happened there. I won't be controlled like that anymore. So you can go back to him and tell him off for me. I'm not here as his spy, Harry. Tonks was beginning to see that this had less to do with the book and more to do with the headmaster. I'm your guard for the night and I'm here as a friend. You asked me to help you last night and I plan to do just that. Do you remember asking? No, I don't remember anything about last night after I came upstairs. What did I say? Harry looked nervous for the first time Tonks could remember, and it wasn't a comforting sight. You asked for my help in learning things. You said that it was your job to kill him. If you died, he won. I'm not sure what makes you think that, but that's what you said. Harry looked downright sick at that point. His eyes were shifting around the room, quickly searching for something that wasn't there. He almost had a caged animal feel about him. Tonks stepped back to the door, afraid to find out what would happen if he decided to act. This man had stood up to you-know-who more than once and lived. He'd done something no one else had, and she didn't want that ability directed at her. Harry, what's wrong? You didn't say anything wrong. Please, calm down. Things aren't that bad, are they? Harry had let his worst fears out and Tonks heard them. Thinking fast, Harry decided he should work with what he had and not make things up. Think about it, Tonks. How else could it end? It isn't like he has it in for someone else, is it? I am the only one that got away. I'm a living example of his failure. Every day I live is that much more of an insult to him. I'm proof he isn't infallible and he hates me for it. Moreover, Dumbledore won't kill him. He could have, but didn't. I watched him let him go. Then use that. Harry, you're an example for everyone. And how would I do that from here? The Ministry is just waiting for a chance to try and get me chucked out of school or tossed into Azkaban if that doesn't work. They tried before. And who knows what Dumbledore is waiting for. Why would I care about all those people? They'll turn on me the first chance they get. They always do. Harry, you need to take this one step at a time. Don't get all worked up thinking of everything at once. You're quick on your feet, but strategy isn't your strong point. You're right about that. Just ask Ron about chess. I couldn't beat him if he was in a coma. There's the happy Harry I want to see more of. I have the same problem, Harry. I can think on my feet, but planning isn't what I do best. At Harry's smirk, Tonks dove for him and knocked him over. She landed on top of him and held him down as best she could. You were about to make a crack about my balance issues, weren't you, Git? Yes, Tonks, Harry said jokingly, but quickly got a serious look on his face. I was going to comment on how well you walk on your own 2 feet. With Tonks thinking about his words, Harry rolled them over. Now, why did you give her that book? Harry, we've been over that already. I gave it to her to help you while you're here. Now, on Wednesday, I might have another, a much better way, to help you. I'll be here Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Now, unless you plan to get more familiar with me, cutie, I think we should sit down like civilized adults. Harry looked at the situation. Tonks' legs were on either side of his, and he was holding her arms above her head. His head was inches away from hers and he could feel the rise and fall of her stomach against his lower regions. Having a pathetic amount of experience with this type of situation and conversation, Harry stood up quickly and turned red from embarrassment. Tonks watched as her comment had the desired result. Harry was embarrassed and he was cute like that too. She'd paid attention to what had been said at Grimmauld Place when it had been only the girls. Ginny had a terrible infatuation with Harry, and Hermione, being the diplomat, had said that he didn't know what to do about it since he'd never known love or affection. Tonks figured that Harry had gotten over that in the past year. He'd grown into himself at least. Harry sat down and fought the battle with his blush. I am not going to turn bright red in front of her. She's helping me and I am not going to do this. She's one of the only people who treat normally. Tonks watched as the blush faded quickly. She didn't know what to do. Blushes didn't fade that fast. Something caused it and she had to find out what it was. Harry, how did you do that? What, deciding to have at me some more? Harry said, trying to keep his head up. Nothing like that, Harry. People can't get rid of blushes that quick. I can, but you know why I can. Now, have you ever done anything like that before? Changed any physical things that can't be changed? Not that I can remember, Tonks. Harry was trying to think of anything other than Tonks lying beneath him. Those thoughts would just get him in trouble. I guess I made my hair grow once. Aunt Petunia cut all of mine off once and I didn't want to go to school looking like that. I was enough of an outcast as it was without being the bald-headed freak too. Harry saw her eyes widen and thought she was trying to make him feel better. Thanks for trying, Tonks, but I can handle embarrassment on my own. I'm serious, Harry. You could be like me. There's a chance based on what you said. Of course, there are varying levels of metamorphagus. I'm the only one as advanced here. There are a few others who can hide their wrinkles or change the tint of their hair. None of them can change as much as I can. Now, Tonks said, bouncing on the bed making it squeak, what else have you done? Harry saw the eagerness on her face and in her body movements. Laughing to himself, he knew it was only a matter of time before she fell off the bed at the rate she was going. Concentrating, Harry tried to think of any other times he had changed his appearance. None came to mind. Shaking his head, sorry, Tonks, I can't think of any others. I've wanted to vanish this scar more times than I can count, but it has never worked. Undeterred, Tonks explained, did you really want to hide it, Harry? It is a part of you. You have had it as long as you can remember. Have you really, truly, wanted to hide it? Yes, I hate this damn thing. It makes me stand out. It makes me that much more different than everyone else. Is that a bad thing? You are different. I'm different. We all are. But do you get stopped on the street and gawked at because you can look different? Do you get written about because of something you didn't do? I didn't die and everyone is in awe of that. Big deal. What kind of life have I had up to this point, huh? Locked away here or fighting to stay alive out there? Harry, you are who you are. People care about you for who you are, not what you have done. You really need to stop getting down on yourself. It's unbecoming. Tonks screwed her face into a look of superiority and stuck her nose in the air and made it grow a little bit. Cute. Thinking of challenging my aunt with that act. You would fit in perfectly with her crowd. I am surprised they ever wear the right shoes with the way they're always looking up. Funny, Harry. I spend most of my time looking down to avoid tripping over things. Do you really think I'm a metamorphagus? No joking around, am I? Let's see if you are, okay. Tonks tapped Harry with her wand a few times and mumbled some words. She continued the actions all around his body. What do you know about us, Harry? Our limitations are abilities. I only know what I've seen from you, Tonks. Is there more than that? Harry, I am the most accomplished metamorph in the country, well, known to the ministry at least. I can change my face, hair color and length, the tone of my skin, color of my eyes, too many things to say really. I do have limits though. I can't change my body size more than a little bit. My bones and joints aren't really changeable. I can grow or shrink about an inch or so, but I can't get as tall as you. I can change my soft features, if you get my meaning, but the hard ones are beyond my ability. Any questions so far? You can change some things, most things, but for the most part your body stays the same. Yes, I can't change my core. I can't change any of my vital organs like the heart or lungs. I could try, but I could mess up and kill myself. Early on I decided to leave those things alone. It just wasn't worth it really. So, what do you really look like? No changes or anything like that. What does Tonks really look like? You want to see the real me, huh? I'm plain, Harry. I like the added bits of flair, honestly. If you really want to though, at Harry's nod, Tonks closed her eyes and focused on returning to her normal self. As Harry watched, the heart-shaped face remained with its features keeping their sharpness, but the hair lengthened to shoulder length and turned a dark brown. Harry watched her figure for any changes and found that her B-east seemed to grow a little bit as her shirt stretched more across the front. Tonks opened her eyes and looked right at Harry, finding him looking intently back. I like it, Tonks. It fits you. I guess it should since it's you. Harry let his eyes wander around her face, studying her features more intently. Her eyes caught his and some of the nervousness he had felt faded away. Most people wonder what I can become, not what I started off as. I still like the color though, so with your permission, dear sir, Tonks scrunched up her face. The short pink hair returned and the B-east shrunk back to their previous size. Would you like to work on this and see if you have the ability? Can I do it without a wand? I don't want to test my theory that I can't be expelled just yet. Yes, everything's based on willpower and intent just like most magic. Harry got a puzzled look at that statement. Oh, that's right, you are only up to 5th year material. You'll get exposed to all that this year. Well, no time like the present. Tonks shifted herself slightly and assumed a tone a teacher would use. Now, class, magic is made up of 3 parts: willpower, intent, and magical ability. Wand movements and words only assist wizards in casting spells because they force the proper mental state and intent when casting a spell. Now, class, have you ever seen or heard Dumbledore do a swish and flick or utter the words Wingardium Leviosa? Harry smirked at her tone but couldn't honestly remember Dumbledore using words to cast his spells. Shaking his head, Harry thought if he could do the same. Announcing your spells was a decided disadvantage in a fight. You are correct, he doesn't. Dumbledore performs wordless magic or intent-driven magic. His intent is his words. He commands the magic to happen and it does. It helps that he has more magical ability than anyone else, but that's beside the point. No one can do anything about their magical power unless they are willing to delve deeply into dark magic. Now, since there is only one of you, Tonks smiled brightly at Harry, I will ask you for some examples of intent magic. Harry decided to play along since things were going well. I have had problems of accidental magic since I was about 3, I guess. Harry, Remus told me about problems you had when you were only a month old. I believe your father ended up with a nappy on his head once for teasing you. I know Sirius used to get the soiled nappies though. I believe he was more consistent in his fun. I've heard that you had very few accidental magic episodes and more intentional magic episodes. Think hard about this. Harry racked his brain thinking of all the times he'd caused things to happen that shouldn't have occurred. I was being chased by Dudley and his friends at school and the next thing I knew I was on the roof. I turned my teacher's hair blue. Grew my hair. I blew up my aunt 3rd year, but that was accidental. At 3rd year, Harry, you have control of your magic unless it is a life or death situation. My guess is that was a combination of both intentional and accidental. I get the impression your anger is an effective trigger for your magic judging by what happened last night. What do you mean? You were mad and I saw your aura, Harry. A real, visible aura that you sustained until you started up the stairs and began to lose consciousness. That is a form of willpower magic, but it isn't really a separate type of magic. It's only a driving force that works with your intent. I will explain it all later. Keep thinking of examples. I guess I opened my cupboard, too, when I was leaving here once. Last year when the Dementors were attacking us, I'd lost my wand. I couldn't see it, but I was calling out Lumos trying to find it. The wand lit up and it was a few feet away from me. Other than that, I can't think of anything else. Does that help? Yes, it does. You've quite a few examples, Harry. That's a good thing because it will make this very easy for you to understand. I told you that words and movements are just triggers for the magic to happen. People with little magic in them or who are weak-minded need those triggers to cast spells. Inexperienced people need the same aids. That's why they teach it in school. Everyone will be on the same level then, the powerful and gifted as well as the weak and new. Now, most of your examples are of intent or willpower. You wanted or needed something to happen so it did. You wanted to get back at Sirius for teasing you, so you levitated a dirty nappy onto his head. He loved that story by the way. He was so proud of his marauder in training, as he put it. He was a bit touched in the head, but I loved him all the same. You getting away from your cousin, your hair, your wand lighting up, were all examples of your intent to achieve a specific outcome. Your willpower drives your intent. I can intend to apparate to China and I can put all my willpower into it, but my magical ability won't let it happen. I do not have enough magic to do it. If I am fighting a mental battle with someone and we have the same level of intent and magical ability, our willpower will decide the victor. Do you understand? You mean like legilimency and occlumency? You know about that. How? Better yet, why? Dumbledore had Snape trying to break into my mind last year since Voldemort can do it. They were trying to get me to a point where I can block out his intrusions. I failed at it. Snape isn't a good teacher to begin with, but when you're doing things like that, well, I am sure you can understand. Judging by the look of horror on her face, Harry figured she understood completely. He had Snape teaching you that. Is he mad? Are you sure he hadn't been at the bottle when he made that brilliant decision? He said Snape would be the best person for the job since he understood how Voldemort used legilimency. The lessons were a bloody nightmare, they didn't help at all. No shite, they were worthless. That git couldn't teach a cat to meow, let alone someone he hates, to protect their mind. I doubt he tried very hard, too. I bet the bat just loved beating up on you, didn't he? Got it in one, Tonks. That was until I looked into his pensieve and saw some memories he wanted to remain hidden. He kicked me out after that. I managed to see some of his memories though, but it only happened after he got me mad. I guess, looking back at everything, anger does seem to work for me. We can talk about that later. Anyway, that's exactly it. You can have all the intent you want, but it would be your willpower that wins that fight. Magical ability won't play into it at all. You learned about the Imperious Curse, right? Yeah, the fake Moody put all of us under it during 4th year. I was the only one to fight it off. Another horrified expression told Harry that he had done something else weird. What is Albus doing at that school? Has he lost his mind? Tonks was mostly talking to herself. So, you were the only one to fight it off. At his nod, she continued. That's an example of willpower. It's completely and totally willpower. I hope that's the only time you have had to do that. Nope, Voldemort got me with it in the graveyard after the Triwizard tournament. I fought that one off too. I also had the whole Priori Incantatum thing too. That was willpower, right? Harry saw looks of awe and horror on Tonks' face. Since she was a metamorph, it was kind of funny to watch her face contort to accommodate both expressions. Tonks recovered somewhat and managed to get her mouth under control enough to speak. You fought off you-know-who's Imperious Curse. That was what you said, right? She couldn't believe he had done that. She couldn't believe he had just said it like it was no big deal. I am in awe, Harry. That's an amazing feat. I have no idea what you mean by the Priori Incantatum though. I will just take your word for it. So, I understand the first two, but what's magical ability then? Harry asked, trying not to make a big deal out of something else different about him. The raw magic inside of you. You were born with it. Purebloods are mistaken in the belief that they are born with more magic in them than others. If it were true, then why are more squibs born to purebloods? Answer that, if you can. An example would be your ability to cast the Patronus charm. That takes both magical ability and intent. If you don't have enough of either, you get Mr. Nothing. Now, I see you ready to say it's the proper emotions that cause that, right? Well, aren't emotions just another form of intent? They have their own kind of power to them. Happy, sad, anger, hate, they carry their own intent in a way. The unforgivables carry with them a life sentence because they are driven by intent. You cannot accidentally cast one. You must want to kill, to hurt, or to control another. A person can fight off two of them. The imperious is the easiest to fight off if you want to call it that. I can't fight it off. It would take someone quite a bit weaker than me casting it before I could fight it off. The Cruciatus curse would be next. I have heard of only a few people in all of history who were able to fight off the effects of the curse, and that is more rumor than fact as far as I can tell. I know you have felt that one, Harry. I know that you know who had you under it. I know it hurts, but he's probably the worst there is with that spell. You lived through it, but I thought I was going to die when we had our test with that one. I am very in tune with my body. It's part of being a metamorph. It hurt me worse than the others. Bellatrix is pretty good with it too. Everything we talk about stays between us, right? Tonks nodded her head. I tried it on her, you know. After she killed Sirius, I wanted her to hurt. I felt I'd earned the right. I was justified in using it, but it didn't work properly. It only lasted a few seconds and then she was on her feet again. She mocked me and proceeded to give me a lesson in how to use the curse. I'll remember that lesson next time I meet her. Harry had become more vengeful as he spoke. The room seemed to cool as his mood got darker. Tonks felt the power in his voice. It was palpable. She didn't know whether to agree with him or talk him out of it. He'd just admitted to using an unforgivable. A teenager had cast an unforgivable curse, with little to no training, and he did it against one of the most accomplished witches in recent history. Harry, I am surprised that you were able to cast the spell at all. Anger doesn't drive it. You have to have the intent and power to cast the spell, but to sustain it you must stay focused on your intent and the result. The spell is very complex and you managed it, at least a little, on a very dangerous person. My aunt has killed and tortured so many people in her life. The fact that you survived the experience means a lot in my book. Harry, I'm going to tell you how I live my life as an Auror. It's the same thing soldiers live by. I'm going home at the end of the day. I'm going to live through this. I fight for myself, but I fight for my buddy, too. I fight, because he fights. I win, because he wins. In the end, after it's all over, if I live in my buddy lives, I did the right thing. Do you regret what you did, Harry? No, I only wish that it had worked better, that's all. I want her to hurt. I want to see her suffer. She ended a good man's life that day and she was happy about it. I want her to know what it feels like to hurt that much. She told me I had to enjoy it, but the way you explained it makes more sense. I think I could cast it on her again if I get the chance. I hope it's soon though. Harry wore a vengeful look on his face as his mind drifted back to Sirius falling through the veil. Well, on that happy note, back to magical ability. The duration and effect of a spell is dependent mostly on your power. The more powerful you are, the longer the spell lasts. Transfiguring an object will only last a certain length of time for most people. Conjuring is the best example of this. Conjuring something takes a lot of power, which is why not many people can do it very well. The size of the object also affects the power needed and the time it lasts. This is why we buy our clothes instead of conjuring them. Nasty surprise for all when your spell fails, Well, maybe not for the women, but you get my meaning. Same for food too. Your body wouldn't do well if things started disappearing inside of it. Any questions? No, it all makes sense to me. So, what do I have a lot of? A refocused Harry asked, wanting to reassure himself of the mechanics. You have willpower, that's undeniable. You have power. I have felt it a couple times and your spell work is example enough. You have intent when it's needed. I think it's safe to say you have all of them, Harry. I wouldn't want to be on the other end of your wand. You only need to work on using them. Think outside of the Hogwarts' curriculum tonight and tomorrow. You might just get to practice it a little bit this summer. Harry could tell Tonks was holding something back and he wanted to know what it was. He didn't like to be the last to know things. He stared into her eyes and willed himself to know what she was hiding. He caught a brief image of himself casting spells in a large room with Tonks watching him before he felt himself being mentally pushed out of her mind. The next thing Harry saw was Tonks looking at him. Tonks felt the slight intrusion on her mind, but didn't know how it had happened. Harry had entered her mind and he did it quite easily. She summed up all her strength and pushed him out of her mind as strongly as she could. Once she had successfully removed Harry from her mind, she found herself breathing heavily and looking at a calm Harry staring at her with a slightly confused look on his face. "How did you do that? You were hiding something from me, and I've had bad experiences with people hiding things from me. I just wanted to know what was going on, and I was in your mind. I apologize, but it just kind of happened. Well, you were very good at what you managed to do. It took everything I had to force you out. Were you trying to stay inside my mind?" "No. Once I figured out what was going on, I just kind of waited for you to throw me out." "You mean you were just waiting there? You weren't trying to stay and look around?" "No way. I've had Snape in my head too many times messing about like that. I wouldn't do that to you, Tonks." "Well, that was willpower, Harry. Your intent got you in the door, but your natural willpower kept you there and made it very hard to remove you. I'm rather skilled at both legilimency and occlumency too. If you would like me to help you with it, I can try. I couldn't be any worse than Snape at least." "Huh, you would be a much better teacher than he could ever be. You don't hate me for one. I'd gladly accept your help, Tonks. I need every bit of it I can get." The explanation about magic helped a lot. "Why don't they tell us these things when we start school? It would have helped me quite a bit. I am not much of a book learner. I just do it and figure things out as I go. I try my best, Harry. I am glad it helped somewhat." Tonks was happy. She had helped teach Harry something. "You were brilliant, Tonks." "Thank you." Tonks couldn't help but bounce up and down on the bed a little bit. She was very pleased with herself. Harry saw it happen in slow motion. The bed squeaked with every bounce. Tonks got a little air with her final bounce and to her detriment shifted her position. Harry knew what was going to happen and watched her land on the edge of the mattress. It registered on her face a moment before gravity took over completely, and Tonks slipped off the edge and fell to the floor with a crash. "Oof. That hurt my bum." Harry couldn't help but laugh. It was the funniest thing that had happened all day. Harry only laughed louder when Tonks started laughing from the floor. Harry leaned over the bed and offered a hand up. Tonks's gleaming smile told him everything was all right. She took his hand and began to pull herself up. The door burst open and a very unhappy uncle stood in the doorway, red-faced and puffing away like he had just ran up the stairs. Harry turned to the interruption and sighed, realizing that the last few hours had gone too well considering his luck. Harry turned back to look at Tonks and found her smile faltering. "I knew it," Vernon bellowed. "I knew you were nothing but a whore. I know what you were doing up here with the boy. I heard the bed squeaking. Don't act like I made it up. I want you out, now." Harry finished pulling Tonks up onto the bed and stood up to face his uncle. "I warned you to watch what you said to Tonks. You have gone too far, Vernon. You will not speak to her that way. I will not let you." The room dropped in temperature and Harry stepped towards his uncle. "You will apologize, now. Then you will leave us alone. We weren't doing what you suggested. Being fully clothed should have been a hint. I will do no such thing, you ungrateful son of a bi.ch, Vernon roared, but didn't step forward. "I should have chucked you out the day we found you. I knew you would be the ruin of this family. I will not have your kind here anymore. Out, out, out." Vernon called a smallish but curt voice from the hallway. "He's clothed, so they weren't doing that. They could hurt you if you keep this up. Please, let's go back downstairs." Aunt Petunia stood in the hallway behind Vernon looking small but determined. "You remember when he got mad at Marge? I don't want the same thing to happen to you. Please." Vernon looked at his wife. He had forgotten about that. The boy did that without his stick and there was another one with him. He was clothed and so was she. He saw her wand pointed at him and it was slightly glowing at the tip. Deciding to make a tactical retreat, Vernon swallowed his words and took 3 steps out of the room, never turning his back on his nephew. Once in the hallway, Vernon took a deep breath, thrust his chest out and went downstairs. Petunia quickly closed the door and hurried after her husband. She reasoned with him. She's never done that before. She always let him do whatever he wanted. She might have seen what the rest of us noticed a long time ago. "Now, do you really understand how magic is used? I tried my best, but I don't know if it worked for you. Everyone's different when it comes to this. I get it. It makes sense. The only problem is practicing it and I can't do that here. In a few days you might be able to, Harry." Watching his eyebrows shoot up in anticipation, Tonks figured she should clarify a little bit. I can't say more than that, so don't you go digging around for it. I've still not recovered from the last time. Just practice using your intent and willpower to make your magic happen. Everyone can do a little wandless magic from time to time, and I think you'll be better than average at it. Anyway, wandless magic is untraceable by the ministry. Now, it's late and you should get to sleep. We talked for a long time about things. If you have any questions, just ask. Where are you going to sleep then? Harry asked, looking around his small room. There was only the bed and he was planning to sleep in it. I'll do what I did last night, Harry. Tonks stared at Harry, waiting for him to get ready for bed. What? Aren't you going to brush your teeth or something? I'm waiting for your answer actually. Where are you going to sleep? I'm going to bunk with you, of course. Why, do you have a problem with that? Harry didn't know what to do about what Tonks had said. Thinking fast, he said, no problem. I just don't know how you want to do this. Oh, this was so much easier when you were unconscious. You lay down. I lay down. Then we get comfortable and go to sleep. Boy, Harry, you act like you've never done this before. I haven't, Tonks. This will be a first as far as I can remember. That was not what Tonks had expected to hear. You mean to tell me you've never slept with a woman? Even the sleeping part? Harry shook his head, confirming what she heard and destroying what she had thought about the boy who lived. I figured you for a ladies' man, Harry. Athlete, cute, hero, you have it all. I figured you to have a long list of ladies waiting to keep you warm at night. Nope. My first shot at a relationship failed spectacularly. I really didn't have the time to get another one. I doubt many women would want to date someone like me. Oh, no. They would want the ugly ones or maybe an ass. Tonks smiled, letting him know she was just playing around. You should try, Harry. You're only young once and Hogwarts is full of women wanting the same thing. Trying to turn the tables and save himself from more shame, Harry said what came to mind first. Speaking from experience, Tonks. Maybe, but that's for me to know and you to find out. Harry hung his head, hiding his red face. I set myself up for that one and she took her shot. Cutting his losses, Harry left his room and got ready for bed. Tonks laughed to herself. She had got Harry to blush twice in one day. He really wasn't the suave man she had expected. He was more of the clueless young man they all were at that age. When Harry came back, he just stayed near the door. Come on, Harry, in you get. I'll just slide in where I can find room. Seeing his disbelief, Tonks grabbed him by the shoulders and pushed him to the bed. Honestly, must the woman show the man everything? I think I've had enough innuendo for the evening, Tonks. Thanks. Harry got into bed and chose the side closest to the door. If his uncle got any crazy ideas and found the courage, Harry would be the first one to get it. Tonks could get away then. Settled, Harry. Tonks took Harry's annoyed look as confirmation and jumped over him to get to the open space. More than enough room, Harry. If we fit together tonight like we did last night, then there will be enough room for a third if you have someone in mind. Do you? One is enough, thank you. I wouldn't want to get ahead of myself now, would I? That's a very mature way of approaching it, Harry. Now if you start getting too frisky, I will let you know by smacking you. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Thanks for the warning, Tonks. I'll keep that in mind. Harry found himself looking into a pair of dark eyes that didn't seem to stop. He watched her hair lengthen and darken. She had changed into the real Tonks. Did you do that last night? No, I stayed the same Tonks last night. As a peace offering for my bad behavior, I will be the real me. Only tonight though, or it could become a habit. Feeling sleep trying to overtake him, Harry couldn't help but think of how nice a place he was in at that very moment. Thanks, Nymphadora, I appreciate it. Tonks wanted to yell at him, but she couldn't because he was being sincere. Might have overdone the sleeping charm a little bit, but he never would have fallen asleep at the rate his heart was beating. Tonks watched Harry sleep for a few minutes before feeling herself beginning to drift off. Testing the link to the wards, she found everything as it should be. The last thought to cross Tonks's mind was how things could change for Harry in the next few days. He will be a different person if things happen the way they should. He will see things differently and act differently. Am I doing the right thing by helping him? A soft fluttering invaded Harry's slumber. Thinking that Hedwig was just trying to get his attention, Harry ignored it and tried to return to the warm and comfortable place he'd been pulled from. The sound continued unheeded and he knew she wouldn't let him sleep if she needed something. The fluttering persisted. Past experience told Harry that Hedwig wasn't above landing on his head if it was important, and her talons would hurt. Forcing his eyes open, Harry saw dark brown hair obscuring his view. It took him a moment to place it, but he quickly figured out that Hedwig wasn't the reason he was awake. It was the aura curled into him that woke him up, not Hedwig. Tonks was fast asleep and making a quiet rattling sound in her throat as she breathed. Harry couldn't help but smile at how new this situation was to him. I like this, waking up with someone. It feels good. Harry looked around as well as he could without his glasses. The only thing that wasn't blurry was Tonks. He watched her breathe, causing her shoulders to move slightly. He noticed that she was completely wrapped up by him. He didn't remember doing that, but it must have happened during the night. She seemed happy with the way things were, at least by the way she was sleeping. Much to his excitement and discomfort, Harry found her rear firmly against his front. He felt himself stir a bit but fought down those thoughts. That's not how I want her to wake up today. There would be no chance fighting that blush. Not to mention the embarrassment. Breaking his train of thought, Harry felt a vibration coming from under her pillow. She moved slightly, reaching a hand under the pillow, and the vibration stopped. From her movements, Harry became acutely aware of where his left hand was resting, and he didn't know what to do. She'd stretched a little, reaching for her wand, causing his hand to be squashed into her east. Oh, shit. This just gets worse. Harry was waiting for her to wake up and smack him across the head for his wandering hand. The seconds ticked by, Tonks settled a little bit and seemed to drift off again. Trying his best to be careful, Harry slowly moved his hand away from her soft, warm east and returned it to a safer place. Once he had his hand safely on her hip, he relaxed, thinking he'd pulled it off. Just like every other guy, grope and run. I see how you are, Harry. Tonks spoke quietly and it was obvious that she had just woken up, but the playfulness was still there. Harry didn't know what to do but decided he should apologize for starters. I'm sorry, Tonks. I didn't realize where it was until you moved. I'm really. Hush. You did the same thing last night too. No worries, Harry. It felt even better this morning. You love this, don't you? Harry prompted. You love being the innocent one in this and making me feel guilty. I see how you are. Don't you mean you know how I feel? And guilt has nothing to do with it. I'm the adult here, Harry. If anyone should feel guilty, it would be me. But, me being me, I don't feel guilty at all. I rather liked it, in all honesty. I could go another turn if you'd like. Tonks took this moment to roll over and look into Harry's eyes. She saw him fighting a pitched battle between embarrassment and the desire to take her up on her offer. I'm a tease, Harry. I can't help it and wouldn't if I could. As you get to know me, you'll learn when I'm playing, when I'm serious, and when I'm both. Take a guess which one it is right now. I think I'll keep what little dignity I have left and hold my tongue, thank you. Sure you don't want me to hold it for you. At least I didn't wake up with you trying to spear me in the back. Tonks knew she was going a little too far, but she couldn't help it. She enjoyed it too much and Harry was all sorts of fun. Never mind about the dignity, I think you just ran that over with a hippogriff. Harry took a deep breath and settled himself for a second. I believe I'll get up, out of bed before you can humiliate me any more than you already have. Don't you have some order member to meet soon? Yes, but it's just Dung and he'll be late as usual. Besides, this is far more entertaining. I'm glad I can amuse you, Tonks. If you keep this up, I may just start doing the same thing to you. What would you do then, huh? I eagerly await that day, Harry Potter. Maybe then you'll finally figure out if I'm playing or serious, or both. Tonks thought she had won the battle, but she noticed a twinkle in Harry's eyes that was far too reminiscent of a certain headmaster. Careful what you wish for, Nymphadora. You may get what you ask for. Hesitating a second, Tonks spoke very softly. It's Tonks to you, Harry. Oh, Merlin, I may have gone too far. He might have me figured out, and that twinkle should be outlawed. Stay strong, he's probably just trying to spook you. Harry saw her hesitate. He knew she wasn't sure of things right now. That was the opportunity he needed to save face. He leaned forward and kept his face as blank as possible. This was the crucial moment, he didn't want to stuff it up. You didn't say anything about it last night. Why the sudden change? Harry gave her a playful smirk and eased out of the bed slowly. Leave them wondering. That's what Wood had said second year after he and that blonde during the party. Leave them wondering and they can't get enough, Harry. Harry grabbed some clothes from the bureau and left for the loo to wash up. He never noticed Tonks let out a huge breath and swallow nervously. She quickly gathered her wand from under the pillow. Righting her clothes and waving her wand over them to get the wrinkles out, Tonks apparated outside to meet Dung. Yep, he called my bluff and I caved. Now I can only wait and see what he does about it. I hate not being in control, but what can I do about it? Her musings were interrupted by a drunken slob appearing next to her. As covert as Hagrid, you are. Are you sure you can handle this task, Dung? I mean even with the cloak you are obvious to anyone who happens to have a pulse. What's got your knickers in a twist, Tonks? Boyfriend not doing his job. Time, O to MUMF. Watch it, git. I know where you live. Alley, trash can, and all. Now, same as yesterday, watch the fat one. We nearly had a killing last night. I don't think he can be taught. Maybe all the cholesterol gets in the way. I'll do me best, Tonks, you know da. I'll be back at 6 or before. You heard about the change, right? Yeah, I eared. Thanks about da. I hate the daytime. Looking forward to dark again. Later, Dung. And with that, Tonks apparated away. Harry returned to his bedroom without passing any of the Dursleys. He found Tonks already gone, which was no surprise. Thank Merlin she's gone. I doubt I could have kept up what I was doing before. Left with little to do now that Tonks was gone, he saw Hedwig asleep in her cage and the remains of a mouse at the bottom waiting for him to clear them away. Decisions. Clean her cage or eat something. Harry pulled up the loose floorboard and pulled out a bag of crisps that he had hidden. The breakfast of champions, well, at least the Triwizard Survivor. Harry looked around his room and decided that he may as well practice what Tonks had told him last night. He decided that levitating a book would be a good place to start, so he grabbed his copy of Quidditch Through the Ages and set it on his desk. Okay, willpower plus intent. You can do this. You did this before. Just do it. Come on, up. Seriously, up. Half an hour later, Harry found himself with a headache and the book in the exact same place, mocking him. From what Tonks told him, words and wand movements were triggers, and in his case so was anger. Fine, I'll anger this bloody thing to move. He gave Matt a shot but nothing happened. Then he focused his anger about Voldemort and Bellatrix on the book, but he had to stop when the book started smoking. Great. If I need to light a cigarette, I might be onto something. Harry blew out his cheeks in frustration. It was clearly time to get creative. He stopped thinking about words and people he hated and simply thought about making the book move. He concentrated on the outcome instead of the process. After a few minutes, Harry felt a movement inside of himself. He didn't know what it was, but it was a movement nonetheless. He felt it move from himself to the book, and he was shocked to find the book levitating in midair, albeit listing to the left precariously. I did it. So that's what it feels like, Harry said out loud, looking over to Hedwig, was decidedly still asleep and ignoring him. Unperturbed but silent, Harry continued. I guess I've never had time to feel it before. I just made it happen. Harry tried the process again and managed to level the book out. When he was satisfied with lifting, he willed the book to lower itself back down to the desk. Nothing happened. All right, try to recreate that feeling again and then direct it to the book. Maybe I work in reverse. Tonks did say that everyone was different. He created the feeling again and pushed it towards the book. Much to his surprise, it worked. With the small achievement earned, Harry planned out the rest of his day. He wanted to be faster and more accurate, wandlessly, with levitation as well as 3 other spells before Tonks returned. Looking to a still sleeping Hedwig, Harry promised, I will not fail. Over the next 4 hours, Harry got a lot faster at willing the book to levitate. He moved it up and down and side to side around the room. Hedwig had voiced her disapproval once when the book got away from Harry and nearly hit her. Harry apologized for the next hour, levitating treats to her for over 10 minutes. He also practiced summoning things. Memories of a lost wand in an alley inspired him in making sure he would never find himself wandless again. With just a few mishaps, he perfected the familiar spell quickly. The vanishing charm was executed too. Hedwig's cage no longer containing mouse bones or owl droppings served as evidence of Harry's efforts and success. He couldn't think of another spell to practice that was easy but important for staying alive. He knew offensive spells would be good ones to work on, but he wasn't sure if the Ministry could detect those kinds of spells, wandless or not. Besides, damaging the Dursleys' house wouldn't make things easier for him at all. After tossing the idea around in his head, Harry decided on the silencing charm. It would be dead useful when he was wandering around Hogwarts, trying to avoid teachers and who knew what else. Harry idly wondered what kind of nightmare of a defense teacher he could expect to deal with this year. Whomever Dumbledore managed to con into the job, Harry could only hope they'd do him the courtesy of not trying to kill him until after Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup. Harry's hunger broke his concentration shortly after he had perfected silencing his footsteps. Concerned about how Aunt Petunia would react this time, Harry reluctantly set off for the kitchen. Maybe she'll throw a knife at me or some boiling water. Harry opened his door and listened. Hearing nothing, he went downstairs and slowly opened the kitchen door and found his aunt and Dudley sitting at the table. Dudley was quiet because he was eating a rather thick sandwich, and Aunt Petunia was still reading the book about him while nibbling on some fruit. Deciding that it was now or never, Harry entered the kitchen and headed directly for the food that was laid out on the counter. Dudley paused gnawing on his food and followed Harry with his eyes. Harry noticed what Dudley was doing but chose not to show that he had. Harry wanted to be in and out as fast as he could and didn't want any distractions. 1/3 of the day had passed pleasantly and he wanted to keep it that way. With 2 pieces of bread laid out, Harry slapped down cheese and turkey, completing his sandwich. Grabbing an apple from Dudley's diet basket, on his way by, Harry made for the door only to find his cousin staring him down. Harry glared back for a few seconds while continuing towards the door and safer rooms. "What do you think you're doing?" asked Dudley. "Mum, he's taking food. He can't do that, can he? Leave him be, Duddykins," Petunia said as nicely as she could. "Do you want more, Harry?" Harry shook his head, not wanting to speak out loud for fear of rousing the real Petunia he felt certain was nearby and waiting to attack. Dudley nearly fell off his bench when his mother asked if Harry wanted more food. He'd never heard those words directed at Harry before. "Mum, what in the bloody hell are you doing? Are you touched in the head? He didn't put a spell on you, did he?" "Enough of that, Popkin," Petunia chided softly. "Are you sure, Harry?" "Yes, quite sure, Aunt Petunia." "Can I?" Petunia began, completely ignoring her son's sputtering, but didn't seem to know how to finish. "Did you really?" Petunia paused and seemed not to know how to continue. "What?" Harry asked hesitantly. "Did you really duel the man who killed Lily?" "Yes, I did. I almost died doing it, too. If you ever see him, run. You don't stand a chance against him and he'll kill you without a moment's thought." "How did you fight him? How could you beat him?" "I didn't beat him." Harry couldn't believe he was having this conversation. "I ran before he could kill me." "Ha, coward," Dudley said. Harry shifted his focus to his swollen cousin. "If you ever see him, Dud, you'd probably fall over yourself trying to run away or just mess your pants. When it comes to Voldemort, there's no such thing as being a coward. You are either alive or, like most people, dead. Just like that, too. How many people have fought him and lived?" Petunia asked with a shaky voice. "Two that I know of," Harry answered. "Dumbledore is the only other one who has fought Voldemort face to face and lived. And you are the other person who has." "Yes, Aunt Petunia, I'm the only other person who has lived when Voldemort decided to kill them. Hence, the hero thing, I guess." "Mum, what in the devil is he talking about?" Dudley asked, but saw his mother staying silent. "Mum, how many times have you faced him? You want a list?" Seeing Petunia nod slightly, Harry listed them off. 1 year old, Mum and Dad died, I lived. 1st year, twice, but he wasn't in a human form. 2nd year, once, but he was a memory from the diary. 4th year, once in the graveyard, and he was in human form then. 5th year, once in the atrium to the ministry. So, that makes it 6 times I've faced him and lived. Anything else you want to know? Petunia thought of what else she could ask him quickly since his agitation had been growing the entire conversation. "Do you have a book explaining Quidditch?" This one doesn't give any details about it. It's just recaps of your matches. Harry nodded and willed his copy of Quidditch Through the Ages to come to him. The book came flying through the air, shortly afterwards, and Harry caught it easily as it forced the kitchen door out of its way. Petunia gave a slight shriek when the door opened, revealing the book, and Dudley wore a gleeful look instead of his normal one of puzzlement. "You did magic," Dudley cackled. "You're going to get chucked out now." "No, Dud, I'm not. I did wandless magic and they can't trace it. I'm still new at it, but so far things are going well for me. Want me to levitate you around the room? I'm pretty sure I could manage it easy enough." Dudley watched a smile grow on Harry's face. From the look of things, Harry was sure of himself and Dudley didn't like that. "No, that's okay. I prefer to stay on the ground, thank you. You keep your weirdness to yourself, freak." "Your choice, Dud." Harry was glad Dudley hadn't forced his hand on the issue. He wasn't sure he could control Dudley if he got him off the ground, and Aunt Petunia's odd behavior definitely wouldn't survive Dudley bouncing off walls. Harry handed Petunia the book and watched her look at the cover. Surprisingly, she really seemed interested in it. Still not trusting her, Harry wrote off his impressions with a simple thought. "The tabloids are just really boring right now. This is probably the next closest thing for her." Harry scanned the room one last time, then headed for his room with the sandwich in hand and the apple floating after him for good measure. The kitchen was silent after Harry left. Dudley stared at his mum, not sure what to think. "Mummy, what's going on? I read some things about Harry that are hard to believe. If they're true, then our past treatment of him could be really dangerous to us. I've just finished a book about him and I'm still trying to figure out what is real and what is fiction." "A book about him? Why would anyone write a book about him?" "Here," Petunia handed the book to Dudley, "read that and I think you'll see why they wrote a book about him. Either way, I don't need to remind you to keep this from your father, do I? As if I would mention any of this to him. As fun as it would be to see him get mad, I think Harry and his bi.ch would hurt Dad if he tried anything. Don't say that about her. I may not like her either, but Harry seems to, and after you read that, you won't want him mad at you. Now, keep it well hidden, okay, Diddy?" "Yes, Mum, I will." Dudley grabbed at the book and found a smiling Harry looking up at him. The picture moved a bit and Dudley nearly dropped the book in shock. "Mummy, it moved." "I know, Diddy. Their pictures move. It's just one more thing that makes them different from us. Try not to let it bother you, Popkin. Some of the pictures can't be real, but they're in there. A dragon chasing him around on a broom. Far-fetched fiction if you ask me, but the book made it seem normal. Odd people, like those Hare Krishnas in the airport. A dragon. They aren't real. We would have seen them if they were. Wouldn't we?" "You would think so, but no one else knows about them and their ways, do they?" Petunia said, looking scared and checking the not-so-dark areas of the kitchen for specters. "I know you don't like reading, Diddykins, but it might help us prevent bad things from happening this summer. I have a bad feeling for some reason. What in the hell is going on here and what did Tonks do to her?" Harry couldn't believe what was going on in number 4. Not once in his life had anything similar occurred. Harry tried to convince himself to let it go, repeating over and over that worrying about it wouldn't get him an answer until Tonks returned. Once he muted his curious thoughts, he managed to eat his bounty and focus on practicing. It was fun to scare and torment them with that summoning charm though. Harry ate, and reviewed all the spells he had worked on earlier. Proving to himself that he had them down, he chose 4 others to learn. Since he'd already achieved his goal for the day, everything else was a bonus. Harry practiced the flame charm on a small candle he had brought from Hogwarts and barely avoided setting his room on fire after numerous sparks and smolders. Surveying the damage to his blanket, several of Dudley's old books, and a spot on his desk, Harry decided that if he was going to set things on fire, then he had better practice the flame freezing charm, too. He tested the spell by holding his hand over an open flame he had just created, much to Hedwig's vocal disapproval. After an hour's practice, he finally mastered McGonagall's switching charm. Though he wasn't quite sure why he was even bothering with it, other than McGonagall always saying, "Future learning builds on past learning." He'd just have to take her word for it. The freezing charm caused Harry some difficulty, as well, but not in freezing things. That worked fine, it was his aim that needed work. Harry winced and muttered for the 3rd time, "Sorry, Hedwig, when the spell just missed the wary owl. With several rough spots on the wall from practicing, Harry heard a noise from downstairs. It was far too early for Tonks to be back. He opened his door and listened. He heard voices, but they were too quiet to understand. Curiosity getting the best of him, Harry cast the silencing spell on his feet and crept to the top of the stairs. Harry wished he had a pair of extendable ears handy. The new voice seemed familiar, but he couldn't place it. With few options, Harry took a deep breath and descended the stairs. Someone was standing in the living room. Crouching a little, Harry spotted a worn cloak that had been repaired more than a few times. Recognizing the cloak, Harry took a moment to ponder whether he really wanted to talk to its owner or not. Decision made and hanging his head in defeat, Harry walked the rest of the way down the stairs and into the living room. He stood directly behind Remus and listened to the conversation Remus was having with Aunt Petunia. No one had heard him enter the room and they remained ignorant of his presence. "I don't want you here any more than the other one," Petunia declared while eyeing Remus's threadbare clothing, barely restraining her contempt. "Now, Mrs. Dursley, I just want a short visit with Harry," Remus explained. "I'll be gone before Mr. Dursley arrives, I assure you." The internal struggle was quite apparent on her face before she slowly answered. "Fine. Two of you are too many. The last thing I need or want is more of your kind here." "Why, thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Dursley," Remus forced as politely as he could. "Now I'll just go up to his room and speak with him." Harry said, "I'm right here, Professor Lupin." Remus jumped a little at the sound of Harry's voice, and turned to give him a small, sad smile. "Sorry, I didn't hear you there, Harry, and my ears are sharper than most. I bet we don't hear the half of what mischief you managed to get up to at school." Harry did not return Lupin's smile. "Your ears better than a certain bat or old man. Not to sound rude, but why are you here, Professor?" "It's Remus, Harry," Remus said softly. "I haven't been your teacher for a few years and I see you as an equal, so please call me Remus." "Fine, Remus then. Why are you here?" "Well, I think we should go somewhere private for this. I'm sure you would prefer it considering what I have to say and all." "What's it about?" Harry asked, his patience waning further. "Serious," was the only word Remus spoke while waiting for an explosive reaction. "Ah, okay, I see your point. My room then," Harry said, not waiting for an answer. He turned and walked up to his room after discreetly removing the silencing charm from his feet. "I don't want to advertise anything yet. They can all find out on their own the hard way." In spite of himself, Harry wondered what terrible thing Remus needed to tell him that couldn't have been sent by post or through Tonks. Once the door closed, Harry fixed Remus with a stare, waiting for him to start. Remus looked around the room and spotted the large bed, which seemed to pique his interest. A clearing of Harry's throat caused the older man to look him in his eyes. "Harry, you look well. Have you been sleeping and eating okay?" Remus prompted nervously. "Why are you here?" Harry wasn't going to play the game. He wanted to know what was going on and he wanted to know fast. "Okay, well, I'm here to discuss Sirius. I know you would rather not, but certain things must be discussed. I miss him as much as you do, Harry, maybe more so, but that's not the main reason I'm here. In the next few days, you should receive something from Gringotts concerning Sirius's estate. I didn't want it to catch you off guard, so I came to tell you in person. I know you are in his will, Harry. You're going to get most of it, too, if I know Padfoot. I wanted to tell you that life goes on. Sirius would want you use his possessions to cause as much mayhem as possible. At least, that was his plan when his mother died. I also wanted to tell you that you didn't cause his death. You have no reason to feel guilty." Harry merely stared at his father's friend. This was the last thing he wanted to deal with right now. He didn't want any of Sirius's stuff, and he wanted to think about it even less. Sighing, Harry knew he had little choice in the matter since Gringotts would carry out whatever direction Sirius had left with them. "Fine," Harry said evenly, fighting his anger and sadness. "Anything else?" Remus was not surprised by Harry's attitude. He understood the emotions Harry was dealing with. They were the same ones he, himself, had dealt with years ago when their lives were destroyed that terrible Halloween night. "If you need to talk about things, Harry, I'm here for you." "Huh, you mean you are somewhere else for me? I'm the only one here. Hedwig is here, too, but she doesn't talk much, her being an owl and all." I know you're hurting, Harry, but things will get. Stop. Harry didn't want to hear it. I don't want your sympathy or your words of advice. I'll get through this like I have everything else, in my own way. Harry didn't voice what he was really thinking. I'm going to get that by.ch one way or another. That's my way, at least when it comes to this subject. Remus looked worried and happy all at the same time. He wasn't sure how to take what Harry had said. He could have meant any number of things by that statement. I hope you're okay, Harry. Try not to dwell on this too much. I speak from experience when I say that nothing good can come of it. Yes, but when you had your experience everyone was dead or in prison. So you could never really do anything about it, could you? I don't have that problem. Everyone I need to deal with is still alive. Harry stopped himself from saying any more. He knew he had to think clearly and not let his emotions take over. He figured he could make a book float pretty easily at this point but chose not to practice that spell. Remus, if there's nothing else, I would really like to be alone right now. Thank you for telling about this. I'll look for the owl. Remus watched the young man wrestle with his feelings. He knew Harry had a long road to travel before he would get over what had happened. I understand, Harry. Try to think of the good things, okay? Sirius died on his feet. He always wanted to go that way. Or under a good woman, but I'm sure you don't want to hear about that. I know I didn't, but Sirius made sure to describe it in great detail whenever he got bored. Remus smiled sadly as he remembered the many times Sirius had told those stories. Thanks for that picture, Remus. I doubt I'll be able to get to sleep tonight. Now, if you are quite finished corrupting my mind, Harry cracked a small, forced smile. Yes, I think I'm quite finished. Thank you for listening, Harry. Remember the good times, okay? I'll show myself out. Remus turned and left the room. He walked down the stairs and out the front door, completely ignoring the head sticking out of the kitchen door following his every movement. Harry heard the telltale crack of apparition and let go of the tight emotional control he had been forced into. His mood turned sourer than it had been. He had anger coursing through him and he needed to direct it somewhere. He knew he couldn't do magic right now, because he would get himself into trouble. With no other options coming to mind, Harry decided to head to the park, thinking that maybe a walk would clear his mind or at least he could get away from Privet Drive for a few minutes. The oppressive feel of the house was beginning to take hold like it always had every other summer. Only this time, it was occurring much faster. Leaving the house was easy and the walk to the park went quickly. The swings had been repaired while he had been away at Hogwarts, so he sat on one and gave a great heave with his feet. He pumped once, trying to force out as much anger as he could without letting his magic kick in. Harry watched as the view of the park tilted and he was staring at the clouds overhead. The view swung back to one that was the park, and so on, as he swung lower each time. His anger slowly ebbed with each swing, allowing Harry to focus his mind back to reality. Movement from underneath a small bush caught his attention after he had settled into a more gentle back and forth motion. He saw a bushy tail flick out of sight in the growing shadows. As if one wasn't enough, I have a second minder. Are you after me or are you minding my minder? A furry face poked out from the bush and muted him. Harry decided that meant both, since he knew Dung's reliability was questionable at best. The silence remained for another 20 minutes until a pair of kids entered at the far end of the park. They must have been new to the area, since they were in the park around the time Dudley and his gang would come by and cause problems with the other kids. The property damage to the park happened after dark, as did most of the harassment. The boy and girl had to be brother and sister, judging by the way the boy would tease her. He never had to say or do much to get her swinging her fist at him. They alternated between climbing the slide and spinning the merry-go-round. Harry wondered what it would be like to have a brother or sister. He wondered if his mum and dad had thought about having more kids before Voldemort killed them. Knowing those thoughts were not the best ones to think about, Harry focused on watching the kids more. They had to be around 8 and 6, maybe 9 and 7. The girl would follow her brother around and do what he did until he made her mad. The teasing was a lot like how the twins would tease Ron or Ginny, only without the explosions, of course. They seemed happy together and that was something foreign to Harry. He'd never had a sibling to love or be mad at. He only had Dudley and there was never more than anger, hate, and loathing between them. Harry thought about how things worked between him and his friends. As he thought about it, Hermione was the closest thing he had to a sister. He had to admit she was an older sister most of the time. She always made him do his homework. She nagged him to keep trying to do better and follow the rules. She did her best to help him in her own way. She believed in adults. She always had trust in them. They had always helped her in her life. Her parents were good people. They loved her and cared about her. They believed her and in her. She never had to manage on her own. Harry also realized that she was a younger sister sometimes, too. Whenever the books and her knowledge failed her, she was lost. When she was lost, she turned to Harry to help her, to make the decisions, and to fix things. When things got difficult, Hermione turned to him to make them right. He knew that in most situations, he had no clue what he was doing. He would just do something and things would usually work out. When faced with trouble, if he ran one way, she would follow him without question. If it was a real problem, she would follow his lead, giving help along the way if she could. He thought about all the times they had gotten in over their heads. Every time, they made it because they worked together. Harry led because he was willing to make the choice and see it through. Hermione would sit back and think the problem through. If she didn't have the time to do that, she would wait for Harry to lead. She was the sister he never had growing up. She could drive him crazy just by trying to make him better, but when it came down to it, she followed where he led. As he watched the siblings, the girl slipped and fell near the seesaw. She tried not to cry, but she wasn't doing very well in her attempt. She was in pain and holding her arm tenderly. The brother had stopped what he was doing and ran to her side. Harry could see the worry on the boy's face, but he had no idea what to do. Her brother's uncertainty was causing her to cry harder, and she was getting scared because her older brother was getting scared while the situation began to spiral quickly away from the calm and joy that had been present earlier. Harry stood up and started walking towards them. When he really thought about it, he could see that he always did something when it needed done. Right or wrong, he always made a decision. Usually Hermione just made sure he didn't muck it up too bad. "Are you all right?" Harry asked the little girl. She was fighting her tears, but she was losing. Her brother just looked on, not knowing how to help. "I fell and my arm hurts," the little girl said. "Are your parents nearby?" Harry asked. "They're at home," the brother said. "Down that way," he pointed down Magnolia Road. "Let me see your arm, okay? I'll be as gentle as I can, all right?" The girl nodded and moved her right arm away, which was covering her injured left. Harry saw a bump growing on the side of her forearm and it was bruising quickly. He thought it might be broken, but he wasn't sure. He didn't remember his first broken arm very well, and, the other time, his bones were no longer there, thanks to a certain professor. "Do you think you can walk?" Harry asked the girl. She shook her head slowly. "Okay, do you want me to carry you home then?" She nodded after looking at her brother, who could only shrug his shoulders. Harry picked her up carefully and she settled into his arms, quietly sniffing every now and then. Harry told the boy to lead the way. Harry followed him across the park and down Magnolia Road. He watched the brother and saw the fear in his eyes. Harry wondered why someone would be so scared of a possible broken arm. As he thought about that, he realized that, to normal people, a broken arm was a big deal. Harry almost laughed when he compared a broken arm to his list of injuries. It would be quite a ways down the list. As they walked, Harry thought about Ron. He could be the brother Harry never had in much the same way Hermione was a sister. Ron could make him laugh easily enough. He could also annoy him and make him angry. Ron had a problem with money and jealousy. Being the youngest boy in a family of men would explain the jealousy issues. He was always last in things and then he became a friend to Harry freaking Potter. Good choice, Ron. Ron was also self-conscious of his financial situation. Harry never had money growing up. He learned he had a vault full of money when he was 11, but by then it didn't make any difference. For Harry, it was one less worry on his list of worries. Ron could get angry at Harry for the littlest of things and then it would be fine. He could make him laugh by doing something stupid or just very Ron-like. Growing up so alone, Harry had somehow managed to accumulate a brother and a sister along the way. He didn't know how he had done it, but he had. Looking at the little girl in his arms, he wondered if his dad would have done the same for him. Mum probably would have yelled at him for letting me get hurt and then fixed it with her wand in a second. Harry was broken out of his thoughts by a nasty comment. "Oi, Potter. First you go for the older ones and now you're robbing the cradle. Can't you get enough?" Harry slowed and found Dudley, Piers, Dennis, Gordon, and Malcolm standing in his way. Dudley had made the comment, but it looked like he was forced to say it by the others. The gang was quietly prodding Dudley to say something else. "You're sick to think something like that, Dud." My guess it was really Piers who said it, though. Seems like something he would say, knowing how he likes them, young. "Now, if you'll excuse us, I have to get a hurt kid to her parents." "Watch it, Potter," Piers said. "I should cut your heart out for what you said." Piers pulled a knife out of his pocket and flipped it open. Dudley looked at the knife and at Harry. He seemed unsure what to do. His friends expected him to beat Harry up anytime they found him out of the house, but Dudley knew his mum told him to leave Harry alone. He remembered what Harry had done to his father and the magic he had performed earlier. The book his mother had given him was still in his room, unopened under his mattress with the rest of his reading collection. Harry didn't want the kids to get caught between Dudley's gang and himself. He decided to postpone the confrontation if he could. "If you give me a couple minutes, Piers, I'll come back and let you try." "I doubt you could. Do it though. More dangerous people than you have tried the same thing and they haven't managed it yet. So, let me take care of current matters and then we can settle our differences later." Harry began walking normally again and followed the little boy around the group. The girl had hidden her head as much as she could when the gang had started making threats and she was keeping her head down. Harry hoped he could get away without having to fight anyone. Malcolm chose that moment to make a comment. "Think you could take us, Potter?" Sounded like a challenge to me, Piers. "What you goin' to do about it?" Harry sighed and kept on walking. If the house was close enough, he might get away without anyone else getting hurt or himself in trouble. "I'm going to kill you, Potter," Piers said coldly. Harry stopped and turned slowly, trying to put forth the most intimidating look he could manage. "Are you sure you want to try, Piers?" Harry said every word slowly and with emphasis. "Others have said the same thing. I'm still here, so what do you think happened to them?" Harry made eye contact with every member of the gang. He held Piers and Dudley's gaze the longest. Harry gave one last sweeping glance as he turned to follow the little boy again. He never turned around to see what Dudley's gang did about his comment, and he made it all the way to Wisteria Walk before anything was said among them. The little girl looked up at him calmly and said, "You can be scary when you need to, can't you? I feel safe with you though. You don't scare me." "Thank you, I think." Harry wasn't sure how to take the comment. It seemed both good and bad all at the same time. They walked down a couple of houses and the boy ran up the sidewalk to a house with a red door. He opened the door and yelled for his mum and dad. Harry walked up the path slowly, watching for parents and Dudley's gang, not to mention any Death Eaters that might be after him. Being as far away from number 4 as he was probably wouldn't sit well with Dumbledore. Stuff him. The door opened quickly and a woman ran out with the boy following closely behind her. Harry smiled at the woman and carefully let the girl down onto her own feet. He waited to see what the mother would do, not having much experience with this kind of thing. The woman knelt in front of her daughter and asked her what happened. She explained everything quickly, and gingerly showed her injuries to her mother. Harry saw the love in the woman's eyes and wished he could remember that from his own mother. The woman checked the worst injury and sighed deeply. She asked the boy to run inside and tell his father that they needed to go to hospital right away. The boy ran into the home again, and Harry could hear him yelling the instructions. He watched the girl get a careful hug from her mother. Harry turned and began walking back to Privet Drive and the prison that awaited him there. He felt movement behind him and turned quickly to see the mother walking up to him. She had a grateful but worried look on her face. Harry wasn't sure what was going to happen, but he was ready for it all the same. "Thank you for helping Emma home. I don't know how to repay you." "Ah, Harry. It's not a big deal. You're welcome. Some boys threatened to kill him, Mum. They scared me." The little girl was standing behind her mother, cupping her arm. "Don't worry about them, Emma. I've dealt with worse." Harry smiled at Emma and her mother, then turned to leave again. "Did they really threaten your life or was it just words?" the woman asked. "They were serious, but all the same it isn't a big deal. I'm not worried. They're nothing compared to what I'm used to dealing with." Harry nodded at the mother and Emma then walked down the street. He made it to Privet Drive without any problems until he got a weird feeling that something wasn't right. He spun on his heels and pulled his wand from its hiding place, which kept it concealed but usable. He scanned the street looking for anything that could be a threat. He waited until he heard a movement to his left. He swung his wand to the side and dove forward, hitting someone squarely in the chest. The fabric of an invisibility cloak felt familiar, and the girlish oof when they crashed onto the ground told Harry all he needed to know. "Watch her, Tonks," Harry said causally, regaining his feet. "You might want to avoid sneaking up on me next time. You could have gotten yourself hurt." "Oh, that's most definitely going to leave a mark, Harry. You're abusive, you know that. Get inside so I can take this stupid thing off and check for damage." "Right this way, Nymphadora." Harry hurried his pace to avoid any possible attack she could launch at him outside. He opened the door and waited for the sound of feet on the stairs before closing it softly. He quickly followed the sound of Tonks climbing the stairs. She didn't have the same spring to her step that she usually did, but at least she wasn't falling down again. His door opened and he heard the sound of cloth moving quickly across something and thrown to the floor. He entered his room and closed the door, finding Tonks was undoing her outer cloak. She dropped her gray cloak on top of the invisibility cloak, which was puddled near the foot of his bed. Harry was about to make a comment about her undressing when she continued her efforts. She pulled her shirt out of her pants and undid their buttons. Holding her shirt up and exposing her flat belly, she pulled down on the back part of her pants, revealing the upper part of her shapely rear. She turned slightly and caught sight of herself in the mirror on the inside of Harry's open bureau. She scowled a little, but Harry couldn't take his eyes away from her exposed flesh. "See, I told you it was going to leave a mark," she cried out. "How could you attack me like that? I was only going to tickle you." Tonks turned, showing Harry the red mark on her lower back and upper butt. "I landed on a rock, I'm sure of it. Hurt too." Only now did Tonks notice how big Harry's eyes were. She figured she could use this to embarrass him again, since the last time hadn't worked out very well. "Like what you see, Harry? Would you like to touch it? Maybe key it and make it better." She caught a slight reddening of his face before it disappeared. "She loves every minute of this. I'm not going to fold this time. I'm going to show her not to tease me." Harry raised his eyes and stared right at Tonks. He waited a few seconds before speaking, watching how she reacted to his stare. "If you insist, Tonks, I won't mind taking a closer look." Harry cocked his eyebrows as he finished. "Keep it up. You've watched the twins and Seamus do this to other girls before. It's all about confidence and perseverance." He watched as her mouth opened slightly and made an, "Oh, look. Got you. Well, are you going to let me have a look at it, or are you going to keep parading around my room showing off your blue knickers?" Harry used whatever he had in him to keep a straight face while he waited for her response. He didn't expect her reaction though. Tonks closed her mouth and seemed to make a decision. She took a step forward and turned, giving him a perfect view of the injury. She held his eyes for a while before looking down at the scrape and sighing. "It still hurts and I may need your help healing it. My first aid spells are basic at best and I'm not used to doing them on myself." Harry looked at the scrape and saw that the skin was torn slightly and the bruise was still growing slowly. He couldn't help but notice the smooth skin she had on her hip and back and her beautiful rump. He swallowed before saying anything. "What can I do to help, Tonks?" Tonks smiled in surprise at how well he handled the current situation. "I'll need you to direct my wand around the area in a circular motion. It has to be a fluid motion or it won't work. I can do the spell, but the location is hard to reach and still have the proper wand control." "I'll do what I can, Tonks. Just show me how." "Gladly, Harry." She was awarded with a small twitch from Harry, showing he read between the lines as intended. She rolled up the front of her shirt and tucked it up to keep it out of the way. Then she pulled her pants further down, showing even more of her blue underwear. She saw Harry swallow twice and force his eyes away from her special areas. "Oh, this is too much fun." I may have lost the war of words to him, but I own the visual war without question. "Harry, I need you to hold my wand lightly and move it around in a slow, smooth circle around the wound. Don't worry about doing any magic, since it's my wand and I know what to do." Tonks waited for Harry to grab her wand and begin the motion. He had a problem keeping the wand over the specified area though. "Tonks, you keep moving every time you move the wand. How am I going to keep it over the wound like you said? That's for you to figure out, Harry. I have to concentrate on the spell. Left with few options, Harry put a hand on her opposite hip, held her body steady, and continued the circular motions. Tonks' concentration broke as she felt that safe feeling return. She couldn't explain it, but she just felt safe with him. It was more powerful than when they had been sleeping, but it was still the same feeling. Where his hand was touching her hip, she felt a warm sensation. I may win the visual war, but he kicks my ass when it comes to touching. Oh, those hands of his. Tonks mentally shook herself before focusing on the task at hand. You need to concentrate or this will take all day. Would that be such a bad thing? Tonks used occlumency to calm herself and refocused on the spell. She managed to heal her wounds in a few minutes with Harry's help. She stopped her wand from moving and tossed it on the bed. She looked where the wound had been and found her unblemished skin glowing from the setting sun. She looked up and found Harry still looking at her body. Like what you see, Harry. Maybe if you're nice I might let you look more, later. Harry's eyes snapped up and looked right at her. She didn't know what it was but that stare was penetrating. All joking aside, thank you for helping me. Back to joking, it's your fault I got hurt in the first place. You were going to attack me. What did you expect? Not to get caught, that's what I expected. I showed up about the same time that girl got hurt. Well done on that, by the way. Always the hero, aren't you? I did what I thought was best at the time. I only hope her arm isn't broken. Muggles have to wait a month or longer for bones to heal. I know I had to wait 6 weeks for my arm to heal after they broke it. Who are they? The doctor had to break it, since it started healing wrong. How did it heal wrong in the first place? Tonks didn't understand what Harry was saying. I didn't get to the doctor for about a week after I broke my arm. Harry hung his head a little, trying to avoid eye contact. It was those King Dursleys, wasn't it? Tonks yelled. What did they do? Ignore the bump on your arm. No, they didn't really see it. They locked me in my cupboard for a week after it happened. I guess that was some sort of punishment. Aunt Petunia had to take me to the doctor. Because my arm looked terrible and she didn't want people talking. The bone had started healing already, but it was crooked. I could have used a little magic that time. I might have healed quicker and Dudley wouldn't have tried hitting my arm every chance he got. Tonks wanted to kill the Muggles even more than before. How in the bloody hell could they have done that to you? How could they do that to anyone? Leave it, Tonks. It's over and done with as far as I'm concerned. Now, you were following me since the park. Yup. And I was waiting for that idiot to attack you so I could save the savior. Tonks laughed at her own joke, but Harry scowled. If you were there then, why didn't I sense you were there like I did when I got back here? Don't know. Maybe you were thinking about your other woman and didn't notice me. Tonks pouted as well as she could while fighting her growing smile. Not likely, Tonks. I knew someone was near me when I got back here. You said you were going to attack me. Yeah. I was going to tickle you. I would have done it, too, but you decided to knock me over and hurt my bum so you could get a free show. You wanted to get me then. You planned to attack me. Why such a big deal, Harry? People get premonitions all the time. It's called a sixth sense. Because I've had these feelings before. When someone's going to attack me, I seem to know it. Most people probably figure it's just reflexes, but I know when something bad is about to happen to me. I've always known things like that. Something else to bring up, Tonks said to herself but spoke out loud. What was that, Tonks? Nothing, Harry. Now, I want to hear about what you worked on today. I told you to practice some wandless magic, so show me what you learned. Giving her a stern look for dismissing his concerns so abruptly, Harry levitated a book on the other side of the room, then summoned it. Tonks gasped and looked at Harry with her surprised look. What? Said Harry. You told me to practice so I did. Did I do something wrong? You didn't use words or hand movements. You also used 2 different spells. You mean I was supposed to use words while learning wandless magic? I thought you wanted me to do it silently and with no motions. I left you on your own to learn wandless magic. I figured you would start off the easy way, doing all of it minus your wand. I didn't expect you to do it wordless and motionless. You never read ahead, did you, Harry? Of course not, that's why I have Hermione. She does the reading, Ron does the worrying, and I just do. That proves your willpower and magical ability at least. Okay, so you mastered levitation and summoning. I'm impressed, that's great work for a day. I learned 8 spells today. Harry listed off the spells. I'm not sure if my freezing charm works though, since I only had inanimate objects to practice on. Tonks could only shake her head. How in the name of Merlin could you, no matter. Way to go, Harry. That's better than anyone else I know of. Tonks thought of a question she wanted to know. Do you know of any limitations for magic? Harry thought and tried to remember. Well, you can't apparate inside of Hogwarts because of the wards. There's the no defense against the killing curse thing, but that isn't always right since I'm proof of it. Harry thought longer and Tonks seemed to get anxious. That's the only one I know of, Tonks. Hermione could probably give you a few pages if you really want to know. I think I understand you better now, Harry. You only know what you have been told and people haven't told you very much. Most probably figure you already know things since you are Harry Potter, after all. Yeah, like the whole Parseltongue thing in second year. How was I to know only dark wizards could talk to snakes? Like, I knew I could talk to snakes before that. I'd only ever seen one before at the zoo, and I kind of forgot about the talking snake bit with everything that happened afterwards. You have no idea what we can or can't do based on what others have said. You only know what you can do and what you can't do. On that, what can't you do? Beat Ron at chess for starters. Read more than Hermione, or know more than her, anyway. Apparate inside of Hogwarts. I can't really think of anything else. Tonks laughed. You have no idea about the accepted rules for magic. You just go out there and do things. I can tell you that people usually start wandless magic with a prop wand and work down from there. It's rare for anyone to do wandless magic without words and motions. You doing all of it your first day is kind of scary. And the fact that you learned 8 spells makes it scarier yet. I've been told my entire life I'm worthless and I can't do anything. Magic is the one thing I can do that they can't. I'm not about to prove them right about that too, am I? I'm not going to let my mum and dad down, either. Tonks shook her head, showing her understanding of Harry's convictions. She knew her life had been very different from Harry's. She always had support from her parents. She never needed to prove her worth to them. They always loved her. Harry never had any of that. It was a constant struggle for him. Magic was his thing and he seemed to be better at it than anyone else she knew of barring the headmaster and you-know-who. Tonks watched Harry calm down and settle his mind. She could feel his emotions just beneath the surface. She felt him battle them for control of his mind and he won the fight. She knew she was using a little legilimency to read him, but it was necessary to know what he was feeling. She felt his body go rigid and wondered what could have caused it. Harry realized that he still had his hand on Tonks. Hip and her pants were still pulled down to her thighs. He saw the vibrant blue material covering her special places and wondered what she felt like down there. Knowing that Tonks had been using legilimency on him moments before, he stopped those thoughts immediately. Clearing his throat, he said, Tonks, maybe you should pull your pants up now. I doubt any of the Dursleys would appreciate walking in and seeing us this way. Well, Dudley might, but I'd rather not think about that happening. Tonks looked down and saw that her pants were still down and her knickers were indeed in full view. Watching Harry's face, she slowly pulled them up trying to see if he was enjoying himself. Sure you wouldn't rather they be down, Harry. I'm sure we'd figure out a way to pass the time. Thanks for the offer, Tonks, but I doubt you really want to get involved with a guy like me. You know the whole, marked for death, thing kind of scares people away. Shaking her head again, you really are ignorant of how people feel, aren't you? Tonks forged ahead with her plans for the evening. I want to help you with your occlumency, Harry. You'll need to have a firm grasp of it if we go ahead with my plans for the summer. It will need to stay absolutely secret from everybody. Are you interested in my idea? I need to learn occlumency, that's for sure, but I won't know what your plan for the summer is until you tell me. So, what is it? Not now, Harry. You'll find out tomorrow if it's going to happen. I should know sometime this evening one way or the other. Now, let's practice occlumency. You know the clearing your mind bit, but you don't know the rest of it. You need to want to keep your mind to yourself, Harry. You have to sense the intrusion and fight it. Or divert it somewhere safe. A really skilled Occlumens will be able to show the Legilimens whatever he wishes and not be detected doing so. Some people can ward their mind and prevent entrance, but the goal should be to redirect the intruder to false or safe memories. Are you following me? Yes, I understand the goals, but I don't know how to do it. Willpower is the key, Harry, and you have enough of that. Now, I'll cast the spell and you should try to show me safe memories. Only throw me out if you can't do anything else. Tonks cast the spell and began sifting through Harry's memories. She started in a safe place of his mind, concentrating on things he did when he was in his first year. She saw the mirror and felt the happiness of seeing his family. Tonks felt the tears dripping down her face after that memory. She moved on to scenes of Quidditch matches and she felt his overwhelming exhilaration when flying on a broom. Next were conversations he had with Ron and Hermione throughout the year. Nothing made sense, since everything was out of order, but she heard the words. Tonks paused in the exercise and watched Harry sitting across from her with a look of intense concentration on his face. She dove back into the sea of thoughts and found a rather frightening one. It was the Forbidden Forest and a shape was moving towards Harry. The memory changed to one of very tall chess pieces moving about a chessboard. The image shifted again and she saw a troll swinging a club at Hermione. With a feeling of movement and pushing, Tonks found herself back in Harry's room. Harry was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, breathing hard. Very good, Harry. That was good work all things considered. I couldn't hold you to a single memory or stop you from going wherever you wanted. You purposely stayed away from the bad memories, didn't you? Wanted to start easy and then work my way up, Harry. If I started with your worst memories, you would never learn anything. Let me guess that Git pulled up your worst experiences and kept at them, didn't he? What else would Have done? I've seen Cedric die more times than I can count. Mr. Weasley being attacked and Voldemort coming back are favorites of his, too. I can't say anything even remotely nice or neutral on that matter, so I won't say anything at all. It's amazing you learned anything with that kind of instruction. If you're rested up a bit, let's try again. I'll keep it light until you master it. Then I'll get progressively darker and more forceful. This is not optional, I'm afraid. Just get it over with, Tonks. I'm better doing than talking. Once eye contact was made, Tonks said the word and she was viewing Harry's thoughts again. It was second year this time and she was watching the trip to Hogwarts. A flying car was too much to take, causing her to laugh out loud. Oh, the trouble he could get into over that misuse of a Muggle artifact. He and Sirius would have been the best of friends if they had been given the time. Tonks continued watching more Quidditch matches. The skill Harry showed was amazing. She was convinced that he could play professionally if he wanted to once he was out of school. The memories changed for a second back to the mirror of Arised from first year, but it didn't last long. She was watching Harry dueling Draco and loving every minute of it. She saw them in Myrtle's bathroom, working on a polyjuice potion. Oh, Harry, that's a difficult potion. What did you need that for? She saw Gilderoy Lockhart prance around like a ponce in periwinkle robes. The images changed once again to the mirror scene and they held for a few minutes before Tonks willed the show to continue. She felt Harry resisting. There you go, Harry. Keep it up. You're learning. Quickly. She put more willpower into her efforts and the image changed slowly, but everything was fuzzy and out of focus. She kept trying to change the image, but her vision seemed frozen in a cloud. Releasing the spell, Tonks saw Harry looking at her with a small smile on his face. Good job, Harry. You held me where I was. I couldn't change the scene, but I was still in there. Are you trying to force me out at all? Nope. I was trying to redirect you, but since that didn't work I just held you where you were. I seem to only get one shot at changing the image, otherwise things get held up. You're advancing quickly, Harry. Let's keep at this for a while longer, then we can go out for dinner somewhere. I'll even buy since you're a poor student and all. They began again. Scenes from third year flashed around, but something was different. Every image seemed to be slightly distorted and viewed as if it was through the eyes of another. As Harry blew up his ant for the third time in a row, the images became sharp and clear again. Tonks tried to change the memory to Quidditch, but she found herself watching his first trip to Diagon Alley with Hagrid. She put as much effort as she could into seeing Harry get his Hogwarts letter. The only image she saw was the mirror scene again. Releasing the spell, Tonks watched Harry take a few breaths. Great job, Harry. I think you got it figured out now. Let's try one more time, and I'll be as forceful as I can this time too. Receiving his reluctant nod, she cast the spell and forced her way into his memories. She watched his meeting of the advanced guard from last summer. She watched him punch Malfoy in the face from 5th year. She tried to bring up the memory of Arthur's attack by the snake, but she found herself looking straight up at the ceiling and feeling the beginnings of a headache. She groaned slightly and sat up. Harry was staring her down, and he didn't have a smile on his face. I tried to change it up a little, Harry. I wanted to see how you would handle it and you dumped me out quickly. Had you ever managed that against the Great Git? Yes, I have thrown him before. Did you really want to see that memory, Tonks? No, Harry, I didn't, but you seemed to handle the friendly memories quite well. I wanted to test you a little. I know you were never told this, but when learning how to do this you start off with pleasant memories and then progress to worse ones. You learned how to hold me in a memory and you also learned how to redirect me. I could tell you were redirecting me, but then again I knew what memories were there and what happened in them. The real trick is when I look for something I don't know about yet, you can create a false memory telling me whatever you want. I was trying to do that, but all I could do was to give you a different memory than what you asked for. You're really good at this, Harry. Don't get discouraged because you haven't mastered the hardest part of the whole subject. We can work on that part later. Right now, I'm hungry and I need food. How about you? I could eat. Do you have any place in mind? Isn't there something nearby? I mean the Muggles need to eat too. Yeah, there are a few places on the other side of the park and a few streets away. I think we can eat there. Hungry for anything specific? As long as it tastes good and fills me up, I'll be happy. When leaving his room, Harry kept an ear busy listening for Uncle Vernon or Dudley, and they snuck out the front door without any problems. Harry led the way, looking out for things Tonks could trip over. Much to his surprise and humor, she managed to trip over absolutely nothing a few times. They had a few laughs about her inability to walk properly as they headed north. Along Magnolia Road towards the restaurants. When they arrived, Harry swung his arm in a wide arc, displaying her choices. What'll it be, Tonks? We have Italian, Chinese, fast food, and a pub to choose from. I think pizza sounds good tonight. Let's go there. Harry held the door open for Tonks and they entered the decently sized restaurant. A waiter seated them in a corner booth between a family on one side and a couple on the other. Harry opened his menu and thought of all the times he had gotten to order his own food. Outside of Hogwarts and the magical world, he could think of a very limited number of times. Every one of those times, the Dursleys had told him what to get, and it was always the cheapest thing on the menu. Harry was going to get what he wanted this time, and he wanted a thick crust pepperoni pizza with extra cheese. His mind made up, Harry looked at Tonks and saw her face scrunched up in thought. Her tongue was between her teeth and the tip was sticking out just a little bit. Harry watched her for a few seconds, enjoying the view before he got a devilish idea. Careful, Tonks, I don't want you to hurt yourself by thinking so hard. If you need help just let me know and I can lend a hand. Harry grinned at her as she looked up and gave him a blank look. What was that, Harry? I was busy trying not to kick you as hard as I could under the table. Would you care to repeat your comment? No thanks, Tonks. I think I'll just sit here quietly, as you make up your mind. I wouldn't want you to trip when you tried to kick me. Harry moved quickly, as he finished his sentence, avoiding a smallish foot that shot out to kick his shin. Tonks looked disappointed when her foot failed to connect with any part of Harry. Watch yourself, mister. I don't forget and I don't forgive easily. On another subject, I'm glad you're starting to relax around me. You should be comfortable enough to talk to me like you do your other friends. I'm really just a big kid at heart, so don't let the tough exterior fool you. Tonks watched the evil smile reappear on Harry's face. But, I think you can keep that comment to yourself, young man. They were interrupted by the waiter bringing them their water and asking if they were ready to order. Harry nodded and saw Tonks urge him to order first. I would like a small pepperoni pizza, thick crust with extra cheese, and a Coke. Tonks smiled and told the waiter to make it a medium. They bantered back and forth, as they waited for their food to arrive. Harry scanned the room, looking for anyone out of place but found everything as it should be. Their food arrived and they started eating. For most of the meal, they kept a friendly conversation going in between bites. With the last piece remaining, Harry offered it to Tonks. "Come now, Harry, go ahead and eat it. I should watch my figure anyway," Tonks said, striking a pose of sorts, earning a snort from Harry. "Hey, I know I'm not hideous, but laughing at me is downright rude. Now I'm going cry." Tonks dramatically wiped imaginary tears from her eyes. "Fine, we can split the piece. Does that sound okay to you?" At her nod, Harry cut the piece in half and served one to Tonks. "There, all better." They finished the pizza and Harry felt pleasantly full. Tonks sighed and held her stomach for a second. "I should have let you have the entire last piece. I'm really full now. You asked for it and you got it. I have no regrets," Harry said as he settled back in the seat. Tonks paid the bill, as she had offered. They were discreetly discussing the techniques Harry had used to learn wandless magic when a head popped over the seat behind Harry. Tonks waving and smiling caused Harry to look up into a familiar face. Emma smiled and giggled a little. Her face disappeared and they heard her telling her parents who was behind them. "Fancy meeting you here, young man," the father said as he walked the short distance to their table. "I wanted to thank you for helping us out today. I appreciate it. Like I said before, it wasn't a big deal." "How are you doing, Emma?" Harry asked. "I'm doing better," she said softly. "The doctor gave me some medicine and the pain went away. They also gave me a purple cast for my arm, see?" She held up her arm and showed off her cast. She looked tired but was fighting it with everything she had. "Wow, a purple one," Harry said. "When I broke my arm they gave me a plain white one." Harry turned to the brother and told him he did a good job today, earning a smile from both parents. "Thank you, again, Harry," the woman said. "We never finished proper introductions. My name's Kathy Williams and this is my husband, Charles, and you met Jonathan earlier today. Emma hasn't stopped talking about you all night." Ignoring the last comment, Harry did his best to keep the conversation moving and shook Charles's hand. Harry Potter, decided to eat out tonight?" Harry asked. "With all the time at hospital, we figured this was the best option." "I see you made the same choice. Is this your girlfriend?" Kathy smiled but seemed to give Tonks a harder look. "Well, Tonks is a friend," Harry began weakly. "Yes, I'm his girlfriend," Tonks said without hesitation. "He's a wonderful person, too, as you saw today, I hear." "He was wonderful, Tonks, is it?" Kathy seemed to choose her words carefully. "I imagine it must make things hard, Harry still being in school with you out working." "Oh, it's not hard at all," said Tonks, dismissing Kathy's comment. "Harry's a lot older than he looks. At least he acts a lot older than he is in years. I, on the other hand, act a lot younger than I am, so it all works out in the end, if you understand my meaning." Tonks smiled her best impish smile. "I think I understand your point, Tonks," Kathy said, softening her tone. "He was such a gentleman earlier. I'm glad he was there." "You are among a growing list of people who have said that," Tonks said seriously. "Tonks, stop it," Harry said under his breath, but everyone heard him. "Hush, Harry, you know it's the truth. I know no such thing." "Oh, bugger you then," Tonks huffed playfully and winked at Emma, earning a small smile from the tired little girl. Kathy watched how Harry tried to play down what he had done for them and how he tried to stop Tonks from talking about other good deeds he had done. She didn't know what this young man had done, but it seemed like helping a little girl was one of the easier of them. "Thank you again, Harry," Charles said. "We should get our very sleepy children home before we have to carry them the whole way." Tonks led the way to the door and grabbed a few mints on the way out. Harry helped the family out the door and they all started walking down Magnolia Road. At the park entrance, near the gate, Harry had a feeling of danger again. He paused and looked around quickly, causing Tonks to take notice. She put her hand on her concealed wand and waited for justification to draw it in front of Muggles. Kathy and Charles noticed the change in Harry's demeanor and put their arms around their children. Harry scanned the park and found a group of people emerging from the shadows near the trees. In the lead was Piers. "Oi, Potter, come to finish what we started, or you going to run away again?" "Mummy, that's the boy who threatened Harry," Emma said quietly. "He said he was going to kill him." Harry looked straight at Piers and willed himself to look threatening. As Charles and Kathy watched, they understood what Emma had meant by Harry being scary when he needed to be. Kathy looked to Tonks and saw her relaxing, but her hand stayed hidden in her pocket. Being the protective father that he was, Charles stepped forward and told Dudley's gang to bugger off. "I can take care of this, Charles," Harry said confidently. "Why don't you get your family home and enjoy the rest of the evening?" Charles had never seen someone as young as Harry speak so clearly and forcefully while facing down at least 4 rather dangerous-looking thugs. Charles found himself moving his family further down the road and out of the way should things get violent without really meaning to. "Piers, you should ask Dudley what happened to his father the other night before you decide to attack me." "F.K.U., Potter," Piers yelled. "I make my own moves. Watch your language, Piers. There are children here and I would hate to have to shut you up myself." Harry checked to see where the Williamses were and found Charles moving closer again while the others moved down the road. "Mr. Williams, go with your family. I don't need any help with them. You'll only get hurt and you don't need to be stuck at hospital again today." "Yes, Mr. Williams, please leave this to Harry," Tonks said sternly. "He can take care of himself just fine. It's when others get involved trying to help that things go awry." Charles watched Tonks slide forward next to Harry. Harry motioned her back and completely ignored the offended look she gave him. "I'm fine, Tonks. I don't want you in the middle of this." Piers moved forward trying to intimidate Harry. He pulled his knife out and brandished it around. "Protecting your whore, Potter." As the words left Piers' mouth, his feet left the ground and his body arced backwards from the punch Harry had landed on his jaw. Piers crashed onto the ground and rolled into a misshapen ball while the others looked on in horror. The knife flipped end over end behind Piers, nearly striking Malcolm in the arm. Dudley saw a replay of his father dropping to floor in the house after he had attacked Harry. He'd heard the threats made to his father if he insulted Tonks. Dudley wanted to go home right now. He even thought about reading that freakish book, too. "Watch who you insult, Piers. That goes for the rest of you, too. I won't tolerate any of you saying those things about a friend of mine." Harry glared at the others standing around watching the failed attempt at Harry baiting. "Get him out of here before one of the nosy neighbors up and phone the police, why don't you?" Harry turned and ushered Tonks away from the boys. She could only laugh at how Harry handled everything. "Harry, you really can't stop yourself from standing up for others, can you?" "No, Tonks, I can't. Now let's get the Williamses home before Dudley and company want revenge for Piers getting laid out." "Come on, Mr. Williams, let's get your family home." Charles hurried after his wife and children but kept giving Harry sideways glances when he got the chance. They made it to their door without any additional problems and thanked Harry for everything again. Charles shook his hand firmly and thanked him for helping his daughter and his family. Harry shrugged it off and bid him a good night. As Harry and Tonks turned to walk back to Privet Drive, she grabbed Harry's hand and held it tightly. He jumped a little but didn't pull away. "Relax, Harry, this is for their benefit. Remember, we are boyfriend and girlfriend as far as they are concerned. We have to make a good show of it." Harry didn't know what else to do but listen to Tonks. So he held her small, warm hand in his as they walked down the street and turned the corner towards number 4. He started thinking about how nicely her hand fit in his, but his thoughts were interrupted by the crinkling of plastic. Harry turned his head and saw Tonks attempting to unwrap a mint from its packaging using her teeth in her free hand. He almost laughed, but she finally managed to expose the mint and immediately popped it in her mouth. She handed another mint to Harry. He followed the same process and ate it. They walked to Privet Drive in silence while Tonks thought about what Harry had done to Dudley's friend, whereas Harry thought about Tonks, hand still resting in his own. She broke the silence first when they were a few doors away from number 4. "Harry, why did you get between those thugs and the rest of us? They were after me, no one else. I wasn't going to let someone else be put in danger because they wanted me. I learned that lesson the hard way." Harry went silent until they made it to the front door of the Dursleys' house. Harry sighed and Tonks watched him become depressed. "Harry, things are better here. Haven't you noticed that?" "No, things are just different. I'm not sure what you did to my aunt, but I know it won't last. Uncle Vernon will change her back to the way she always was before. It's only a matter of time, really." Harry got quiet for a second. "You didn't put a spell on her, did you?" "Of course not, Harry. I just told her the truth, though I might have scared her to make her listen, but she changed on her own. She might really care about you now. At the very least, she knows what your life is like outside of here, and that should be enough. Thanks for everything, but I'm not going to start jumping up and down until I know it's for real. I have a feeling that will never happen, so don't get your hopes up, okay? No problem, Harry. I think I understand some of what you went through here. Tonks watched as Harry tried to summon up the strength to open the door and face his uncle, who was long home by now. She saw his face fall again and a sense of resignation settle over him. Not knowing what else to do, Tonks pulled on Harry's hand, causing him to turn and look at her. She leaned towards him, on her toes, and placed a key on his lips. It was a firm and reassuring key. Harry froze for a second before he keyed at her back. It was nothing like the messy key as he'd had with Cho earlier in the year. He could only think it was warm and felt good. Harry's free hand instinctively moved behind Tonks and held her in place. He wasn't sure if she was going to run away, push him away, or slap him. He was ready for all of it, but he wanted to get at least one good key out of the deal. Tonks broke the key after a while and expelled a satisfied breath. She smirked at Harry when she opened her eyes and he flinched. Deciding he was preparing to get slapped, Tonks thought of something to say to lighten the mood. Minty, Tonks said as she moved forward and pressed her body against Harry's. Maybe we should try that again sometime. You're a rather good key, Harry. I wonder what else you're good at. Tonks wiggled her eyebrows at him and lengthened her eyelashes as she batted them as well. Harry managed to hold his ground, but he couldn't think of anything to say. The nervous but charged situation was shattered when the front door opened and a red-faced Uncle Vernon appeared in the threshold, staring down the couple. You idiot boy, Vernon snapped. Get inside now so the neighbors don't see you. Vernon grabbed Harry by the arm and threw him into the hallway, completely forgetting about Tonks. You will not hang about the front stoop and do that. I should beat you for doing that in front of my house. Tonks was afraid of any number of things happening because of this confrontation. Harry could unleash some of his magic, controlled or not, or she might have to end the fight herself. For the time being, Vernon wasn't advancing on Harry, but he looked ready to attack all the same. Harry stood up quickly and faced off against Vernon. I will do as I please, Uncle Vernon. You will not grab me like that again. Harry's voice was level but threatening. I told you before to leave me be. I warned you that you will not treat me the same as before. I promised you that things would change, one way or another. I'm willing to change things right now. Are you ready for me to make those changes? Tonks felt a cold chill sweep across her, and Harry's eyes seemed to come alive. A noise at the top of the stairs alerted Tonks to Dudley's presence. A whimpering from the living room meant that Petunia was home as well. This could be the turning point for Harry and the Dursleys. Are you threatening me, boy? You think you can take me on? Yes, Uncle Vernon, I'm threatening you. Harry said calmly. Yes, I know I can take you on. I've handled worse than you before. Oh yes, you must have taken care of bigger people than me at that freak school. Go on then, try it, boy. If you're so tough, take me on. We can settle this matter once and for all. If you get hurt or worse, so be it. Vernon had never challenged Harry outright since he had gone to that school. He thought that Harry would back down this time, as he had every other time while growing up. Vernon's confidence started dropping as Harry held his ground and stared straight into his eyes. Your move, Uncle, Harry spit out as if the word was a nasty Bertie Bott's bean. Harry didn't know if he could take his uncle on in a real fight, but he'd never shied away from a fight yet. He saw Tonks in the background holding her wand at Vernon's back. Vernon, snapped Petunia at her husband for the first time in her life. This will not happen here. It will not happen anywhere. I will not have you two fighting. It will not happen. Petunia stood tall and imposing in the doorway to the living room. Vernon, I told you not to continue this. To begin with, she has her wand pointed at you. Do you really think she won't hurt you? And you know Harry will do whatever he has to do to survive. The hallway was silent as everyone thought over what had been said by Petunia. Harry, you and Tonks should go upstairs for the night. I think you understand that is the best thing to do, right? Yes, Aunt Petunia. That's where we were going to go anyway. Tonks. Tonks poked Vernon in the back firmly with her wand and he jumped out of the way, keeping his eyes fixed on the shaft of wood. She started up the stairs and waited for Harry to join her. Harry stopped right behind her before speaking to Vernon. The next time you attack me, Uncle, I will hurt you badly. No one will stop me from doing it. That is the only warning I'm going to give you. Please, remember it. Harry stared down Vernon and waited for Tonks to continue up the stairs. He lightly nudged her in the back to urge her forward. They passed Dudley, who was open-mouthed and gaping at the show he had witnessed. He moved back as far as he could, but it didn't provide much room at all for them to pass. Once they were safely in Harry's bedroom, Tonks hugged Harry tightly. I was worried there, Harry. I was afraid he would hurt you or you would kill him. Now don't get me wrong, you killing him would be an easy thing to justify, but it would be a very complicated process. Trying to lighten the mood again, Tonks said, you know how much paperwork I would have to do. It would take me the rest of the summer to finish it. Harry cracked a smile. Nah, I'd get Hermione to help you out with it. She'd have it done in a week at most. Besides, Dumbledore can't afford to lose you. Being an Auror would make it easier, paperwork-wise. I'm sure. It would, but I would have had to kill him, not you. Anyway, I think we've had enough fun for the night. You have been in 3 fights, saved a girl twice, and her family once. I think you've earned your rest. Stop it, Tonks. I did what I needed to do. That's all I ever do. Harry collected his things and left the room heading for the loo. Tonks looked around the room and wondered if Harry would ever realize just who he was to others. She waited for him to get back before going to the loo herself. Harry settled into his bed. He was starting to like having someone to sleep with. He seemed to sleep better at the very least. He hadn't had a nightmare yet and it was a most welcome change. He waited and listened for sounds outside and in. He heard the water running through the pipes. He heard Dudley in his room doing something. He heard an owl outside in the tree. He figured it was Hedwig since she was the only owl he knew of in the area. A soft murmur was coming from downstairs and Harry hoped his aunt wasn't getting yelled at for saving Vernon. Tonks opened the door and entered the room, being as quiet as she could. She looked the same as she did before she left, but something was different. She said something to her wand and it vibrated slightly before she slid it under her pillow. She looked at Harry, who was lying in the bed under the sheet. She smiled at him before she pulled her shirt off. He froze, yet again, and watched as she was thankfully wearing a t-shirt underneath. She winked and undid her pants. Harry was expecting the same kind of thing as the top. He planned to see shorts or something on under her pants. His mouth dropped a bit as he stared at the same pair of blue knickers she had been wearing earlier. When she bent over to pull the pants off, Harry saw the blue fabric stretch across her rear and the t-shirt hike up, exposing her whole backside. Harry's mouth was rapidly drying by the second and he didn't know what to do about it. He forced his eyes to meet a pair of dark brown ones. Tonks was her normal self, that was the difference he noticed. Harry managed to sneak a peek at her chest and her breasts were pushing on the front of her shirt, pulling it rather taut. Tonks. What are you do? Hush, Harry, Tonks said in a breathy voice. She stepped to the bed and pulled the sheets back and slipped under them smoothly. She moved towards Harry very slowly, holding his eyes in place. She slid her left hand up his right side to the back of his neck. Her right hand went under his head and wrapped around his back, pulling him towards her. She smiled in a way Harry could only describe as the way a nymph would smile. Harry held his breath as Tonks pulled him to her. He was fighting so many thoughts that his limited occlumency training was working overtime. Tonks pulled his head to hers and kissed him. It was similar to the one they had shared on the front steps, but she was going deeper with it. She was pressing harder and her tongue was pushing on his lips. Harry opened his mouth a little and her tongue flicked into his mouth, lightly brushing his tongue. He tentatively licked her tongue in reply and she reacted by pushing hers further into his mouth. He thought of the kissing as a fight with tongues. She always beat him by having her tongue in his mouth more than his in hers. The kissing settled down a bit and she seemed to put more heat into the kiss. Harry's mind was spinning. He didn't know what he was doing, but he loved every minute of it. Tonks had moved her left leg on top of him and she was resting most of her body on top of Harry's. The kisses were getting lighter, so Harry took the opportunity to breathe. Breathe through your nose, Harry, Tonks said as she took a few deep breaths. Tonks moved her hips a little bit, rubbing Harry's lower half, causing him to react quickly. She pulled her head back and stared into his wide eyes. She nibbled on her red, puffy lips a few times, then moved her hips again, receiving the same reaction as before. She took a shuddering breath and began dotting him again. Harry was completely lost in teenage hormones and thoughts. He wasn't exactly sure what he was supposed to do, but he had the overwhelming urge to do it anyway. He wrapped his arms around Tonks' firm body and pulled her fully on top of himself. She wiggled a few times, settling into a very comfortable position straddling Harry. He hugged her tightly and at her as deeply as he knew how. A few minutes later, Harry opened his eyes when Tonks lifted her head away. He looked into her dark eyes, shrouded in varying amounts of light from the window. He wanted to know what she was thinking. He really wanted to know what to do next, or whether she wanted him to do anything at all. He felt a slight moving sensation and he could see himself. He could also feel an overwhelming burning sensation in his crotch. It felt like a hunger or something similar. Not sure what had happened, Harry watched himself move forward and himself. The feeling flooded his senses. He knew he wasn't dotting himself, but that was what he was seeing until his eyes closed. The feeling increased, but the images became of himself and Tonks. He heard her voice in the distance saying she wanted more. He also heard a serious voice saying she was too old for him. Harry opened his eyes and willed whatever it was to stop. He felt a moving sensation again and found Tonks looking down at him with her eyes half closed and a weak smile on her face. She was breathing heavily and she was slowly moving her hips around. Harry couldn't stop himself from moving slightly, as well, matching her rhythm. He pulled Tonks down to him and she complied eagerly. The snogging continued for a few minutes before Tonks gave a gentle push on Harry's shoulders and lifted her head up. She stared at Harry and breathed deeply. She blinked a few times before saying anything. "I have no idea how you did that, Harry, but I hope you can do it again." She waited a few more minutes, closing her eyes before speaking again under greater control of herself. "I planned to you a little and then tease you a lot. As you can tell, that didn't work at all. You win the touching war, Harry. I concede that fight because I'm completely outclassed. How many people have you ed before?" "One girl." "Merlin, you're good at it already," Tonks said under her breath. "We might be able to work on it some time, Harry. Now, as much as you want to keep going, we have to stop. I hope you aren't sore in the morning, but if you are, I apologize." Tonks leaned down and placed a warm soft on Harry's lips. She moved a little, sliding back onto the mattress and rolled over. She snuggled her back and rear into Harry's front and beak before settling onto her pillow. She sighed lightly when Harry adjusted his body, causing a certain body part to press into her butt. Doing his best to stay calm, Harry hesitantly placed his arm around hers and under her breasts. He gave a tight squeeze and let himself relax. Both sighing to themselves, they began drifting off to sleep. Harry had his eyes closed for about a minute when a dim flash of silver light shone through his eyelids. He felt Tonks jerk slightly, so he opened his eyes and asked what had happened. "It's okay, Harry. I just got a message from some people whom I'd been waiting on. Do you think you are up for an outing tomorrow? I've a few people I'd like you to meet and we need to get you some new clothes anyway." Needless to say, none of this must be found out by the headmaster. "I trust you, Tonks. If you think I should meet someone, then I'll meet them. I'm more than willing to keep anything from the headmaster. He's kept enough from me over the years. He does his best, Harry. Please don't be too hard on him. I know his best has been a complete failure concerning you, and I agree with you being mad at him, but don't make an enemy of someone who could help you. Remember, manipulation can work both ways and you have leverage on your side. We need to get to sleep if we want to make it there by 7. Tonks reached under her pillow and mumbled a few words before wiggling into Harry again. Harry couldn't see the smirk, but he felt the giggles. "You're teasing me with the wiggles, aren't you?" "Yes, but you love every one of them more than you are willing to admit. I know how the male mind works." "Really?" Harry said, trying to make his voice sound as deep as he could. He moved his mouth so it was right behind her ear. "I think you enjoy them as much as I do, Nymphadora." He felt her shiver and press against his body. "Please don't call me Nymphadora, Harry. Think of something else." Her voice was quiet and almost had a pleading edge to it. "I like your name, but if you insist, how about Nymph? That makes me sound like a fiend or a toy." It's hard enough to get respect from men when they stare at my tits the whole time, but with a name that screams plaything it's impossible. Do you think I see you that way? No, I don't, Harry. My whole life has been a fight to earn respect from others, especially those I work with. I make them call me Tonks so I have less working against me. I just don't know what else to do. When you say it with respect. I like to hear you say it, but I don't think I can let you say it. If I do, who's next? Let me know what you want me to call you. Until then, I'll use Tonks. Thank you, Harry. It means a lot to me. Now, go to sleep. It'll be a long day tomorrow. Harry fell asleep thinking about Tonks and her say. Why butt pressed against him, not to mention numerous ideas about the next day. Tonks fell asleep thinking about the next day and how it could turn out. She also thought about how Harry had overwhelmed her both emotionally and mentally. He had entered her mind and felt her urges for him when they were key-ing. She felt his urges as well and they nearly drove her over the edge. Her last thought before she fell asleep was of how safe she felt in his arms. Harry was key-ing Tonks and she was moving around on top of him, touching everywhere she could reach with her small, warm hands. Her fingers slid all over his chest and into his hair. Her hands tugged at his raven-colored hair and pushed his lips against hers more forcefully. She was rubbing her tight, barely clothed body up and down his. Harry loved every second Tonks rubbed him. He felt her breasts move around on his bare chest and her nipples strain against the thin fabric of the shirt she wore. The shirt had bunched up right beneath her breasts and it was threatening to move higher yet. Harry's hands were running across her rear and up her sides. He wanted to tear her underwear off so he could feel more of her. He was getting very excited and felt himself nearing a pleasurable point. He heard Tonks squeal a little and she pressed herself down as hard as she could. Harry felt himself getting even closer. Harry awoke at that moment breathing harder than normal. He had his arms wrapped around the still sleeping form of Tonks who was lying right in front of him. He gave his left hand a squeeze and felt a soft but firm breast in his grasp. Harry found his other arm wrapped around the front of Tonks holding her protectively against his chest. He knew his dream had excited certain areas, but he didn't know what damage had been. He breathed deeply trying to calm down. He smelled Tonks' hair in the process and found it had a faint flower smell that he couldn't place. He relaxed and tried to sense if he would have to explain something when she woke up. Much to his surprise and thanks, nothing seemed wrong with any part of his body that he could feel. The only thing he could feel quite well was Tonks' comfortable rear and back pressed into him. He practiced his occlumency to control any additional reactions he could have thinking about such things. He avoided thinking about their key in the night before because that would only lead to more embarrassing moments. If she brought it up, Harry was fine with that. Otherwise, he was going to keep his mouth shut on the subject. As he laid there lost in his thoughts, Tonks slept on unaware of Harry's near disaster concerning her. She was still making that soft rattling sound and Harry couldn't help but smile. It was a calming and endearing sound and he loved it. Harry thought she felt better against him this morning than last morning. Something just felt right about it. Having no idea what time it was, Harry decided to enjoy his time holding Tonks and think about what magic he should practice today. He had no idea what she had planned, but it would probably end up being a quick visit with some friends and he would have the rest of the day to practice wandless magic. He ran through the spells he already knew and tested his ability to bring up the proper feeling to cause his magic to happen. One thing he learned the day before was that the more he played with his magic, in reference to using it wandlessly, the better he was with it. He could pull it up faster and use it quicker than when he started. He also thought of what spells he wanted to practice today. He knew he should work on some shield spells and the basic offensive spells too. When she woke up, he would ask Tonks if offensive spells could be detected if cast wandlessly. He also remembered the spell book he was reading that had listed some really nasty spells. He wanted to know some of them should he find Bellatrix or Wormtail in the near future. Hopefully Tonks was right and she can work out a way for me to practice magic with my wand. I don't want to learn those kinds of spells wandlessly starting out. I could end up casting them on myself and where would I be then? Street. Mungos, that is where I would be if I lived long enough to get there, and how would I explain everything? His thoughts continued as he recited spell after spell to himself. He worked on bringing the feeling up and pushing it down again. He was so preoccupied that he never noticed Tonks wake up. Tonks felt a surge of magic appear and then disappear quickly. She had never felt something like that before. The only way she could describe it was that it was like swimming in magic. She opened her eyes and felt the sensation wash over her again and again. She saw a slight shimmer in the air that seemed to be coming from behind her. The only thing that could cause this type of magical display was Harry. She watched the air shimmer for a few minutes. She didn't know if Harry knew what was going on or not, but it was impressive to watch all the same. The shimmering stopped and she heard Harry mumbling words under his breath. She made out a few of them and they seemed to be spells. The few she heard clearly were rather nasty curses that she hadn't expected Harry to know. Rolling over slowly, Tonks faced Harry, causing him to pause in his efforts. "What you doing, Harry?" "I was practicing my wandless magic, and then I was reciting spells that I had read about the other day. I do have a question. For you. Can the ministry detect offensive spells if they are cast wandlessly? I wanted to practice some offensive spells today after we get back from our visit. I honestly think you are going to be surprised by our visit, Harry. I also doubt you are going to want to practice magic when we return. What do you have planned, Tonks? Ask me no questions, and I will tell you no lies, Harry. Just go with the flow today, okay? You may have a few challenges to overcome, but do what you always do." "And just what is that, Tonks?" "Win, Harry. You always win, or at least get out of whatever you got into. Just keep doing that and everything will be fine." Seeing his unhappy face, she added, "If you do well, I might be convinced to key you again." Harry thought over the situation and the offer from Tonks. He liked the key. His dream this morning was evidence enough of that, but was she only kidding him? He didn't think he could take the embarrassment if she was just having on him. "I accept your offer, Tonks. What are the terms?" Tonks stared at him, realizing she would have to hold up her end of the deal if he succeeded. "You make it through the day without getting seriously hurt and I will key you before bed tonight. Deal?" Tonks held out her hand, which was right in front of Harry's chest. "Is there a chance for me to get hurt on this visit? Where the hell are we going? I assure you that nothing really dangerous will happen. You have worse days here judging by yesterday. I promise you won't be spending any time with Madame Pomfrey." Taking her hand and shaking it firmly, Harry said, "That isn't much of a promise, but I accept your offer, Tonks." "Great, now you should get ready. We need to leave in." Tonks pulled her wand from under the pillow and said, "Time." In front of her appeared a clock showing it was 6:30 in the morning. "We have half an hour to get there, Harry. You had best get moving so I can as well. I will make us some food while you are showering." Harry grabbed his clothes and left his room. He knew that Vernon would up in 20 minutes and he would be mad if Harry was anywhere near him. "Not that I really care, but I shouldn't be starting fights with the man. In and out of the loose, Tonks can do the same." Harry returned to his room to find Tonks finishing her toast and jam. She motioned to the remaining pieces of toast and walked past him to the loo. Harry sat down and ate his food. He swallowed the last of his food and opened the loose floorboard to retrieve what little money he had left after a year at school. While replacing the board to conceal the hiding place, Harry heard a banging on a door from the hallway. Hearing his uncle yell, Harry gathered his cloak and wand before leaving the room. "Open this bloody door, you worthless bastard. You think you can make me late to you? I am not in there, Vernon. I would stop yelling, too, since the neighbors can probably hear every word you say. Watch yourself, Potter. If you aren't in here, then who is? Tonks is in there and I suggest you leave her be. Your floozy can't use our water. That costs money." Harry drew his wand and stepped towards Vernon. "You do not listen, do you? I warned you to treat her with respect." Harry was beyond mad. He wanted to make his uncle understand that everyone should be treated with respect. "You will apologize to her when she comes out, or I will make you apologize. Do you understand me? Think you got what it takes to make me do something, boy? She ain't here to back you up. I know I can make you do things, uncle. The question is if I want to do it or not. Personally, I would be happy to never see you again, but I don't think that is in the plans right now. Hopefully it will be soon though. Nevertheless, you will apologize to Tonks for your comment. And if I don't, boy." Vernon was making his stand, and if he won this time, Harry knew he would never get another chance. Putting on the most serious expression he could and calling his magic up to enhance his look, Harry spoke directly to Vernon. I will shatter every bone in your arms and legs. I will leave you to heal the Muggle way too. There is a curse to do that, you know. Harry watched as Vernon shrunk a little. He also seemed to lose his confidence and started looking for a way to escape. Harry knew that he had to keep his edge while he had it. I see you understand what I said. Now, Tonks should be out of there in a minute and I expect you to apologize as soon as you see her. I won't hesitate to curse you if I need to. Vernon stilled as sounds came from the bathroom. The sound of movement and humming could be heard. He looked at Harry as saw his nephew was serious. The causal way Harry had told him what was going to happen if he didn't apologize scared him more than the actual threat. His nephew had gotten frightening over the last year. The boy wasn't easy to intimidate anymore. He was downright menacing now and Vernon didn't like it at all. The door opening and a soggy-headed Tonks stopping short of running into Vernon brought the scene to a head. She looked at Vernon and could see the telltale signs of rage. She saw Harry standing in the hallway with his wand drawn looking every bit the man he would become. Did I miss something, Harry? Tonks didn't know what she had missed. She knew someone was pounding on the door and yelling, but her father did that when she was growing up so she learned to ignore all distractions when she was showering. Do you have something to say, uncle? Harry prompted, never removing his piercing gaze from his uncle. Vernon paused, reassessing the situation and the possible risks. Harry inclined his head a little, but never wavered in his posture. I would like to apologize for my words while you were in the bathroom. Vernon forced himself to say. Harry raised head a little more, indicating that he wasn't finished. And for the other times as well. There is that good enough? The last was directed at Harry. Yes, it is. You will not get another chance to apologize, Uncle Vernon. Harry said. Vernon waited for Tonks to leave the bathroom and walk over to Harry before he entered and closed the door, sharply locking it as well. Tonks turned to see Harry visibly restraining himself from using his magic. Thank you, Harry. You are my hero. Tonks leaned up and planted a key on Harry's mouth before returning to his room to gather the remaining things she had left there. Harry was trying to calm down after almost cursing his uncle. He was feeling a little in over his head concerning things at Privet Drive. He had never stood up to his uncle like he had been doing in the last few days. He had never felt like he had to stand up for himself. Everything came down to his absolute need to take control of his life. At Privet Drive, the Dursleys controlled his life. They had abused him for 10 years before he got a break. Then they continued the abuse during the summers. At school, Harry's life was controlled by Dumbledore, McGonagall, and any other teacher who decided to get involved. Not a single person had ever asked Harry what he wanted done in reference to his life. That lack of choice or say led to Harry living a miserable life with his relatives, and his life being in constant danger at school. The more he thought about everything, the less sense things made. How could everything that has happened to me at Hogwarts happen in the first place? If the place was that dangerous, no sane parent would let their child go there. It just defies logic. Then again, so does magic, I guess. Maybe all magical people are a little touched in the head to begin with. Have I ever met one that wasn't a little bit cracked? Hermione comes to mind. Harry kept evaluating what he had done in the past and how he was handling things currently. The only conclusion he could come up with was that something had to change or he would be dead in months. Worse yet, someone else could end up dead because of him and he couldn't take that again. Too many had died for him and he was making the conscious decision to stop that trend. The key from Tonks broke his pattern of self-assessment. He watched her walk into his room and could see her gathering her outer cloak as well as her invisibility cloak. She scanned the room once to check for any left items before grabbing her wand off the bed. She walked up to Harry, slightly tripping on a floorboard that was slightly raised, and smiled at Harry as she righted herself as if it was a common occurrence. He figured it was common for her and smiled back before asking her what the plans were. Well, we leave this cheery place as fast as we can and get outside where I can make a portkey to get us to the ministry. Now, I will put a glamour charm on you in case you are found out when we get there. Mind, it will only last a short time though. We have to enter the building properly or all sorts of hell will come down on us. If things go well, we can come in the back door from that point on. We are going to the ministry. Why would I want to go there again? They are likely to arrest me the second they see me. I did destroy a few rooms in the Department of Mysteries, you know. There has to be a law against that. If not, I am sure Fudge made one so he could get me thrown into Azkaban. Calm down, Harry. I can tell you for certain that they will not arrest you when we enter the ministry. I can also tell you that the Unspeakables are not looking to arrest you either for what happened in their department. A few may want to have a chat with you, but they are good people. Don't worry. Right. Last time someone told me not to worry. You don't want to know, Tonks. Come on, Mr. Happy. Let's get your positive personality to our meeting. I only ask that you trust me on this one, Harry. Please, trust that I am doing what I think is best for you. Seeing Harry about to object, she spoke before he could. I am doing the best I can because you asked me for my help whether you remember it or not. This isn't just good intentions either. You will have to work at what I am offering you. The amount of help you get out of this depends on you as much as it does anyone else. If you fail, it is on your own head. Doesn't that sound like a better arrangement than your past ones? Yes, it does. I would thank you now, but I am not sure what is going to happen, so I will hold off for a bit if that is okay with you. Fine, Harry. I know that you can't afford to give away your trust, but I hope that I can earn it. Tonks led the way to the street and pulled a small wooden box from her cloak. She tapped it once and it glowed blue for a second before returning to normal. She smiled at Harry and motioned him to put on his cloak. She followed his movements, putting on her own cloak. They held the fronts open so they could still see each other. Harry watched as she held the box out for him to touch. When he had a tight grip on the box, she tapped it with her wand, and Harry felt the pull of a portkey on his navel. They landed in the empty atrium of the ministry. Harry started to fall over, but Tonks grabbed him by the arm firmly and stopped his movement. She quietly told him to follow her and say nothing. Harry watched her pull off her cloak and stride towards the security desk. The desk was manned by one lone guard who looked as scared as he was young. Tonks flashed her Auror badge and a saucy smile before continuing to walk to the lift. She hesitated as a small light glowed on the guard desk, alerting him to Harry passing through the checkpoint. Fortunately, the guard had followed Tonks' movements and wasn't paying any attention to the light, which was slowly dimming. Tonks pressed the call button and waited for the lift. The lift arrived a moment later and she entered it, pressing the button for level 9. She felt Harry nudge her side, so she knew he was with her. She waved at the guard as the gates closed and the lift descended to level 9. When the bell dinged, Tonks walked off the lift and a few paces down the hallway. She paused and said that Harry could remove the cloak. When the cloak was removed from Harry, she could see he was jumping to conclusions. His aura was visible again and he was looking rather dangerous. Now, Harry, before you burn me to a crisp, hear me out. Harry said nothing, but his wand hadn't moved from its down position either. Here is the real story about me, Harry. I am an Auror. While I was in the program, another group came to see me. They knew about my metamorph abilities and they were interested in recruiting me. Being who I am, I kind of like the idea of having a secret life. Matches my many faces, wouldn't you agree? I can look like other people to a certain degree and that is dead useful for an unspeakable. I have been with them since my 3rd year in Auror Academy. You will learn about how we are structured and where I fit into the organization. I am telling you so you don't think this was a setup to get you to resolve your issues about Sirius. I miss him too. You will get over his death in time and at your own pace. I asked them if they could help you because you asked me for help. This is the meet and greet, as they like to call it. I can tell you that you will be evaluated and tested on various things: magic, reflexes, instincts, and overall performance. It won't be easy, but this is a great opportunity to learn what you need to survive and win. You told me you wanted to win and that you had to. This is your chance to do it. I told you that this will be in your hands. If you fail, it isn't because Albus made a bad decision on your behalf. If you hate me, tell me now and I can escort you out of the ministry and back to Privet Drive. If you want to show them what you got, let's go show them. Personally, I know that you can do this. I wouldn't have brought this up to them if I doubted you. She waited for Harry to say something. He had been quiet the whole time she had talked. He hadn't even moved. Before, she was afraid he was going to fly out of control when she first saw him standing there. Now, she was worried that he would simply turn around and leave. The minutes passed and she noticed he was getting ready to say something. You did this because I asked you to help me. Tonks nodded. You set this up to help me. She nodded again. You are offering me the chance to help myself stay alive and maybe win this war. She nodded again with more emphasis. Did my fame help me get this chance, or is this going to be on my abilities alone? I assure you, Harry, nothing down here is offered because of who or what you are. Every one of us earns the right to stay here. You are here because I mentioned you would be a good candidate. You will remain here because you are a good candidate. If you don't make it, I don't care. You are still a hero to me. Not to mention that you are a wonderful key. But that won't help you with the tests. Tonks was playing around trying to soften his mood. Cheeky minx. What kind of tests? I am not sure. They differ for each person based on their skills and where we need people. You will learn about the teams later today, I think. Now, shall we go in, or are you going to leave? Harry contemplated the whole situation. He had a perfect chance to learn things that Hogwarts would never teach him, and he doubted that he would stand a chance against Voldemort with Hogwarts-taught spells. With little choice but to accept the offer, Harry took a step towards Tonks. Excellent, Harry. I am so happy. Now if you will follow me, I will take you to our meeting. She walked down the hall to about the midpoint and turned to her left. She tapped the wall about shoulder height twice and proceeded to make a box with her tapping while saying something in Latin. There was a click and the wall began to recede, revealing a doorway. Harry watched as a full doorway appeared in the wall and Tonks entered the portal. He followed her closely and found himself in a dimly lit room with a desk and a chair in the middle of it. Behind the desk were two doors. Both doors had brass name plates, one reading, Research, the other door reading, Other. Harry laughed at the other door, but it reinforced his recent belief that all magical people were crazy. Tonks walked to the other door and knocked twice. She waited for the door to open, which it did, and she called Harry to follow her in. Harry walked through the door and saw another hallway leading away in a straight line. There were numbered doors on either side of the hallway. A dark red runner ran the length of the hallway and Tonks found herself tripping every half-dozen steps or so. She stopped in front of door number 9 and said that this was the meeting room. She knocked once and entered immediately. Harry followed her once again and saw a dark wood table in the center of the room. It had old-looking chairs around it and a spotlight, from above, lit the surface. A pitcher of water and a few glasses sat in the middle of the illuminated table. Harry scanned the room and counted the chairs. There were 13 of them and he could tell at least 2 people were already seated at the table. He walked up next to Tonks and stood ready for whatever was going to happen. Tonks took a seat directly across from one of the people and motioned Harry to take the seat next to her. He sat down, but he held his wand under the table ready to defend himself. The man across from Tonks leaned forward so the light revealed his face. It was a soft, caring, slightly aged face of an average-looking man. His hair was light brown with a dusting of gray and he had an average build. He folded his hands together and wore a small smile. "Good morning, Shamel. I see that you have brought your hopeful." "Good morning, Marcus," Tonks replied. "I hope you like what you see." "I will be the judge of that, Shamel," said the still-hidden person who was obviously a man by his voice. "This better not be a waste of my time. I have other potentials just waiting to fill the open slots." "Calm yourself, Horace," Marcus said. "I am sure that Shamel wouldn't waste our time. Am I right?" "Yes, Marcus, I think you will be happy with what Harry can do." Tonks smiled simply and waited for the men to say something else. Harry watched everything and wondered why Tonks was called Shamel. He looked at the man he could see and tried to figure out if he was a threat, and the hidden man was most definitely a threat right now. Marcus spoke directly to Harry for the first time. "Harry James Potter, currently of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Formerly of an unknown address in Godric's Hollow and formerly of Potter Estate near Godric's Hollow. Son of James and Lily Potter. Born July 31, 1980. Sorted into Gryffindor House. Youngest Seeker in a century. Savior of the Philosopher's Stone. Parseltongue. Defeater of a Basilisk. Winner of the Special Award for Services to the School. Familiar in the use of a Time Turner. Highly skilled in the use of the Patronus Charm. Champion of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Only there were 4 of you. You can defeat the Imperious Curse and maybe the Killing Curse. Leader of Dumbledore's army. You have dueled with Voldemort and lived. You have dueled with Bellatrix Lestrange and lived. You have broken into this very department leading others. You have shown some aptitude for advanced magic. Anything I am missing? Harry sat silently as the information was processed. What the hell is Potter Estate? They knew an awful lot about him and Harry wasn't sure that was a good thing. He felt a probing feeling in his head and allowed the person in only to thrust them out as forcefully as he could. The hidden man rocked back in his chair. Better add slightly skilled in occlumency to that list. You have any other tricks, Potter? Asked Horace. Maybe a few things, Harry answered. He stared down the hidden man, seeing him as the greatest threat to his safety and well-being. Excellent place to start from, Shamel, said Marcus. I accept him as a candidate. What do you say, Horace? I will answer that after I have had a chance to test him. Have to make sure he isn't all name and paper before I go giving him my stamp of approval. That is the most positive I have ever heard you say about a possible member, Horace. I do think you are getting soft in your old age. Marcus seemed to be the one tasked with keeping things running smoothly. Stuff it, you. I am not old nor am I soft, Horace rebutted. Yes, well, all things being the same, I am Marcus. Harry nodded at the greeting, not saying anything since they knew him pretty well already. I am in charge of the Department of Mysteries. I oversee everything that involves this department. I am the go-between for the two branches. This is Horace, my colleague. He is a bit rough around the edges, but he means well. He handles the training and mission assignments for the operations side on things. I will let you explain the rest to Harry, Shamel. Thanks, Marcus, Tonks said. Now, Harry, Marcus runs the entire department. There are two parts, the operations side, which I belong to, and the research side which Croker runs. The research side is the public face of the department. People know they exist and that is fine. Every member of the research side researches magic. I know it sounds lame, but that is what they do. People know who they are, sometimes, and that is fine in most cases. The research side gets involved with all sorts of things both inside the ministry itself and with other ministries around the world. Marcus manages some of that, but leaves Croker to most of it. Marcus spends most of his time managing the operations side of the department. We are the really secret side of the department. We handle the missions that need done and can't be discovered by others. No member of the operations side is known by name to anyone who isn't an unspeakable on the operations side, but a few people internal to the ministry know of us in general terms. The minister being one of those people. Tonks ignored Harry's scoff. The chief warlock of the Wizengamot is another such person. Yes, Albus knows we exist, but not who we are. The operations side handles the dangerous research missions that the research side shouldn't handle. We also settle matters that are of a sensitive nature. If you know about the Muggle Michigan 5, we are their magical equivalent, only a touch more secret. We handle beasts like basilisks, wild sphinx, or other really dangerous animals. The research side isn't trained or equipped to handle things like that, so we keep them alive by taking the missions. Within our side, we have Marcus our head, Horace our trainer and commander of sorts. There are 6 teams of 3 that operate on our side. I am a member of Team 3. We only have 2 people since we lost a member this year. He got a little big in the head and he lost it on a mission. The other teams are fully staffed. I know the research team is down a member since Bode was killed. I should have recognized the devil's snare when I was in his hospital room. Sorry about that. Harry spoke for the first time since Tonks began her explanation. It happens, Harry, don't worry about it, Marcus said. Have you ever seen Devil's Snare before? Yes, I have, my first year. I fell into a large nest of it. Interesting, I didn't know Hogwarts left that kind of stuff lying around for the students to get into. All the same, you are here now and probably wondering what we have planned. Thought did cross my mind once or twice, sir. Harry was trying to stay respectful. I am Marcus, not sir. We go by our first names or our cover names. You will get one as time goes on. Only your teammates, Horace, and I will know your real names. Our operatives are required to have their faces concealed at all times while working. You can choose to tell your team who you are if you want, but many don't. The operatives are part-timers, meaning that they all have jobs somewhere else in our community. Do you understand how we work? Yes, it makes sense, Harry replied. Where do I fit in then? I am still in school, so how can I help? You can't help, Horace interjected. You know nothing and are of little use to anyone. But, it is Horace's job to teach you to be able to help us, and he loves his job, don't you, Horace? Marcus said in a friendly way, cutting off the sharp criticism. Sod off you git, was the reply. I work my ass off trying to teach these fools not to get themselves or others killed while working. I don't know what to do about you, Potter. A little young and scrawny if you ask me. All things that can be remedied, Horace, Marcus said. I expect great things from you, Harry. You and everyone else, Harry said under his breath quietly, and for the first time Horace moved on his own and came into the light. He was an older man with a fair share of wrinkles. He had mostly gray hair with a few black ones scattered about his head. He had a solid build and was rough-looking, but a lot better than Moody. I have excellent ears, Potter, he said, showing something other than contempt. I do want a chance to see what you can do. Maybe you aren't all that you are cracked up to be in the papers. I wouldn't believe anything written about me in the papers, Horace. I could count the number of accurate things on one hand. Harry thought that this man was a lot like his uncle, with a little of Moody thrown in to add a certain level of craziness. Is that so, Potter? Horace smiled for the first time since the meeting began, and Harry felt more than saw the eagerness he was displaying. I will be ready when you are, Marcus. Send him my way when you get done with all your paper pushing. Horace stood and left the room silently. He is such a friendly person, don't you think, Harry? Marcus said with a wide smile. Don't worry, he will warm up to you in time. Yeah, I will believe that when I see it, Harry said doubtfully. Yes, well, onto the boring stuff. Marcus pulled a folder from the seat of a chair that was next to him. We have a few things to settle before you can leave and start playing around with Horace. I have a secrecy letter here that you need to read and sign. I have a few other things for you to read over, and I must cast a spell that we use to protect our department. If you will be so kind as to read this. Marcus slid the folder to Harry. Looking at Tonks for confirmation and getting it, Harry opened the folder and started reading the top form. I, the undersigned, do hereby swear a wizard's oath to keep my orders, missions, leaders, and teams secret from all unauthorized people. I will keep my secrets until my death, or am ordered to reveal such secrets. Harry read the whole document and took the offered quill, which was a familiar black. A blood quill. Must I sign this with a blood quill? When have you ever seen a blood quill? Marcus asked. They are highly restricted in their use and illegal for most people to possess. Last year, Dolores Umbridge had me using it during detentions. I still have the faint scars on my hand from using it. What? Yelled Tonks. Why, that miserable hag. Most interesting, Marcus said calmly while watching Tonks cycle through different, angry, hair colors. She could get a written reprimand for this. Maybe even a demotion, since Fudge isn't really in a position to save anyone lately. I never liked that woman. Thoughts for another time. Yes, Harry, you must use the quill. It will make the contract magically binding. Fine, Harry said succinctly. He signed his name with a flourish and ignored the scratching pain on his hand. He never broke eye contact with Marcus during the process. Harry handed the form to Marcus and he took the sheet quickly. I think you have that stare down, Harry. I know I can see why a few people are intimidated by you. Now, if we can finish the forms. The next one is a release form absolving the department of any liability should you get hurt or die. Imagine that. Harry was beginning to see how things worked in the ministry. Paper them to death if you can. Does Hogwarts have one of these? I only ask considering all the times I have been hurt while at school. Of course they do, Marcus said. Most likely your guardians signed it when you went for your first year. Not likely, Harry said swiftly. If the sheet promised injuries, then they would have signed. Otherwise, I doubt there is one signed by anybody I know. Someone had to sign it for you to attend Hogwarts. Marcus looked puzzled. You can look into that when you go on your first mission. Everyone loves their first mission, don't they, Shamel? The first is a lot of fun, Marcus. I still remember mine. Good times. Tonks got a little reminiscent. Why did they call you Shamel? Harry asked. It is short for chameleon, Harry. Horace spent a few weeks trying to think up one that would fit. Shamel fit, and that has been it since. I kind of like it too. It is a fun name, just like me. Tonks was starting to bounce in her seat. Whatever makes you happy, Tonks. Harry shook his head a few times but was stopped when she smacked him playfully. Interesting, Marcus said more to himself than anyone else. Now if we can continue with the boring stuff, you can get onto the fun stuff. Harry signed the release form and the salary sheet, which said that Harry would be paid a lump sum for his training, 200 galleons, plus all his supplies and equipment. He would receive a sum based on the type of missions from that point forward. When they got to the next of kin form, Harry paused. I have no next of kin. Well, then you can name a person or persons who you would like to handle your affairs. If you have a will, then we can just put that down. Marcus was being pretty flexible about everything. Let's do that then. Harry didn't know what else to do, so he took the only route we could. I will take care of that when I have to deal with Sirius's will. Harry came to the last form and he noticed that there was a certain shimmer to the parchment. Reading the top, Harry saw that there were quite a few magical words on the paper. He looked up and found Marcus was standing for the first time. The man was about 5'10" and seemed at ease on his feet. When he drew his wand, Harry reacted the only way he knew to react when someone pulled a wand. He drew his own wand. He leapt out of his chair, sending it crashing to the floor, and swung his wand on target, Marcus, and took up a defensive position. What is going on here? What is with the wand? Marcus stopped his motions and calmly pointed his wand downwards and away from Harry. My apologies, Harry. I should have explained the process before drawing my wand on you. As unusual as it sounds, I rarely have people coming on board who have had to fight for their lives before. It is even rarer that they have had to fight like you have. That is a mistake that I won't make again. Harry stared Marcus down, trying to figure out if he was being truthful or if he was being set up. So far Harry knew he had been pretty easy going about everything. He didn't make a fuss when he signed any of the forms. He looked to Tonks, who had an expectant look on her face. This is normal, Harry, Tonks said. Marcus is okay, I trust him. I should have warned you too. Remember, I know what happens when you get startled. I can clearly remember you knocking me down yesterday and what happened after that. She was being cheeky again, and in front of her boss too. Is this a favorite thing of yours, Tonks? Harry asked, fighting the blush that he knew was starting to appear. Okay, I am sorry about my reaction, but having so many people after you tends to make you a little jumpy. I completely understand, Harry, Marcus said with a smile. I am impressed by your reflexes. I will need to make a bet with Horace before you start your training. I think I have an edge this time. Now, back to things at hand. You have to sign that form before we go any further today. There is another place to sign if you pass your entrance tests. I must cast a spell on you when you sign it both times. What kind of spell? Harry wasn't taking any chances on this. I will be informed the whole time or I will leave. I am done trusting others to do what is best for me. The spell is a form of the Fidelius charm. We adapted it to protect our information, identities, and secrets from others. Legilimency cannot be used to extract this information because it is protected by the spell. You cannot tell others who aren't covered by the same spell for the same reasons. It is another failsafe that only the operations side goes through. As you sign the form, I will cast the spell and you will feel a slight presence in your mind. This is normal and it will pass in a few seconds. It is not unlike the real Fidelius charm, but we are not hiding a place or thing with it. Okay, let's get this over with. Harry took up the quill again and signed the form, and heard Marcus murmuring as he wrote his name in spiky letters. When he finished, Harry felt the presence as he was told. The feeling remained for a few seconds, then it faded until Harry couldn't tell where it had gone. He handed Marcus the folder and his signed form. Wonderful, now let's get you to Horace. I am sure he has had more than enough time to prepare. Follow me and feel free to talk amongst yourselves until Horace calls on you to start. They left room number 9 and continued down the hallway. Tonks continued tripping on the runner, so Harry had positioned himself to catch her should she actually fall instead of stumble. The area of hallway they were walking in had no doors for long distance on the right side. Harry saw one single door up ahead and then more blank wall for a good distance again. Before you ask, Harry, this is the training room, Tonks said while stumbling enough she had to reach out a hand to Harry to steady herself. This is the room you will hate at first and then come to love later. I know that I hated it for a few days. Is this where I will be tested? Harry asked. Yep, Tonks replied. Do your best with everything that is thrown at you. Do not hold anything back for any reason, okay? Consider everything to be a real situation and treat every opponent as you would a Death Eater. Alright, I think. Harry wasn't sure what to expect. Marcus mumbled a password and opened the lone door. He entered and walked farther into the room. Tonks and Harry followed. Harry's first impression was disbelief. The room was wider than the wall space outside led you to believe, and it extended nearly 80 feet. The ceiling was at least 40 feet high and it was shrouded in darkness in some areas. The room was at least 150 feet deep. The volume of the room was immense and Harry could feel a charge to the air in the room. He could feel the air move too. Harry stood near the door and simply looked around for a few minutes. Amazing room, isn't it, Harry? Tonks said with some awe to her voice. I love coming in here. It feels alive, doesn't it? You can feel the magic, but that shouldn't be anything new to you. It feels alive, Horace snapped, trying to keep his voice as overwhelming as he could, because it kind of is. The walls are a metallic gray for a reason. The whole room is covered in the skin from Ukrainian ironbellies. Our research team managed to figure out a way to keep the skin alive, in a fashion, so it could heal itself from spell damage. This, Potter, is our training room. This magnificent room is completely sealed from external detection, so you being a minor and all is not an issue. Operations team members are the best trained operatives in the ministry. My job is to test you and to ensure that you can put our training to use should the need arise. I had one person who knew every spell ever written. He was a master at casting those spells too. He had one flaw that cost him his life and the lives of his team members. He couldn't use those spells against an enemy when the shite was hitting the fan. He got confused and he died. If you are anything like him, I will kill you myself so you won't do the same to every else. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said, simply giving his full attention to Horace. Harry noticed Tonks and Marcus exiting through a door to the right side of the room adjacent to the entrance. Glad you can hear me, Potter, Horace replied forcefully. Here are the rules for your testing and all training moving forward should you pass. Everything goes. All spells are fair game. You can use anything, everything, and even shite you make up. There is only one spell that is not reversible, and that is the Killing Curse. You cannot use the Killing Curse while you are facing live opponents when in this room. If you kill someone using another spell, so be it. Shite happens, you move on. I have only lost 2 people while running this room, and both times they failed themselves. They died because of their own failures, not because of the actions of others. Do you understand those rules? Yes. Harry wasn't sure what was going to happen, but this whole thing was looking more real and serious as he went. Your first test, Potter, Horace stated. If I throw a decapitation curse at you, what will you do? I will try to stun you. Wrong. Horace stepped forward and tried to look even more menacing. Schoolboy ideals, how grand. No, Potter, you fire an equally dangerous spell back at me. Do you know of any that would come close? I haven't used it, but the bone exploding curse could be 1. Excellent, you got it right on the second try. Too bad you are missing your head at this point and we only have a few seconds to repair the damage. You have to think fast on your feet, Potter, or people will get killed. Give me another spell you could use, not one you know about. The Cruciatus Curse. You sure you could handle that one? It is mighty dangerous to play around with. Have you ever cast that spell? Horace saw the hesitation in Harry. Just like the spells, no words leave this room either. We are all under secrecy oaths and we govern ourselves. The ministry kind of stops at the hidden door out front, if you couldn't tell. Yes, I have used it once. Well, knock me over with a feather. The boy wonder isn't all goody-goody after all. And just who felt the sting of your first Cruciatus Curse? Bellatrix Lestrange. Horace held his comment and watched as Harry's face turned a little darker. He looked over Harry's shoulder and smiled slightly. How surprising. Maybe you aren't that worthless after all, Potter. You would be the first other than that raving lunatic calling himself a Dark Lord to have accomplished such a feat. Maybe I won't go easy on you today. Maybe you can take the real test instead of the kids' version. Interested? Ready as I'll ever be. Harry stared him down. He was getting mad and he didn't even want to try to use occlumency to calm down. The man was pissing him off and Harry wanted to prove that he was good enough to learn whatever they had to offer. Fine, the test begins now. No killing curses, yell out yield when you have had enough, I will stop when you lose consciousness otherwise. With a tap of his wand, Horace disappeared and the room shifted into that of a forest. Harry looked all around and saw old trees where nothing had been before. He stepped to his left side and touched a tree. It felt real. The bark was rough and the ground was uneven beneath his feet. He smelled the fresh air and grass and felt the dampness of the forest around him. Must be like the room of requirement. Harry figured that standing in one place was not the best choice, so he began to move to his left, checking for a structure or a clearing. Harry walked for a few minutes before he had that feeling of someone attacking him. Harry spun and held his wand in the direction of the feeling. A silver ribbon of magic came flying at him from a tree where his wand was pointed. Harry reacted by ducking and sending a reductor curse to the same area. The silver ribbon flew over his head and struck a tree that was about a foot thick. The tree groaned from the impact. Where the spell had hit the tree, the wood separated and the top slammed into the earth with a deep thud. Harry moved behind the cover of some trees and small bushes. A burst of fire ignited the shrubs and Harry cast the flame-freezing spell on himself and jumped into the fire. He saw movement to his right, so he fired the blasting curse in that direction and moved out of the fire. Harry heard a loud splintering of wood sound come from the poor tree that had been hit by his spell. He retreated for a few minutes and found a dip in the earth where he had more cover from his attacker. He moved up and down the depression until he had that feeling again. He turned to the general direction and started firing off stunners and impediment jinxes. A twisting red jet of light shot from the area Harry had been firing his spells. The spell nearly hit Harry, but he had rolled to the ground before he was struck. Bloody hell, he wasn't kidding. That was the Cruciatus curse. Harry knew he was outclassed when it came to the number of spells he knew. He thought he might have an advantage when it came to mobility, but he knew he couldn't match spell for spell. Against Horus, Harry scanned the area for movement and saw nothing. He needed a way to even the odds and thought of a smoke spell. He cast the spell which caused smoke to billow from his wand. He waved it around and soon found himself obscured by the cloud of smoke. He felt that feeling again and fired the cutting curse at that direction. He heard something tear and heard a grunt from someone. Harry knew he had to press any advantage he made for himself and began firing reductor curses in a small angle from the last place he had heard Horus. Trees were being destroyed from the sounds of things. Crashes and creaks followed by the splintering sounds of wood being pulverized. Harry began to move sideways from his last position and saw a yellow streamer fly right where he had been standing. Harry moved further away and wished he had learned the disillusionment charm last year. That was the only way Horus could have remained unseen. As Harry thought, he remembered what Horus had said in the meeting room. "I have excellent ears, Potter." Idiot, Harry thought to himself. He wandlessly cast the silencing charm on his feet and continued his retreat. Harry had kept moving for over 10 minutes without any spells being fired at him. He was trying to think of a way to go on the offensive, but not knowing where your enemy was made that hard. Harry was coming up on a creek by the sound of it. He broke through the underbrush and found a wide stream running steadily and some rocks creating a path of sorts. The only way across was to hop from rock to rock. Harry got an idea and hopped across the only place where the rocks were close enough to do so. Harry paused in the middle of crossing and bent down to splash some water over a smaller stone. Once the rock was covered, Harry wandlessly cast the freezing charm on the rock, turning the water into ice. Harry was pleased that the rock just looked wet. He finished crossing the stream and climbed up the hill to a vantage point behind a few live trees and a fallen one. He could see up and down the stream quite a ways and he had the best view of the rocks. Harry waited and caught his breath. The minutes ticked by and Harry watched. A slight movement of the first rock brought his wand to bear on the approximate location of his pursuer. Harry knew he had to focus as much as possible. He had to force as much of his magic into his spells. Tonks had been giving him skills and hints at becoming better with his magic. She knew what was going to happen and she helped him as much as she could in the 2 days they had before today. Harry chose his spell and summed up all the intent and willpower he could and waited for a more conclusive indication that Horus was crossing the stream. The moment that Harry heard a shite and a splash, he unleashed repeated stunning spells blanketing the area near the ice-covered stone. A silver shield appeared slightly downstream from the rocks and Harry adjusted his aim. He was firing spell after spell and the silver shield sounded each time it was struck. Harry was pouring his magic into the spells. He was beginning to feel that pushing sensation he had when doing wandless magic. The silver shield held, but no spells were being returned. Harry held his current course of action because he didn't know what would happen if he didn't. A cold feeling broke his concentration. He started hearing his mother's screams in his head. Dementors. Harry ducked down and moved away from the stream. He summoned up all his will and intent, remembering the time he saved Sirius. He thought of the strongest positive memory he could think of too. Tonks in a t-shirt minus her pants key. Dotting him was the one he selected. Harry pushed all the magic he could into yelling, "Expecto Patronum!" and cast his Patronus. The silver stag erupted from his wand and charged into the woods to Harry's right. Harry thought the stag was larger than before, but now was not the time to think about anything other than surviving. Deciding that the right was full of Dementors, Harry ran to the left. He kept running, bouncing off trees and breaking through brush. His face was getting cut up by the angry twigs that would snap at him as he ran past. The stag came running or floating by and went ahead of Harry. A screeching sound told Harry that Dementors were ahead of him as well as behind. He veered slightly to the right and saw a clearing up ahead. Hoping that a clearing meant a better chance to see his opponent, Harry ran for the open space. The Dementor screams grew quieter as Harry progressed, giving him a more positive feeling of his current direction. The open space was a yard to an old farmhouse. Harry saw a paddock behind the house and a water trough waiting for an animal to drink from it. The house appeared to be well maintained and its thatched roof looked new in the sunlight. Harry saw no movement in or around the house, so he ran up the walking path leading to the side door. A quick, "Alohomora," and the door swung open, allowing Harry to run in at full speed. He closed the door and muttered, "Colloportus," locking the door behind him. Harry ran up the stairs and found a bedroom with a window overlooking the way he had come. He opened the windows and eased back into the shadows, making sure he had a good view of the tree line. Harry took the time to catch his breath. "This is one of the stupidest things you have ever done, Harry. What in the F.K. are you trying to prove? Who are you trying to prove it to, and why does it matter?" "Ah, got you." Harry stopped berating himself when he saw the outline of a shape emerging from the woods. Horace was using the disillusionment charm, and the sunlight allowed Harry to see his outline instead of it being hidden by the trees and leaves in the forest. Harry lined up his wand and forced his magic out again. "Incarcerus," Harry said quietly. Ropes leapt from his wand and quickly wrapped around the hidden shape. The ropes followed the shape to the ground as it fell over. Harry ran from the room, down the stairs, and out the door he had sealed closed, after removing the locking spell. He found his ropes lying in a pile where he had seen Horace collapse. "Damn it," Harry managed to say before being struck by a bludgeoning spell. Harry rolled with the force and regained his feet, fighting to take a breath since his chest had taken most of the force. Harry fired a cutting curse in the direction he could best figure the spell came from. Hearing no impact, Harry swung his wand in an arc, casting Flagrate in all directions. He saw a shield snap into existence to his left, so he focused his spells to that area. Stunners, reductors, and impedimentas were fired repeatedly. Harry saw the shield weaken slightly and the disillusionment charm fade. Horace was standing there looking a little beaten, sporting own cuts and burns from Harry's attacks. With an angry scowl, Horace ducked and fired the Cruciatus curse at Harry, causing him to dive out of the way. Horace followed it up with his own Incarcerus spell. Harry countered with the cutting curse and followed it up with a stunner. Horace batted the stunner away, looking insulted that Harry would even try. Harry knew that he had to use something stronger than his school hexes. Harry remembered the spells he had read during his first day home. "Aussie's Fragment," Harry said quietly, trying to remember that yelling did little to help your magic. The spell struck Horace in the left arm and Harry heard a bone snap loudly. Horace held back his yell, but a whimper escaped. Harry continued his assault with another reductor curse, which was blocked. Horace fired another Cruciatus curse at Harry, forcing him to the ground. Harry returned fire with Aussie's Disfringo. Horace was struck in the left leg. The sound of his leg bone shattering was drowned out by his yell of pain as he fell to the ground instantly. Harry regained his footing but was brought to his knees when Horace scored a hit with Crucio. Harry did his best to hold in his screams, but he was disoriented by the pain. He was seeing stars as the hot knives drove themselves into his joints. Harry tried to roll away from the pain, but he figured in reality he was merely rolling around in the same place. Horace must have stopped his spell because Harry regained control of his body. Never again will I take the pain from that spell. Where is that arsehole? I want him to hurt. Harry shakily got to his knees and saw Horace on the ground 10 feet away trying to steady his wand on Harry. Horace was still trying to cast a spell at Harry even though he was lying on the ground. Harry drew up his wand and stared into Horace's eyes. Crucio. Harry pushed all the pain he had suffered from Horace and his family in the last few days into his spell. He added a little of his hatred for Bellatrix too. Horace was laid flat on the ground, screaming, from Harry's spell. Harry held him under the spell, wanting him to feel every bit of his anger and suffering he had. A shout from the side caused Harry to break off his spell and turn his wand on the voice. A reductor curse shot from Harry's wand and flew towards the voice. Harry couldn't see who it was, but he was still disoriented from the Cruciatus curse he had been under for an undetermined amount of time. A feminine shout of the shield spell helped Harry re-center himself to reality. His vision came back into focus and he saw Tonks moving his way warily with her wand drawn. She was recovering from her dive to the ground to avoid his, Crucio, spell. Harry looked down at his wand and back up at Tonks. He released his wand and it fell to the grass softly. Tonks stowed her wand and fell to her knees a little out of control right in front of him. She pulled him into a hug and held him as he took deep breaths assessing his injuries. "It is over, Harry," Tonks said near tears. "I am sorry I brought you here. I didn't know they were planning such real test. I am so sorry, Harry." Harry didn't know what the big deal was, but he knew Tonks had to calm down. "Hush, Tonks. I am fine, no big deal. Just a little pain. Nothing I haven't been through before. This is par for me, remember. Harry, you have serious injuries and you were held under the Cruciatus for way too long. We ran down here as soon as you were hit with it. I need to get you to the healers right now." "What injuries? I am just a little tired and sore, no worries." Harry pushed Tonks back and started trying to get to his feet. He was shaky but he managed. Tonks didn't know what to do, but she helped Harry stand up and kept him from falling over. Marcus watched Harry stand and looked at Horace still curled into a ball on the ground. He saw Harry waver a few times, but when Harry's wand flew into his hand, Marcus knew something was going on and it was a good thing. "You lost, old man," Marcus said with a laugh to Horace. He received a grunt of pain followed by a whimper. "I will just call the medics then." Marcus snapped his wand in the direction of the door and a silvery shape shot out of it. Marcus walked over to Harry and Tonks, assessing his condition more thoroughly. "The healers are on their way, Harry. I need your face covered since you have most definitely passed the test." He conjured a gray hood that would cover Harry's face and placed it over his head. "Harry, I am going to heal the cuts on your face and then cover it so no one knows who you are." "Okay." Harry looked to Tonks, who nodded. Harry sighed and gave his permission. Marcus waved his wand a few times and the small cuts healed. Harry's face was covered with the hood, but he could still see Tonks' worried face. Tonks pulled the hood of her cloak up and her face was shrouded instantly in shadows. "Remember to call me Shamel, Harry. I won't say your name when the healers arrive. They will want to take you to the medical wing because of your injuries." "What injuries? I didn't get hit that much." "Your left arm is broken, Harry," Tonks explained. "You have a puncture wound to your leg and a burn on your chest, not to mention the exposure to the Cruciatus curse." "I don't remember anything but the curse, and that was at the end." "When did the rest happen?" "The whole time you were fighting." Tonks was really worried that Harry couldn't remember getting hit by the spells. "Now, you rest and we will let the healers do their thing." The door opened and the healers entered the normal-looking room. There were 5 people, 2 women and 3 men, and they hurried over to Harry and Marcus. One of the women started giving orders and the others began their work. Wands were waved and spells cast. Broken arm, shattered leg, fire burns, rope burns, contusions, and Crucio exposure, a man said. Broken arm, penetrating wound, lacerations, fire burns, and Crucio exposure, said a woman. The woman in charge shook her head. "What is this, Marcus, a final aptitude test or something?" "No, Spears, it was an admission test," Marcus said lightly. "Admission my ass, these are serious wounds. If this is what I can expect in the future, I demand that a healer be present during the testing. I don't even want to know what spells missed." Spears directed the healers to levitate Horace and walk Harry to the medical bay. Harry shook off their help and leaned on Tonks, urging her to lead the way. I will do things myself if I can. If not, I will ask for help if I need it. Harry walked slowly after the healers. They repeatedly tried to help him, but he waved them off every time. It took Tonks telling them to let him alone before they stopped offering to help. The medical bay was right across from the training room, which Harry thought was the most sense he had ever seen at use in this building. He was laid on a bed and his healer team started pouring potions down his throat. He was poked and prodded and scanned and measured. Tonks sat with him the whole time, giving him all the support he could stand. He heard various things from the other side of the room. Most of it was medical talk that he didn't understand and couldn't be bothered to figure out since his medication had started working. Marcus was in the room speaking with someone, but Harry was starting to drift off. His arm was throbbing from the skelegro he had taken. The last face he saw was Tonks, covered head hovering above him. Harry came to with the smell of disinfectant in his nose and the sounds of people talking quietly reaching his ears. He opened his eyes and immediately noticed that his glasses were somewhere other than his face. He willed them into his hand and soon found them resting lightly in his palm. He carefully slipped them on and the world came into focus, or what he could see with his hood in place. He saw 3 healers moving about the room, straightening things and restocking shelves. He also saw Horace resting in his own bed. There were empty potion bottles of varying sizes next to his bed. He seemed to be asleep at the moment, but Harry could clearly remember what the man had done to him earlier. Harry wished he knew what time it was, but since there were no windows he had no clues to go from. Looking to his side, Harry found Tonks slouching in a chair. Her eyes were closed, but she was humming a tune to herself. Harry looked to see if he saw anyone else in the room, but it was empty. The room was smaller than Madame Pomfrey's hospital, but it was well supplied judging by cabinets of potions that lined the back wall. Everything was in perfect order and labeled from what Harry could tell. He turned his attention back to Tonks and cleared his throat quietly. Tonks' eyes snapped open and a smile grew on her face. She sat up and leaned forward, coming closer to Harry. Do you hate me? Her smile had disappeared and a hesitant frown was in its place. No, why would I? Harry didn't know what to say. I got you hurt, Tonks said tentatively. Most people would be pretty horked off at me for doing something like that. And when have I ever been like most people? Honestly, I spend my summer doing wandless magic, getting my life threatened, and getting cursed left and right in a secret department under the ministry. Does that sound like most people? Didn't think so. I am fine, too, Shamel. I feel good right now aside from feeling a little sore and not completely with it. Good, Tonks hesitated, saying Harry. You were amazing. Horace hadn't had such a fight in years. He usually toys with people and then finishes it. When he starts throwing the Cruciatus curse around, you know you are doing something right. That is his finisher. I still remember when he used it on me. It was bad, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't that terrible. He has nothing on Voldemort or Bellatrix. Harry saw Tonks flinch. If you are going to spend any amount of time around me, get used to me saying Voldemort. I have earned the right to call him whatever I want and I intend to do just that. Not everyone has faced him, so we aren't all at your level of acceptance. Most people have never seen him in person. Why do you think he is so scary? The less you know about something, the scarier it is. Well, I have seen him and he is scary in person too, but that is no reason to give him more power by being afraid of his made-up name. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He just made up Voldemort by messing around the letters. Anyway, what do I do now? And what time is it? Those I can answer. It is around 2 and we are to meet Marcus before we get you outfitted. Then, we have your first mission to complete before we can leave. I have a mission, already. Oh, it is an easy mission. You don't even have to leave the ministry. That will be explained later. Now up you get so we can go shopping. Shopping. Why do women like shopping so much? Because it gives us pleasure and we get new things that we didn't have before. Now let's go. Fine, fine. Harry swung his legs off the edge of his bed and set them on the floor. He tested his steadiness and then forced himself into a standing position. He swayed to the right, but Tonks grabbed his shoulders, stopping him from falling. So you are up, called a healer. She bustled over like all healers do. They must be taught how to do that in medical school, Harry thought. Here, she said, handing him a vial. You must take that before you leave. It will perk you up and help you with your balance issues. You should be as good as new in a few minutes. Harry took the offered greenish potion and downed it quickly. He expected an awful taste and frightening texture, so he didn't believe the sweet taste he was met with. It flowed down his throat smoothly. Harry found himself perking up in the few minutes as promised. His balance wasn't perfect, but it was constantly improving. She waved him out the door faster than he had ever seen a healer do so. He allowed Tonks to lead him past door number 16, the training room, to door number 2. She knocked and helped Harry in when the door opened. Harry found himself in a room that felt old. Everything in the room seemed modeled from the 1800s. The lights were old-style gas lamps similar to the ones in Grimmauld Place, only more basic. There was a bookshelf overflowing with books that were stuck in at every direction they would fit. There were 3 green leather chairs facing the antique desk that Marcus was seated behind. The desk was clear in the center, but papers were piled high around the edges. Quills were lying about the desk in various stages of wear. Marcus looked up from his high-backed leather chair and smiled a wide smile that seemed to fit the man. "You are free to speak here, Harry. This room is constantly protected against all forms of eavesdropping. Now, I need you to sign the last form again if you wish to enter our program, of course." Harry looked from Marcus's hopeful face to Tonks, carrying one. "Yeah, I think I will, as long as I will learn things that can help me stay alive. If I am just going to be a punching bag or poster boy, then I am out." "None of that will happen here, Harry. We don't have poster boys for one. Kind of defeats the secrecy thing, doesn't it? As for the punching bag part, it may seem like it for the initial stages, but I think you can progress beyond that quickly enough. Here is the form and the nasty quill again." Harry grabbed the quill and paused, thinking what he should have thought long ago. Am I just trading one controlling old man for another? This one is telling me he will teach me things and I have the chance to learn on my own if need be. The other one said he would teach me, but all I got was Snape and no information. The real difference is that I am choosing to do this. I never had the choice before. That is the real truth. I am deciding to do this under my own power. I am making the decisions. This is for real. I will learn everything I saw today and more. Yes, I promise that you will learn what you saw today and more. You will also learn how and when to apply those skills depending on the situation. Sometimes, we are a very direct group of people. Other times, we work in subterfuge. If you are willing to give it a shot, sign the form. You can always back out if things don't work out for you. I will warn you that your oaths will last for your entire life, and we may decide to obviate certain things if we think they are excessively dangerous for us. That is the deal you are walking into. It is your choice. Harry thought about the situation for a while. Fine, I am in. Harry signed his name again and felt Marcus's spell at work. The presence was more pronounced than before and took longer to fade. It is normal for the second time to be more invasive. It is the level of permanence causing it. Now, if you go to room number 18 you can get outfitted. I am sure Shamel can help you with that. I wish to welcome you to our family, Harry Potter. We may not trust many people often, but we rely on everyone who takes the oath. Oh, and on a side note, you won me a Case Ogden's Finest with your performance today. Thank you. Tonks grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him out of the office and down the hall. He bet a case on you and you came through. You earned points with him today. I am proud of you. They continued down the hallway and Tonks seemed to regain her clumsy ways. Harry had to stop her from falling twice on the way to room 18. She tapped the door with her wand and said a word, causing the door to shudder and open. Harry entered the room and saw stuff. It was full of stuff. One wall had cloaks lined up in one really long rack. They were all gray and seemed rather common. The back wall had a few swords and daggers with matching leather gear beneath them. The wall opposite the cloaks had shelves of books and various magical devices that Harry recognized from Dumbledore's office and Moody's classroom. The center of the room had boots in the far section and small trunks in the near section. Okay, we are here to outfit you. First is a cloak. Tonks walked over to the cloaks and started sliding down the rack, checking the length every now and then. She paused about halfway down and pulled one from the rack and held it up to Harry. It was about a foot too long. Not quite right, she returned the cloak and walked down until she seemed happy. Tonks pulled another cloak out and the length was about 2 inches from the floor, but the shoulders were about 6 inches too wide. Now you can see why I didn't get the job at Madame Malkin's. Tonks returned the cloak and checked for one with smaller shoulders. She pulled out another one and held up it to Harry. Not bad, try it on will you? Figuring he might as well play dress up for her, Harry removed his hood and donned the cloak. It fit nicely in length but the shoulders were a touch too large. Harry's original opinion of the cloaks being common had to be revised. The material was soft and very comfortable. The room was like most clothes storerooms, stuffy and warm, but the cloak felt nice and cool. A little too big, but it will do. Now, to brief you on your brand new, slightly used, unspeakable wear, I will list off their handy-dandy features. Tonks finished with a flourish. I love doing that in case you couldn't tell. The standard cloak is made up of two parts, the outer and inner. Kind of like a belly button, only this thing has a much greater lint factor and isn't a button since it has no buttons. Harry nodded his head twice before switching to a shake. Tonks is another of those crazy people I should watch out for. Tonks never paused in her description. The inner is made up of a soft liner the Muggles make. The outer is all as though. The exterior is made up of 3 separate materials. Hungarian horntail hide is overlaid with the hair of a demiguise interwoven with the skin of a grand chameleon. The dragon hide gives us added protection from spells. The demiguise hair gives us the ability to disappear to a certain degree. It isn't as good as an invisibility cloak, but then it is cheaper than that too. Remember, this is government work, so you settle for less than spectacular equipment. The chameleon skin gives us the ability to blend into our environment. The invisibility can be activated by tapping your wand on the cloak, or wandlessly I guess, and saying, invisible. Real technical stuff we have to remember here. The chameleon feature is more versatile. Same tap and you say, blend, or, color, then the color you want. I like gray or blue or really any color actually. You will want black or another normal color I suppose. That is me, Tonks, boring. You are far from boring, Harry. You simply haven't been properly motivated to try new things. That is where I come in, just so you know. Now, on with other features. Self-cleaning upon command. Wrinkle-free always. Temperature control to keep you nice and warm or comfortably cool. A hood that has obscuring charms in place to hide your face and a security feature to prevent others from removing it but one of us. Don't ask me how, it just works that way. Built-in wand holder for either arm that can be activated by thought. There is a spell to attune you to it so it all works right. Enough pockets that you will lose stuff for weeks, and the kicker is that they are summon-proof too. So when you lose something and try to summon it you get not. Tailors with a sense of humor. Is there anything else? Tonks thought on the subject for a bit. That is all I can think of. Now that you have your new threads, let's get you some boots. The section of boots was searched and Harry found a pair of boots that fit well. Hungarian horntail is well with the self-cleaning, temperature control, and chameleon features. Your cloak is long enough that you can crouch a little so you don't need the invisibility option. Remember, government work. Now the trunks are all the same, Harry. They have a modest shrinking charm on them as they are 1/3 the size of the real one. They can be shrunk more, but then they would be hard to find in here. Pick one and let's open it up. Harry grabbed one and set it on the floor. Tonks tapped it with her wand and countered the charm. The trunk grew to full size and Harry opened the lid. Inside was a blank journal, an empty set of vials, a sleeping bag, a canteen, a round clear ball similar to Neville's Remembrow, a self-inking quill, a pocket sneakoscope, and a few storage cubbies. You know what most of this crap is, so I will only explain the odd things. The clear ball is used to identify someone's injuries. A medically skilled team member will use it. The journal is like most journals, but it is never ending. You are supposed to put all your notes in it. Basically, you will have your own spell book when you get into it. Otherwise, there is a pocket for this thing right near your belt line. Shrink it and put it in there. Harry shrunk the trunk and put it in the pocket. Now we move on to the edged weapons. I am too clumsy to carry one, so I don't. Last thing I need to do is remove my own arm. You should grab one in a sheath and put it on the inside of your robe. There are access pockets so you can reach things on the inside. Harry found a dagger that was about 8 inches long and had a sturdy frame. He found a sheath that was slim and held the dagger tightly, preventing any accidents. He used the access pockets to store the dagger in an inner holder designed for a blade. Harry also tested out the wand holder in his sleeve. Tonks said the spell to make the cloak respond to his wishes. After a few minutes testing the wand holder, Harry was satisfied with its response as his ability to catch the wand properly. Well, I think we are done in here, Harry. You said you learn better by doing so. We will skip the books for now. Anything else you need from here? No, I think I am good for now. What do we do now? Well, Harry, you need to get your hood up and you can cue me in so I can see your face. Don't ask me how it works, it is more of the department secrets that I don't care to learn. Flip up the hood and once you are ready then tap the hood and say, reveal to, and the full name of the person. Tonks' smile faded as she just realized she told Harry to say her real name. Harry smiled at her and decided to have some fun with her. Tapping the hood, he spoke very clearly and slowly. Revealed to Nymphadora Tonks. Harry saw Tonks hesitate slightly, but the smile returned. There, I can see you just fine now. I will do the same so you can see me. Tonks followed the same procedure and Harry could see her face clearly as if the hood wasn't there. Neat trick, Tonks. Where to now? Back to the man in charge, he has to give you your mission for the day. You should have loads of fun with this one. I know I did. Tonks skipped out of the room and started down the hall. Harry followed her trying to keep up without running. He only caught up after she tripped and fell down completely. Harry assisted her to her feet and they finished the trip without skipping anymore. The office door opened for them and Harry was greeted with a friendly smile. Now you look like one of us. A little loose in the shoulders, but medical can fix that. Here is your ranking bar. Shamel can explain it later. Harry looked at the patch and saw that it was made up of different colored, vertical bars underneath an empty horizontal bar that went the whole length of the patch. The patch was about 2 inches long and 1 inch tall. Harry found the location for it over his left B, east right where the Hogwarts house patch would go. Harry affixed the patch and let his pass from his mind. Your mission for the day, Harry, is a multi-part mission. Since you are a minor according to the Ministry, you are to infiltrate the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. More specifically, the improper use of magic office. Once there, you will locate the sensory device that has been attuned to you or your current location. You must disable the device without it being obvious. Hitting it with a reductor curse would be an example of how not to do it. A strong freezing charm could do it. The device only does something if it detects magic in its target area. So, it doing nothing is what we are after. I am sure you have no love lost with that particular department. The second part of your mission is to gain access to the main storeroom containing records on all magical people. You will place this form in your folder without being detected. The form is simply a legal document stating that you have been emancipated. Since you are under the age of 17, you must be emancipated to work in any capacity outside of a family business. Once I put our seal on the documents you signed, a record will be made of you entering into an employment contact. That is as detailed as it becomes, but if there isn't an emancipation document in your folder, the clerk for the Wizengamot will be notified automatically. I know it sounds silly, but the Ministry has been mucking around in people's lives for centuries. They have some really stupid rules and procedures in place, but I see this as a fun challenge for you to test out your new toys. Do you have any questions? Do I come back here when I am done or what? And how do I get in here anyway? Great questions, Harry. You come back here when you are done. I will stamp the documents then. Now getting in here, you tap the wall like you saw Shamel and you say your password. You will set it the first time you enter. I have already adjusted the wards to permit you entry into the door the first time. Once you learn some of the transportation methods, we can adjust them to let you in other ways that are more convenient for you. Any more questions? Don't think so. Brilliant. Now, Shamel will go with you, but she will not help you in your mission. She is only there to get you out of trouble should you get caught, but if that happens, just cop an attitude and reveal your badge. Most people know to leave us be when we ask. Harry looked down to see that his badge had indeed disappeared. He drew his wand and tapped it once, causing it to reveal itself for a short time. Harry shook hands with Marcus, grabbed the document, and followed Tonks out of the offices. Once he left the secret door in the main hallway outside of the department, he turned around and repeated the double tap and the box motions as he had seen Tonks do when they first arrived. He heard a faint voice ask for a password. Harry thought for a moment before saying his password, Marauders for the win. He turned and walked towards the lift. He pressed the button and waited calmly as the lift worked its way towards level 9. So, Shamel, what do the colors on the badge mean? Tonks tapped hers and the badge revealed itself. The colors went from left to right: red, blue, green, yellow, purple, and black. The red bar is for offensive spells. The number of bars is a weighted average based on power, knowledge, and skill with the spells. Everyone needs to be at least a level 3 in red and blue to be added to a team. Blue is for defensive spells. Next is green, and that is speed and accuracy of spells. A dueler would be really high in this area. Yellow is for healing spells, and purple is for stealth, tracking, and the covert skills. Last is black, and that reflects your ability with the unforgivables. Speed of casting, ability to hold them, and proficiency at fighting them. As you can see, I have 5 red out of 7. I would be in the upper end of the main group. Offensive spells are important to us. I have 5 bars of 7 for blue. I am pretty skilled with my shields and counter curses. The Patronus falls into this group as well, so you should have a good score here once they start measuring you. I have a 5 for speed and accuracy. 2 in yellow makes me able to heal very minor wounds in a controlled environment. You have seen and been a patient of those skills, and you are still alive, so no worries there. I have 6 purples. My tendencies for tripping keep me from a 7. I am the highest of all team members in this area. I have a 3 for the unforgivables. I can't hold the Cruciatus for very long, and my killing curse is luck if it works. My Imperius is good, but my lack of raw power keeps me from a 4. We can test as often or as seldom as we want to get our levels reassessed. At the beginning, people are always trying to get higher levels, but over time they settle for what they have. The top bar indicates our rank in our team. I have a Roman numeral 3 saying I am part of Team 3. I have 2 pips of 5 showing that I am a level 2 operative. A level 1 is a new member or someone who is still learning the ropes. A level 3 is the team leader. A level 4 is a team leader and operations specialist, meaning they can command multiple teams and have operational discretion if a mission becomes complicated by external forces. In short, if the mission is F. A level 4 can change the mission to something attainable or call it off. A level 5 would be Horace and Marcus. They call the shots and plan the missions. I wouldn't want their job if you paid me. In the old days, there used to be level 5s that went on missions and were consistently in the field, but that is long past now. Let's see what they started you out as, and don't worry about any of your levels right now. They are bound to go up. Tonks tapped Harry's hidden patch and her mouth dropped open. Holy shite, you really must have impressed them earlier. You will make some friends and enemies among the teams with levels like this starting out. Harry looked down and saw the colored bars. 4 red, 3 blue, 5 green, no yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black with 1 pip in the upper field. Everyone gains at least 1 level in all areas, and many get an increase of 2 or more levels. You could be hitting 6s and maybe 7s in a few years. The pip in your levels in offensive and defensive spells mean that you can be added to a team and sent on missions already. The lift arrived at that time and Harry couldn't wrap his head around everything. He just wanted to finish his mission and go home. He was tired and needed sleep, not to mention he hadn't eaten yet. He knew it wasn't even 4 yet, but that didn't change the fact that he wanted to go to bed. He entered the lift and pressed number 2. The lift rattled and started on its way to the floor containing the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and his first stop. The lift paused on the 7th floor, the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and 2 people entered the lift hesitantly. Tonks and Harry were in the rear of the lift and in opposite corners. The newcomers looked up and down at Harry and Tonks before they continued their conversation in very hushed tones. Harry turned to see if Tonks was bothered by their actions at all. He saw her alternating her hair color randomly. She seemed completely oblivious to anyone else. The lift proceeded to level 5, Department of International Magical Cooperation, and 1 more person entered the lift. He was a stout little man and had wild mustache that seemed to reach his shoulders. He greeted one of the other men happily by name and struck up a conversation, completely ignoring Harry and Tonks. Without further interruption, the lift arrived at level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry wasn't sure how to exit the lift. He wasn't sure he could say anything or do anything. Tonks, however, didn't waste 1 minute. She cleared her throat and all 3 people in the way leapt to the sides, making room for her to exit the lift without a risk of being touched. Tonks strode from the confined space, exuding confidence with every step. Harry followed, trying to mimic her. He managed to keep up with her until the lift closed and continued to the 1st floor. Is that normal? People reacting like that? Yep, most are dead scared of us, Tonks said, stopping near one of the magical windows. The whole secrecy thing really frightens some people. You will get used to all the whispering and hesitation. They actually think we care about their business. Games does one event a year, maybe two at the most. Otherwise, they just muck with the Quidditch leagues. Cooperation can't cooperate with themselves, let alone others. One thing you will learn is that every department thinks their shite doesn't stink and their business is the most important. Huh, my ass. So, we want people to fear us. Harry was beginning to wonder if the unspeakables weren't like the Death Eaters, only with different colored cloaks. No, but people always fear what they don't know. By nature, we are not to be known. Besides, if people are on their toes when we are around, things go smoother. Half the time when we show up to something going on, people are ever so helpful to us. Now, on we go. People in the MLE are more used to us, so they won't be jumping out of the way. Here's a hint, use your fancy new cloak if you want. Harry looked at her and then remembered his cloak could become invisible to a certain degree. He also had his own invisibility cloak on him from when he originally arrived at the ministry. Harry tapped his cloak and said, "Invisible," and he faded from sight with only a slight distortion giving him away. Harry wandlessly cast a silencing spell on his feet and pulled his own cloak from the inside pocket where he had stowed it. With a swirl, Harry disappeared completely from view. He walked down the hallway, ignoring the scenes the windows projected. He stopped at the door to the Auror headquarters and took a deep breath. Now or nothing, I guess. Harry turned the handle and was met with the sounds of a busy office. He slipped into the room silently and stayed close to the left wall. He saw a few people walking about discussing things and a few paper airplanes floating about near the ceiling. Harry slinked his way to the rear of the room where a closed door sat beneath a small, hanging sign that read, "Improper Use of Magic Office." Under the sign was a name plate, Mafalda Hopkirk. Harry recognized Hopkirk's name quite clearly. It was her letters that caused Harry so many problems last summer and before that during his second year. Reaching the door, Harry tried to open the door slowly, but it was locked. Harry wasn't sure what to do next. Usually this was when Hermione would jump in with an idea and it would work perfectly. No, Hermione here, now what? Well, if I want in I could always knock. Left with few options, Harry knocked softly so the Aurors wouldn't hear it. I could use my wand to unlock the door, but that would trigger the device in the room. The door opened quickly, nearly hitting Harry in the shoulder. He moved to the side against the wall. Mafalda looked out the doorway, checking for a visitor. She saw no one right there, so she looked around the door to see if anyone was hiding behind it. Harry thought he had a chance to sneak in, but she was blocking the entire doorway. She has to be at least 100 kilos. How can I get past all that? Harry's moment of opportunity was fading quickly. Mafalda finished her search, mumbling under her breath about idle children and worthless gits, and began to close the door. Harry started to panic a little. If this is a common problem, then she won't open the door again. Do something, you idiot. Harry saw the door closing and he had a few inches left before the door was locked again. He pushed his magic out and cast a freezing charm on the latch, hoping it would work. The door closed and Harry waited for a few minutes before slightly pushing on the door. It swung freely, allowing Harry to breathe again. He waited for a lull in the noise of the Auror's room before quickly slipping into the adjoining office. He closed the door, knowing that Tonks was now 2 doors away from him should he get into trouble. He was alone until he left both offices. The mission was his alone at this point. He heard quills on parchment coming from a room in the back. He had a short wall blocking his view of the small office where he knew Mafalda was waiting. He walked to the wall and peered over it. He saw a well-kept desk directly behind the wall and Mafalda sitting there methodically sorting papers. She must have been Percy's idol before he was promoted to Fudge's staff. A large stack of papers were already sitting in an outgoing box. Harry saw another door in the rear of the office and the quill sound was coming from in there. Harry slid around the short wall and worked his way to the rear door and found it to be unlocked, but Mafalda was sitting at her desk sorting papers. Harry saw a chance to get in without her noticing. He moved to the end of her desk and waited for her to look away. A few minutes later, she did, and Harry nudged the neatly stacked pile of papers, causing them to slip out of alignment and begin to fall off the desk. Mafalda noticed the papers shift and reached out with her short arms and tried to stop them from falling over. Her efforts only caused the stack to fall over in a very dramatic way. Papers were scattered in all directions and Mafalda cussed once before getting out of her chair and started picking up the papers. Harry retreated to the back door and opened it when he saw the chance. Inside the room he saw at least 30 drum-like devices similar to old seismographs. There was a quill hovering above a piece of parchment near the base of the device. Harry saw labels on every machine and moved to get a better look. One read, Wales, another was, South London, another was, North London. The list kept going. Many major cities had their own device. After a few minutes, Harry found the device he was after. He knew it was the one for him because it said so as dark writing, Harry Potter, beneath his name was scribbled, Surrey. I hate fudge. I wonder how long this thing has been trained on me. Well, now it is time to fix the problem. Harry pushed his magic with as much intent as he could and fired a freezing charm at the device. Harry looked at the device and waited for something to happen. Nothing did. He knew he had cast the spell because he felt it happen just like when he was practicing at Privet Drive. After a few more minutes, he decided to test out using his wand. If it detects me, then I might have a chance to get the sheet before it is sent out. Harry grabbed his wand from his built-in holder and pointed the wand at the ceiling. Wingardium Leviosa. The machine did nothing. Harry tried the shield spell and a summoning spell. Again, the device did nothing at all. Cool. I am free of this blasted department finally. Harry turned and approached the door wearing a large smile on his face. He checked his invisibility cloak to make sure it was covering him properly and opened the door slightly. He saw Mafalda finishing up on rearranging her papers. She had her back to the door and Harry was sure he heard her mumbling under her breath. He slipped out of the detector room and closed the door. Moving very carefully, Harry worked his way to the front of the room and the exit that led to the ore department. Mafalda was done sorting her papers and was sitting down again. Harry looked over the barrier making sure she was far enough away in case she heard him open the door. Now is my chance. Harry opened the door quickly and as silently as he could. He slipped out of the room and closed the door. Once the door was closed, Harry retreated to the door leading out to the hallway. He kept one eye out for Aurors and one on Mafalda's door. When he reached the doorway to the hall, Harry saw 2 Aurors coming into the room. He waited for them to move away from the door before he approached it. In one quick motion, Harry opened the door and slipped through to the hallway. He turned around to look for Tonks, but didn't find her. Where the hell is she? Harry wondered if she had left or if this was part of the mission as well. Remembering that her cloak could become invisible too, he pulled off his personal cloak. With a tap of his wand and the spoken counter, Harry turned off the invisibility feature of his unspeakable cloak. Seconds later, another person materialized down the hall a few feet standing next to the windows. The figure moved towards him and Harry could see Tonks' face under her hood. He smiled feeling like he had accomplished something on his own. I did this on my own. I did this because I wanted to, sort of. This had nothing to do with Hogwarts or Dumbledore. I am free, I am really free. I am in control of my life more than ever right now. Tonks smiled at Harry and when she got close enough she pulled him into a hug. Harry felt her arms encircle him and hold him to her chest. Great job, Harry, she whispered. Can you do magic now? Harry gave her one last squeeze and stepped back. He drew his wand and cast the Orchideus spell for Tonks and handed her the bouquet of flowers that it produced. He smiled widely at the grin and sigh on her face. Well done and thank you. Now the next part of the mission. Tonks turned around slowly, smelling her flowers the entire way to the lift. Once they were in the lift, Tonks pressed the button for level 8. Now we go to records to let you add that sheet to your file. Oh, one more thing. Harry was smiling and turned to Tonks when she said her last part. Harry found Tonks moving towards him and she grabbed his head with her hands. She pulled him down to her and planted a big key on his lips. Harry wasn't expecting it, but he couldn't find anything to complain about. She held the key, causing Harry to remember the last time they had key until the lift chimed at a floor other than the one they wanted. They separated quickly, assuming positions in either corner of the lift as the doors opened. Harry noticed that they were on level 5 and Arthur Weasley stepped into lift hesitating for only a second. He gave a forced smile and nodded to both Tonks and Harry. Tonks didn't return the nod, so Harry forced himself to do the same. He watched Arthur turn and press the button for level 7. Harry wondered what Mr. Weasley would be doing with the magical games and sports department, but he tried to focus on his next mission. The lift cleared of anyone else and started moving again. Tonks reached over and grabbed Harry's shoulder. "This should be easy and you can do what you need to do. Make me proud." Harry nodded and stepped off the lift when the doors opened. He made his cloak invisible and put on his own cloak. He moved down the long hallway which had doors on both sides every 20 feet or so. There were letters on each door for every letter of the alphabet. Harry sped up his pace so he could get to door P and get home. The fatigue he had before was getting worse. The fight with Horace had taken a lot out of him and he knew it. Seeing an inn on the door to his left, he knew that P was going to be next. He walked the 20 feet and found it. He tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. He drew his wand and tried the unlocking spell, but nothing happened. Not really knowing any other spells to unlock things, Harry used all his will and intent to open the door. It took him a few tries, but finally he heard the lock click open when a pinkish-colored spell shot from his wand. Harry opened the door and moved inside, closing the door behind him. He lit the lamps around the room, put his cloak in his pocket, and started searching the long room for his name. There were shelves and shelves of folders inside of boxes. The shelves were along the outer wall and a set of shelves were in the middle of the room as well. The organizational method seemed to be by family name. Harry started at the end, on his right, and started looking at the labels on the boxes. PWY was the last name on the last box. Spending the next few minutes searching and pausing at the Pruitt box, Harry found the box labeled Potter. Harry pulled the box off the shelf and found that the outside of the box was completely clean of dust. Harry had found some boxes that had layers of dust on them, meaning that the people had either done nothing worth documenting for years or the family was dead. The Pruitt box was covered in dust, making Harry think that Molly Pruitt Weasley's activities must be filed under Weasley. Once Harry had the box on the floor, he removed the top and looked inside. There were rows of miniaturized folders lined up side by side. Harry could see that there were a few levels worth of folders as well. Searching for a while, Harry found a section that had a small label on it marked, Harry James Potter, 1980. Harry pulled out the section and set it on top of the rest of the files. He enlarged the section and opened the front of the folder. The first sheet was a certificate of live birth stating that Harry had been born on July 31, 1980 at St. Mungo's at 12:46 p.m. to Lily and James Potter. Harry saw the signatures of his parents on the certificate and found his eyes beginning to wet. "I have never seen their signatures before. The map might have my dad's writing on it sometimes, but I never knew his writing was like mine. The spiky letters were very familiar and his mother's writing looked very much like Hermione's. Must be a Muggle-born girl thing. Guys just don't write like that." Harry wanted a copy of this certificate so he had something else of his parents, or at least could see their handwriting. Harry performed the copy spell he had seen Hermione use so many times over the years. The spell was fast and it worked. The only problem, he found an odd ghosting of the word copy on the sheet. The originals must be protected somehow from duplication. Looking at the rest of the box and knowing he shouldn't waste time reading through his folder, Harry skipped ahead to the back of his folder. The last thing in his folder was a sheet saying Harry had completed his 5th year of Hogwarts. He looked at the sheet right before that and found McGonagall's and Dumbledore's signature on a sheet that reinstated him to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. So nice of them to let me know about this. Harry returned to the end of his folder and pulled out the emancipation form. He slid it into his folder and there was a slight glow before everything returned to normal. Harry reshrunk the folder and replaced it in the box. Harry paused before putting the lid on the box. I want this information. This is about me and my family. Harry pulled over an empty box that was sitting at the end of the row. Harry concentrated hard and cast the duplicate spell again, focusing on the entire box. After a few seconds, the empty box started filling up with miniature folders. Harry kept doing whatever it was that he was doing since it was working. After a minute or so, the new box was full of folders just like the old one. Harry pulled out a folder labeled, James Harry Potter, 1960. Harry enlarged the folder, opened it, and saw that his father's certificate was there as well. Forcing himself not to read anymore, Harry reshrunk the folder and returned it to his box. He put the original back and made sure it was lined up properly like the rest of the boxes on the shelf. Harry sealed his new box and shrunk it. He picked up the box and placed it in a pocket of his robes. Moving to the door, Harry extinguished the lamps with a wave of his wand. With a feeling of accomplishment bursting from inside, Harry opened the door and exited the room. He saw Tonks sitting on the floor leaning against the door. She was looking right at him wearing a large smile, again. "I am done," Harry said. "Where to now?" "To our boss and then home." "You look really tired right now." "That is because I am. The test took a lot out of me." Tonks smirked and stood up, but under her breath Harry heard her say, "Not as much as it did from Horace." Harry looked at her, but she acted like she hadn't said a word. She put her arm around his waist and directed him to the lift. When they reached the lift, Tonks pressed the button then turned to Harry and starting dotting him again. Harry was enjoying the dotting, but he didn't know what it was all about. Tonks had always been forward and he was always confused afterwards. "I am not sure what to do, but I will keep doing what I have been since this is fun." Harry slid his hands around Tonks' small body and held her firmly to him as she moved slightly as she at him. Harry decided to try the legilimency trick again since it had a rather interesting result the last time. He opened his eyes a little and hesitated in dotting back, causing Tonks to open her eyes slightly. Once he saw her now purple eyes, Harry willed himself into her mind. He felt like he was falling into a very soft and fluffy pillow. It was a warm sensation and he felt very safe. He started dotting her again and she reacted immediately to his ministrations. He felt heat beginning to rise inside of her. She started moving up and down against him as she and more intently very second. Harry felt his body move in response to her and he had to fight down his urges. He knew they were in the ministry and could be seen by anyone who came down the lift, but he didn't really care at the moment. He could feel her emotions and what could only be desire raging in her. He heard a distant chime indicate the lift was on its way to pick them up. Harry let her win the tongue battle and held her close for a second before removing his mind from hers. He looked at her and saw Tonks trying to control her breathing. She was fixing her clothes as well. Harry smiled and wondered what she was going to say if anything. The lift arrived and they entered the very empty compartment. Harry pressed button 9 and the lift started moving again. Tonks looked at him and shyly said, "You have to tell me how you do that and what you see or feel." Deciding to be coy, Harry replied, "I will think about it." Harry was saved from being hit by his quick actions and the doors opening at the right time allowing him to escape. Harry sprinted down the hallway as fast as he could considering his exhaustion. Tonks moved after him and watched him open the entrance to the office. They entered together and headed to Marcus's office. Tonks knocked and the door opened for them. They entered and found Marcus sitting behind his desk and Horace in one of the chairs. "Done?" Marcus asked. "The device was frozen and the form was added to my folder," Harry answered. "Brilliant," Marcus said. "I look forward to more successful missions from you. I want you here tomorrow at 7 to begin your training. Sleep well since it will be a tough day." Horace had a wicked gleam in his eyes as he stood and left the office. "You will do fine, Harry," Marcus said. "I have no doubts about that. Now that you have everything you need, I believe you are free to go. Also, Medical and Horace wanted you to take this potion tonight." "What does it do?" Harry asked, not trusting anything without knowing what it was. "It is an enhancement potion," Marcus explained. "All of the operatives have used them. It enhances your body's strength and endurance. You are in shape, don't get me wrong, but you are still on the small side. This potion will help you out in that area. Everyone reacts differently to it and its results vary. It won't hurt you if that is what you are concerned about." "Fine, I will take it tonight." "Does it work quickly?" "It works over time," Marcus said. "After a few weeks it will run its course and you can see what you have. This is a restricted potion and only unspeakables have access to it." "Okay, thanks," Harry said. "We should be going," Tonks said. "It has been a long day and I think tomorrow will be even longer." "Quite possibly, Shamel," Marcus finished. "Good day, and welcome, Harry." "Goodbye," Harry said and followed Tonks out of the office. Both of them tapped their cloaks and Harry saw the same small box appear from a very well-concealed pocket from Tonks' cloak. Harry saw a wand appear and tap the box, making it turn blue for a second. The wand was concealed again and a finger motioned Harry forward. He touched the box and waited for the tug on his navel, which happened quickly. Harry appeared in the back garden of Privet Drive and heard Tonks hit the ground with an oof. Harry tapped his cloak and saw a wand do the same. Both visible now, Harry helped Tonks up. She stumbled into Harry and stayed that way for a few seconds before moving away slowly. They approached the rear door and Harry tried to open it, finding it locked. For the first time at Privet Drive, Harry pulled his wand intending to do magic without worrying. He cast the unlocking charm and opened the door. He let Tonks in and closed the door, locking it manually. The kitchen was spotless as usual and the house was quiet. They moved into the hallway and up the stairs to Harry's room. Once inside, Harry removed his new and old cloak, storing them appropriately. Harry pulled out his shrunken box of files, causing Tonks' eyes to open widely. "Harry, what is that?" Tonks asked, but it seemed she knew what it was. "I made a copy of my family's records." "What about it?" Shaking her head, Tonks said, "I have created a monster. It is illegal to be in possession of ministry records, like those, without the proper requests and such. You are in big trouble, mister." The last was said in such a way that Harry knew she was having one on him. "Is that so, Ms. Or, what are you going to do about it?" "I am going to punish you." Tonks was smiling in a why way, and she was moving closer every second. "Well, can you punish an unspeakable?" "Oh yes, since I am one too, I can do that. I also outrank you, but we don't get hung up on rank in our department." Tonks pulled Harry into a key, and he wrapped his arms around her. They keyed for a while before falling onto the bed and relaxing. Tonks saw Harry yawn and knew he was tired. "It is almost 6 and you have to get some sleep. Take your potion and go to bed. You won't need any food with that potion since it fills you up basically." "What about you?" "I will take care of myself, Harry. Here, drink your potion and get in bed." Tonks left the room for a second, not saying where she was going. Harry took the potion and felt it slide down his throat. He didn't know what was going to happen, but it didn't taste terrible. As Harry was removing his shirt and pants, he found that he didn't need any food. He felt very full and only wanted to sleep. He crawled into the bed and settled into his pillow. The bed sunk a little and a warm hand moved around him and gave him a little hug. Harry turned around and was staring into the face of the real Tonks again. "I thought you didn't want it to become a habit of looking like yourself." "With you it works," Tonks said very quietly. She looked him in the eyes and at his nose lightly. "I am falling asleep, Nymphadora, so I will say goodnight now." Harry leaned forward and gave Tonks a strong on the lips before easing back and closing his eyes. Tonks stared at Harry as he fell asleep. "It is Tonks, Harry," she said very quietly under breath. She sighed pleasantly and rolled over as well. She moved her back against Harry and snuggled into him. She found his arm moving to encircle her as had happened before. "Oh, I love this part," Tonks thought. She was pulled to his warm body and held tightly there as she, too, fell asleep, thinking of how great an effect Quidditch had for certain people. Neither saw nor heard the door open a few hours later. Neither saw nor heard the inquisitive eyes and strangled gasp. The door was closed tightly and the floorboards creaked a little as the person moved away from the room that held Harry Potter, student and unspeakable, and Nymphadora Tonks, his guard and friend. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.